Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matthew Panzarino, Editor-in-Chief of TechCrunch, and Samantha O'Keefe, Director of Special Projects, TechCrunch.
Good morning, everybody. It's actually fantastic to see so many of you here. It's early, it's a little chilly, but that's okay. It'll keep you alert because we have a great program ahead of us this morning. We're starting off with a great discussion with Google's DeepMind. Mustafa Suleyman is here to talk about AI and deep learning and how that's going to affect all of the industries that we are involved with. We have Ole Harms of VW here to talk about the future of ride sharing and cars and transportation. So that's pretty exciting. And then Mark Raybert of Boston Dynamics. That's another highlight for me. I always love the robots, and I'm sure all of you do as well. So pretty excited about that. And then, of course, we have the Disrupt Battlefield, which you've been preparing for us. You can tell us a little bit about what we can expect today.
Absolutely. I have to come over here. Thank you, Matthew. So this afternoon, yes, we have our startup battlefield. We've got a great group of companies for you guys. A number of them are from right here in London, and they also came across Europe for the event, from the Netherlands, Norway, Germany. We have a team from Nigeria, and we've even got a couple from the US. So if I had to categorize this startup battlefield, I think the theme would have to be machine learning and AI. We're seeing so many young companies using this technology and applying it to many different industries. So I think it'll tie really well into the content you hear earlier in the day. And this afternoon, you're going to hear about how it's disrupting education, drug discovery, marketing, website personalization, you name it. So also, don't forget to vote in the Disrupt app for our wildcard team. This is a startup that's exhibiting out in Startup Alley this morning that, from your voting, can join the battlefield this afternoon and compete to make it to the finals and win the Disrupt Cup and the cash prize. So check it out.
Excellent, thank you, Samantha. The team that works here has been planning this event for, essentially since we stopped the last one. So this Wednesday we'll begin planning the next Disrupt London, and I think this is one of the best ones that they've planned so far. So I hope you appreciate the effort that went into it. I hope you enjoy it, and thank you very much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor, TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Hey guys. Good morning. I swear, we can place a bet right now. That is the most applause we're going to get this whole show. No, honestly, I really do. I host these conferences. I don't know, how many of you have been to Disrupt before? Okay, cool. I mean, that's better retention than before. So obviously we're doing something right. And obviously, you guys are all on your laptops. You're all trying to learn something. But I'm here to have fun with you, okay? So when I'm up here, let's chat, let's talk. Speaking of communication, use the hashtag TCDisrupt if you are wanting to get in on the conversation. That applies to the live stream as well. There's lots of places to watch the live stream. And I'm actually just remembering that I didn't publish that post. So I'm going to deal with that in a little bit. Don't tell my bosses. And we have an amazing day for you, so I'm not going to waste any more time standing up here. Remember the Startup Alley vote. Remember to go out there and check out those companies. And without any further ado, I'm going to introduce our first guest, who also happens to be my guest. I'm going to be doing this panel. So please welcome to the stage Google DeepMind CEO, Mustafa Suleyman. Please welcome him. Here we go. How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you. I'm good.
We were just, oh, those are some nice mic noises. We were just talking about how neither of us are morning people.
Right. So when we started the company, my co-founders and I, neither of us were morning people. So we actually made the start time 10 a.m. And we still stick to that. So getting up at 7 to get here was a little tricky.
Are you hiring?
Are we hiring?
Just kidding.
Of course we're hiring. We're always hiring.
I want to work at 10 a.m. All right. I think that DeepMind is interesting because you guys are, just to be clear, DeepMind is the AI research branch of Google.
Right.
Fair way to put it. And you guys have your hands in a lot of different honeypots, right? There's you got AlphaGo, which is a machine learning or deep learning tool that can play games. And then you have, DeepMind Health, which is such a far cry from AlphaGo. And I guess for the layman, I want you to explain what DeepMind actually is. Like, what is the goal?
Right. So our mission is to solve intelligence and use it to make the world a better place. And so when we started out 5 or 6 years ago, the idea that we would commit to trying to reduce or express intelligence in an algorithmic form and try to take advantage of all the benefits of computing, infinite computation, a lot of storage, infinite data, permanent memory, the ability to run very large simulations and predictions, it seemed kind of crazy that we could treat intelligence like an engineering problem. But we've managed to demonstrate that we can make a lot of progress and develop systems that are increasingly capable of doing the sorts of things that make you and I very smart. And it turns out that that's very useful and pretty valuable, especially when it comes to making progress with some of our most complex social problems. And that's really what motivates us at the company. I think we founded the company on the premise that many of our most complex social problems are becoming increasingly stuck. So we're struggling to make progress towards solving climate change at the rate that we need to. We have enough food on the planet to feed everybody equally, but we're just not distributing it in the right way. On many fronts, we really could be making much more progress, especially when you consider the fact that over the next 30 years or so, we have a massively aging population, a massively growing population, and everybody wants to consume at an incredible rate, just like we here in the UK, Europe, and the US do. And so trying to feed and support that population is going to be a huge global challenge over the next 2 or 3 decades, which is why we believe that we need to try and build computers that are smarter and smarter to help us with those sorts of problems.
And then I think it was 2013 is when you sold to Google, right?
Right.
2014?
2014, yeah.
2014, so 2 years ago, for $500 million.
Right.
There we go. And I'm curious,
something like that.
Why sell it all?
So yeah, I mean that's a fair question. We were in a really, really strong position. We had plenty of runway. We had about 120 or so staff, and we had runway for about 4 or 5 years without generating any income. And we had a lot of amazing people backing the company. But there were a couple of really big attractions to working with Google. First, they have an incredible compute infrastructure, which was very, very useful to us. Secondly, I think having the opportunity to work on Google products was a massive attraction. I mean, there are more than 5 products that have 1 billion users a month, and that kind of scale gives us an opportunity to develop really interesting and increasingly general algorithms.
Yeah, data, right? Like data in a lot of ways is the lifeblood of teaching a machine to learn.
Right, yeah. I mean, another way of putting that is the training environment. So it's not so much the underlying data, it's the way that you set up the training environment. So when we were a startup independent of Google, we made a lot of progress with training algorithms in the old school Atari 2600 environment. And the benefit of this is that we could generate an enormous amount of training cycles. So we could give our agents an experimental place to learn to build general representations of what is rewarding behavior without really depending on Google-type data. And so there are many different ways that you can look to train those sorts of algorithms, and there's lots of other companies now that don't have Google-sized data, but are getting around that in very successful ways.
And Google has a history I remember when we realized that all of our accounts would merge from YouTube and Gmail, and all of those things ended up merging kind of into the same pot. I'm curious, like, if that will end up being, I mean, what's the relationship? What's the relationship with you and Google? To what extent do you have access to that data? And are you getting directives? Are you asking for okays? You're here in the UK. They're all in San Francisco. Like, what's going on? How does that work?
So I think, one of the things that made us successful as a startup was, I think, being in London and being somewhat removed from, the sort of valley way of doing things. We were very committed to building a new kind of organization with a kind of hybrid culture, one that really focuses on the benefits of working on very hard, long-term research problems, just like you get in academia. But then also combining that with the kind of commercial rigor and that you get in a company where you basically have very well structured, parallelizable engineering teams to work on big projects that help us to train machine learning algorithms, good testing environments, good training environments. And all the while underpin that kind of culture with the values of the public sector, a real social mission, really wanting to work on the most interesting and exciting problems that have real-world social impact. And I think we found that, being slightly outside of that ecosystem, specifically focused in London, allowed us to, really attract the very best talent. Like, I think it turns out that, the very, very top tier of people can work anywhere they want in the world. They can work in finance and banking. They can work, in the Valley. They can go to New York. And actually, I think the very top tier of people are clearly not just motivated by comp or working on really hard problems, and we can obviously offer both of those. They also want to work with the very best peers, their colleagues that are also awesome, but they want to work on problems that really matter. I think that's something that's changing in the last sort of 5 to 10 years or so, particularly recently. People really want to make a difference in the world, and I think so. Presenting the opportunity to work on those sorts of problems is something that is very core to our mission and motivation.
Yeah, but again, like, what is, for example, you worked on Google's data centers, right, energy-wise, and cooled them down by like 40%. Is that accurate?
Pretty
much,
much,
was that
yeah.
Google's idea? Was that your idea? Were you saying, oh, we want to get into energy, and Google was like,
right,
sure, come work on this? Or was Google like,
yeah,
we need cooler data centers, can you get on this?
Well, so I mean, when we sold the company, it was very important to us that we were able to continue to run independently and be able to control the kind of research that we do independently of Google and work on the products that we think are important and interesting. And that's been an amazing relationship over the last couple of years. And of course, energy is something that's important to our social mission. And so getting the opportunity to work on one of the largest computer infrastructures in the world was something that we really couldn't turn down. And so we did actually some really interesting work. We managed to train a model that looked at the incoming load or demand from typing in a query on YouTube or in search, for example. And of course, that generates heat in the data centers, and we need to efficiently extract that heat. And basically, the process by which we do that, we made much, much more efficient. And so we ended up reducing the cooling load required by 40%, which was a net 15% reduction in power usage efficiency, which was obviously a very significant saving to Google.
And another part of that social mission, you were talking to me earlier, is this partnership with the NHS, the
right,
National Health Service, working to detect AKI, which is a kidney issue.
Right.
If only we had some AI to solve that problem. Can we get the noise down on the monitor? Back to my thought. So the partnership with the NHS, why don't you explain what that's all about and what you're doing there exactly?
Sure. So we're collaborating with a hospital in North London called the Royal Free, and we've just agreed a 5-year partnership to work with them on a bunch of conditions that patients get when they get admitted to the hospital. So we're really trying to detect when somebody is at risk of deterioration. So you mentioned acute kidney injury. This is when your kidneys essentially become dehydrated. And when they do get dehydrated, they do a bad job of extracting the toxins and ureas and the bad things from your blood. And that can often lead to infections, which can back up and create further complications. And in some cases, as you say, dialysis. And that's extremely costly and really, really painful for the patient. And so what we were able to identify is that actually, if we look at the blood results as they come in real time, we can identify which patients are at risk of contracting some form of deterioration, be it sepsis or acute kidney injury or a bunch of other things. And we can generate alerts and reminders and notifications on mobile to the right nurse or doctor so that they can intervene ahead of time, preventatively getting to that patient before anybody else realized that they were at risk of a deterioration.
But that was with an algorithm that the NHS developed.
Right, exactly.
So there is no DeepMind machine learning baked into this app, this Streams app that
Not yet.
you're building.
That's right.
So then why is that? Why would you build a front-facing app, right?
Well, it's still very early days for us, right? So we've really only been collaborating with the Roll3 for just over 12 months now, and we think in the future there's a lot of long-term potential to deploy machine learning algorithms to help to do a better job of these problems. One area with the NHS that we're really successfully deploying machine learning systems is with the Moorfields Eye Hospital, which is a pretty awesome research collaboration, quite different to the collaboration that we have with the Roll3 Hospital. And essentially, it's a similar kind of problem. We would like to look at some of the data in real time in order to identify which patients are at risk of really blinding conditions like diabetic retinopathy and age-related macular degeneration. And so what we're working on there with the Moorfields Eye Hospital is to train machine learning systems that can identify where in an image a particular pathology exists, and label that scan, identify the pixels that correspond to the diagnosis that we care about, and then prompt a clinician, an ophthalmologist, to let them know that this patient is at risk, and get a preventative treatment in as quickly as possible. So in some cases, this is really as simple as some injections that if you get them right within a 48-hour period, then you really can reduce some of the most extreme forms of sight loss and essentially save people's sight. And so there are lots and lots of examples across the healthcare system. I mean, these are just two small examples, to be honest with you, where getting in there as early as possible can have a massive difference both on cost and improving patient outcomes. And that's why we're really motivated to work in this space.
Yeah, and obviously it's more cost effective to prevent something than it is
Right.
to deal with it after the fact, right? And in a lot of ways, machine learning is about predicting what will happen based on the data, which I guess, again, brings us back to the point of data. I mean, Google doesn't have troves of patient data the same way that it does, you know, how you click through on search or what you choose after you watch a YouTube video. And I think that from a layman perspective or from a user perspective, you think, okay, well, Google owns DeepMind. DeepMind is looking at all of this patient data, and not for a bad reason, right? To solve problems, to prevent, you know, health crises. But I think psychologically, there's a trust issue that could arise from that. And I'm curious how you go about building trust. And you say social impact, and I believe you, but there's a good chance that some people don't, right? And so how do you go about telling someone, hey, I have patient identifiable data on you, I know your medical history, trust me, I'm doing it for the right reasons. You're not gonna be paying more because I can do it better than a doctor that can do it at the NHS alone,
Agreed.
right? How do you have that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So to me, trust is a function of control and transparency. So to address both of those 2 points, control is the first one. So clearly there's a whole series of legal agreements which ensure that the hospital retains complete control over the data. If they want to boot us out, then they can do that instantly. They tell us exactly what they want us to do with the data and what we can and can't do with it. And so clearly that's an important part of the process. The second thing is transparency, so not just relying on our assertion that the data is stored in a particular way or processed in a particular way, but actually having independent third parties to scrutinize that. So when we launched DeepMind Health earlier this year, knowing that it was going to be a sensitive and important question for many people who are worried about exactly the question that you're raising, we put in place a panel of independent reviewers. So these are 9 public experts, ranging from clinicians to policymakers to ex-member of parliament, and we invited them to scrutinize us in the public interest. We have proactively given them a budget, which they can completely control. They've hired a secretariat. They're hiring auditors, legal experts, governance experts, technical reviewers, and we meet with them periodically. They can come into our office and meet any of our team, interview them. They're planning to publish an annual report. And so, this is just a small first step towards us introducing a level of oversight and transparency, which I think will go some way towards helping to create that trust that we're both talking about. But there are other technical approaches that we're taking as well. We are pioneering a general transparency architecture. So this is a distributed, verifiable logging architecture that describes where data has moved when.
Yeah,
so,
who looked at what, when,
exactly,
for how long,
precisely,
for what purpose.
And that's so important because otherwise you're sort of relying on the kind of assertions of a third-party expert only. So it's necessary but not sufficient. And it would also be awesome if you could look up on your mobile phone, who has your data, which clinician looked at it, when did they look at it, under what policy and why. And we believe that we can build a system like that in a very distributed and ultimately in an untamperable way. We believe that we can generate a log of who has interacted with that data and where it has moved in a way that is mathematically proven to be untamperable. And so that's another step that we're taking to try to increase the level of transparency around your most sensitive and personal data in conjunction with the kind of human oversight that I mentioned.
Well, and I'm glad you brought up that human oversight piece, because that's for DeepMind Health. But also as part of the acquisition with Google, you did insist upon kind of an ethics board, right, for DeepMind as a whole. And Google has not been okay with sharing the names of those people.
So look, I've said many times, we want to be as innovative and progressive and open with our governance as we are with our technology. It's no good for us to just be technologists and, in a vacuum, independently of the social and political consequences, build technologies that we think, may or may not be useful in the world and throw them over the wall. And so we've been experimental in that respect. The ethics board is ongoing, and it's something that we have internally to oversee some of our efforts. But we've also tried other approaches, not least the independent reviewers on health, but also most recently we got together with Amazon, Facebook, IBM, Microsoft, and Google to start the partnership on artificial intelligence. And this is specifically looking at how we can develop and share best practices around how we build and deploy machine learning systems in the wild. And we've invited an equal number of non-corporate, completely independent members to join us on the governing board of this new not-for-profit organization, which we'll be announcing in early January.
But that original kind of anonymous ethics board, can you tell us anything about the composition of it? Are there people from Google on that board? Is it racially and gender diverse? I mean, can you tell us anything about who those people are?
Look, I think at the moment that's something that we're working on internally, and we've always said that that's going to be very much focused on full general purpose learning systems, and I think that's very, very far away. We're decades and decades away from the kinds of risks that board initially envisaged. And so we're putting in place a variety of other mechanisms that focus on the near-term consequences. So one of the priorities of the partnership on AI, for example, is to look at the question of algorithmic transparency. Where in the network sits the representation that we're using to deliver a particular recommendation or take a particular decision. This is a really, really important question.
So you're talking about like kind of removing the black box in a way, because that is a big concern. When it comes to AI. You don't know how you get from A to Z. With an algorithm, you can figure that out. With a machine learning or a deep learning model, you don't know how it made its decisions.
Well, I mean, to put it in context, I think we have this issue across the board. I mean, many of our most complicated software systems are incredibly difficult to debug, and when they go wrong, they cause massive impacts, whether it's at airports or hospitals or in transport systems. So in general, we have this broader question of how we verify what our technical systems are doing and how we scrutinize them, ensure that they're transparent, and ensure that we have control of them. As humans, we clearly must remain completely in the loop with these systems, and I think there's some of the research questions that we're hoping to coordinate across all of the companies on and make all of that research public and open and share it with the community.
Yeah, and I think there is, in a lot of ways, like a kind of fear of reliance on these types of systems, especially when it comes to things like world hunger, right, or our health. We can see just in something as simple as the Facebook news feed, how does Facebook's, algorithm know the difference between an accidental click or a real click? And I think I'm wondering, are we going to pass on our flaws to our machine learning, algorithms and systems? Because you can see there's that ProPublica story about Compass, where our historical data of putting more black people in prison than white people, the machine learning can see the correlation there and not necessarily understand the causation and assume that black people are more guilty than white people. And how do we recognize that? And how do we, prevent it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So the ProPublica piece is awesome, and I think Julia Angwin is doing really, really exciting work. I think this is one of the most important questions of our day. I think the way I think about these things is that, we are destined to project our biases and our judgments into our technical systems. And if we don't think consciously about, as designers and technologists, about how we're building those systems, then we will, without really realizing it, unwittingly introduce all of those same biases into those systems. And so, in some ways, the exciting thing about technology systems is that it presents an opportunity for us to critically reflect on how we're designing systems that interact with the real world. And so we should constantly attempt to do that in an open and transparent way, and try to build our world in some sense with fewer of those biases and those judgments and those things that we want to shed as we move forward as a species and evolve.
Yeah, and you did mention that you just went into a partnership with IBM and a number of other organizations, which makes me feel like you might not answer this honestly, but is Watson legit?
I'm not sure. You have to use it. I haven't used it.
Ah, liar! You are lying to me right now. You haven't used Watson?
I have not used Watson.
Oh, you're just not read up on it?
No, I don't pay attention to those sorts of things.
Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, final question, because we are over time. I think that a lot of people learn more about AI from a science fiction movie than they do about they're not as lucky as I am to have a conversation with you. What would you point to if someone was saying, what's the closest representation we have in Hollywood or otherwise of what is actually happening in the world of AI?
Well, I think in general I would say don't look at Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood does a good job of making fun and light of, I don't know, politics or love or, war. I mean, these are things that we have experienced in the past and we know well. When it comes to imagining what the future is going to be like, a lot of that is fun and entertaining, but it doesn't really bear a great deal of resemblance to the kinds of systems that we're actually building. And so, I can't really think of a film that makes me think, AI is going to look like that. So if there's any filmmakers out there, I think this is a great opportunity to produce much, much better quality sci-fi. So.
And I lied, that's not my last question. We consistently hear that general AI, AGI, is 20 years out. We've heard that for the last 80 years. How far out are we from a kind of general, broad, and artificial intelligence?
I think when we say that it's 20 years out or it's decades away, what we're actually saying is it's so far out that we can't really measure it. So anything beyond that sort of time horizon, it's very difficult for me to say the difference between 20 years and 50 years. And so I think it's definitely a long way off, and it's just very far from the kind of practical things that we're able to make work today. So it's a long way away.
Cool. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time, Mustafa.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You can take that with you.
I'll take
that mic, yeah. Okay. We're off and running, and we're going to bring up our next guest because I went over. So please welcome to the stage Poppy Gustafsson from Darktrace and our moderator, Natasha Lomas.
Cybersecurity firm Darktrace is one of the UK's most exciting and fast-growing startups, and perhaps also one of the most mysterious. Poppy, there's a perception that some of the top spies in the country got together to create this company. What's the story there? And tell us what exactly it is that Darktrace does.
So, the spark of the idea that was to become Darktrace started from a group of mathematicians at the University of Cambridge that were trying to use machine learning to teach a computer to have a sense of self. They came together with some experts from government intelligence agencies, such as GCHQ and MI5, who believed that this mathematics could be used against the problem of cybersecurity. So traditionally, up until this point, cybersecurity had all been about defining what a threat looked like. So by saying, this company's experienced this attack, how would I identify if that same attack occurred in my network? So it's all about looking outwards at the threat and trying to predefine it. So instead, Darktrace took a fundamentally different approach and instead said, OK, what happens if we try and know what a network looks like, what your own internal network looks like? And then if you know what that normal pattern of life looks like on a day-to-day basis, you can identify when that behavior changes, which could be a symptom of an attack. And that was the sort of very starting idea that was to become Darktrace.
So sort of did the maths research come first, and then you sort of got together with the spies? Which way round was it?
It was exactly that. So first of all, it was the maths and machine learning that was talking about how to teach a computer to understand itself. And then it was the experts from government intelligence agencies that thought, oh, this maths could be applied to the problem of cybersecurity. I mean, machine learning can be applied to sort of any number of industries. And luckily, this was the right time for cybersecurity. And that was created a product that's really taken off, and as a consequence, we've seen some fantastic growth over the last 3 years.
Indeed, indeed. I'm kind of interested in what the spies specifically brought. I mean, was there an element that the technology, that the product was inspired in a way by how the spy agencies had kind of used digital surveillance techniques to track targets, for instance?
No, I think it was more that these guys had a deep understanding of the problem, and they could see from their experience that this was a problem that was not going away, especially because constantly we're hearing about attacks.
Yeah.
They were realizing that attacks were becoming inevitable, and yet people, businesses were still very much focused on securing the boundaries. And what they were saying is that even the attacks that people are suffering today are from vulnerabilities that were discovered 10 or so years ago, and nothing seems to be moving forward in terms of finding a way to protect these companies. So those people from former experts from government intelligence agencies, they understood the problem and the scale of it in a way that perhaps is being understood more today, but at that point was not quite so.
So they had a real sense of frustration in a way.
Exactly.
The industry wasn't doing
it wasn't
good
moving
enough
ahead at a rate that was fast enough
was
to be able
needed
to keep up with the attackers.
So it's a crack team of mathematicians and spies.
Mathematicians and spies, yes.
You're going to take over the world. For the record, can you confirm who all of the co-founders are? Because I've yet to find a comprehensive list online. I know you are one.
Yes. So if you think about it, so there's 3 teams of people. So you've got your mathematicians.
Yeah.
And he's now one of our CTO who sort of runs the technology side of the product. And then you've got the government intelligence agencies. So they make up our director of technology and our commercial lead. And then also Invoke Capital was our main initial investor.
Yeah.
And they dropped in some of the management team from their side. So they were able to help sort of encourage the company and bring the product to market by dropping in some people that were experienced in growing companies, from very small companies to huge multi-billion dollar companies. And they took care of a lot of the sort of administrative and support side of things in the early days.
So there's maybe sort of 4 or 5 co-founders in this company?
Yes. It's quite a collaborative team of people.
Can we have a list of names? I'm intrigued. So you're one. I think Jack is one.
Jack Stockdale, Nick Trim, Dave Palmer. I'd say they're the key.
Okay, good. Well, good to get that on the record. I'm glad. And how many are ex-spies, just for the record as well?
Oh, they would never forgive me if I keep listing out their names on here.
Fair enough. Again, with the spies, I'll stop with the spies at some point. But I mean, you were created in a way with some of the intelligence agencies' help. Is your technology working for the intelligence agencies now?
No, we work with a wide range of private and public sector, but we're in no way attached to a particular government intelligence agency. This is a completely independent company. And we do support public sector. We've got some work across the UK and abroad, helping them sort of protect their own internal networks and things. But no, we're not affiliated in any way. So.
Can you lay out how your security approach exactly is sort of different to kind of everything else on the market? Because it's a very transformative technology, and this is why you've drawn out this impressive growth, right?
Yeah, exactly. So at the core of Darktrace, we've got machine learning. So what it does is it models a normal pattern of life for a network. So an analogy that we often use is the human immune system. So our product is called the enterprise immune system. And the reason that we use that is that our immune system it's a single most important thing that's allowed us to move from living in small groups to cities of millions, and it means that we can operate in a world where germs and bacteria can attack us at any time. And that same analogy works for the Darktrace enterprise immune system. So at its core, it's a complex and incredible system that has an innate sense of self. So that sense of self allows you to identify other, even if the other's in the form of a virus or bacteria that our bodies have never seen before. And then we can then adapt, mount a defense, and write the code of that defense into immunological memory. So Darktrace replicates this sort of human immune system and sits at a network level and monitors the normal pattern of life for each and every device on your network. And then if that pattern changes, it will flag that change to you in real time.
Is there anything that this sort of technology can't catch and might miss? It sounds very adaptable, but perhaps there's still certain limitations.
I mean, we'll always say that any sort of good boundary protection is always part of good sort of network hygiene. So you're always still going to need all your firewalls and all your perimeter defense. But if someone wants to get on your network, they will get on your network.
So assume a breach, basically, is the philosophy.
Exactly. And often once an insider gets on your network, their behaviors and their attack vectors will be sort of slow and low. They'll be gently traversing through the network, seeing what they can access and what they can't access. And it's those low, sort of quiet behaviors that Darktrace will pick up and identify.
Can you give us some examples of some of the kind of most creative hacks that you've encountered?
Yeah.
There must be so many.
It's a brilliant place to work. It's a little bit like working inside a John le Carré novel. So some of my favorite ones, so as part of our business model, we'll go in and demonstrate the software working within a customer environment. And we had this one example that was a luxury goods manufacturer. And they obviously, physical security was very, very important for these guys. They had some beautiful clothes and these amazing warehouses. And in order to protect the clothes, they were using biometric finger scanners at each of the entrances to the warehouses.
Right.
Because they found that the plastic swipe cards would get stolen or passed on to their mates and so on and so forth. So they got these biometric scanners, and we came in to demonstrate the software. And what we noticed was that the biometric scanners, one of them had been left slightly more exposed to the internet than it should have, which meant someone had gained access to the network and not only downloaded all of the fingerprints of all of the employees from their entire network.
They weren't encrypted?
But then had re-uploaded a whole load of new fingerprints.
Amazing.
Including their own fingerprints, presumably to then be able to gain access to the warehouse.
Wow.
What I really love about this story is probably one of the very few instances of a criminal attack where the criminal has given their fingerprints in advance of committing the crime.
Amazing. That sounds like that must have been an insider, because then they would, in order to use this, they would have then had to be a member of staff to kind of go in and put their fingerprint and take off.
By virtue of the fact that they put all fingerprints up, they could have just been. They've basically changed the integrity of the data that the company was holding,
right,
and used it to their advantage. So
incredible, very creative. So you must see all sorts of interesting attacks like that. With the security approach that you take being kind of so different to a lot of the market, have you encountered any hesitation from corporates to adopt this? Do you really have to go and prove it first?
A lot of people will go in and say, oh, I've got all the best antivirus, and you're not going to find anything. I don't have a need for Darktrace. I'm fine. Everything's okay. And we'll go in and do a proof of value where we say, oh, let's just go in and see if we find anything. And they'll be thinking, oh, no, you won't. And we find something that someone doesn't want to see in 80% of the time that we go in and do these proof of values. So it really is a significant eye-opening point for the people when they see what we have discovered. And that's a consequence, in part, to the fact that networks today are growing so quickly. I don't think there's any business out there that thought, if I was building my network from scratch today, this is exactly how I'd want it to be. Often networks evolve through acquisition or geographical expansion, which means that people can't sort of wrap their arms around a network in the way that they used to. They can't visualize it all and know what's going on. So I think going in and Darktrace, showing them what their network looks like and the vulnerabilities in real time is a real eye-opening moment for them.
And you cover all sorts of different sectors and kind of companies. There's a big broad range here, isn't there?
Absolutely. So we see a slight bias towards financial institutions. And I think that's more of a consequence that banks and so on and so forth are in the habit of, they've got data there that people want to protect, and they're in the use and mindset of protecting that data, so they're a little bit more ahead of the curve. But we really do cover every vertical. So we've got a chocolate factory, which is one of my personal favorites.
Nice one to visit.
Yeah, exactly. A law firm, retail, manufacturing, biomedicals, you name it.
I think you have some critical infrastructure kind of companies as well, sort of energy companies. Is terrorism a concern for any of your customers? I mean, there can be some attacks concern. I mean, if you run an electrical company, there's a huge, and it's very, very critical for the country. I mean, that could be a target, right? So maybe there are certain customers that have that kind of concern.
I think one of their main concerns and one of their main driving factors is maintaining the integrity of the data.
Right.
And also the operational functionality. So this data needs to be accessible, and it needs to be there protecting our critical national infrastructure, be it power or oil or whatever. They need to have that data, and it needs to be trusted upon. And I think whilst we're not seeing it today, I think one of the potential future threats in cyber will be what we're referring to as trust attacks. So this could be where an attacker, instead of trying to steal information that's financially valuable to them, it could be to influence strategic decisions within a business. So for example, if you are in an oil and gas industry and you are an attacker that was trying to sort of disrupt that business, what better way than to go in and change subtly some of the data within that network? Now, that could be things like where to drill for oil. If you could find a way of doing the oil feeds or something that says the sensors which say where you should be drilling for oil, and you're allowed to subtly change that data that said 2 meters to the left, then potentially the whole strategic decision-making of that business could, no longer be trusted. So I think that's one of the future things that they're more interested in, is maintaining the integrity of that data that they retain within their network, and also making sure that it's continually available and that those critical infrastructures can be kept operational.
Right, that makes sense. I think you do, so you have the AI side on the defense. What about when an attack comes in? Can you actually automate mitigating that attack as well?
Yes. So we've got quite an exciting new development which we've moved. So Darktrace up until now has all been about identifying attacks. So we will look for sort of weak indicators and changes in behavior in a network which could be indicative of an attack, and we'll flag that attack to you. And now what we've developed is Antigena, which is our latest product. And what that will do is actually take action based on that attack. So for example, ransomware. So ransomware is a form of attack where an attacker will gain access to your network and then very speedily just start encrypting the data as fast as it can, and then extorting the business for money to be able to unencrypt and gain access to that data. So rather than a sort of quiet, stealthy attack, ransomware really is your sort of smash and grab, and it happens very, very fast. And if you've only got a 9-to-5 security team, and they come in on Monday morning and the attack's happened on Saturday, that's it, that's game over. So what Antigena can do is the Darktrace core system can identify that threat, but then Antigena can take action off the back of that. So that could be slowing down the connection that has been identified as anomalous, or even switching it off entirely. And so I think what's very important to emphasize here as well is this is not about replacing your security team, but it's simply about buying them time by reacting much faster than any human being could.
Because I was going to ask about that. I mean, in the future, is it conceivable that the entire security function could be automated and you wouldn't need, IT guys?
I think that's definitely, a sort of self-healing network, would be this ideal future
the nirvana.
state. I think today we're still seeing a hesitation of people wanting to be able to take give over control of the network to a machine.
It's
They
a
still
trust
like
issue.
exactly. They still like having that human being behind it that's ultimately making the decisions, and we support that. I mean, Darktrace is there to help provide the information, and it can take initial steps to prevent too much damage. But ultimately, we'd always want to be a human that can, take action based on the threats identified.
You do also talk about the risk of automated AI attacks. Have you seen any of those yet?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
So these are still early days. I think in terms of the evolution of the threat, like I was saying before, we're still threats that existed 10, 15 years ago, vulnerabilities, we're still seeing those. So I think in terms of actually mitigating against those original risks, we're still not quite there. We're seeing an increase in ransomware now, so that's something that is sort of gaining traction. But I think that future state could potentially be where artificial intelligence is used by the attackers. If we take spear phishing, for example, so where you get the emails that say you've won the Nigerian lottery, click on this link and you're going to have lots of money, which many people do still fall for. I think artificial intelligence could end up in a position where this could be done automatically. So they'd be able to read your emails. And if we were corresponding, maybe you'd send me an email to say, we're meeting at this event today. An attacker could potentially read through these emails. It would see my calendar. It would know that I was going to be here today. It would be able to read our previous correspondence and know that we're sort of quite relaxed and informal. And it would be able to mimic that. And it would be able to appear that you were sending me an email saying, oh, looking forward to seeing you on Monday. Here is a document with the directions. And then that could be, contain the malware or whatever it is. So I think artificial intelligence could potentially be used to sort of increase the intelligence of that attack.
Right. And do you have a sense for who might do that? Because most hackers kind of generally want a quick win, which is why ransomware is so kind of prevalent now. It would take a lot of time and effort and money and resource to develop an AI attack. So this might be something that governments maybe could do, rogue states maybe.
I don't think governments would, no.
North Korea, Russia.
I think artificial intelligence being used on the attack side, and while we're not seeing it today, it is a very lucrative event for attackers. And bear in mind, this is not just about gaining access to information that independently has financial value to the customer. This is about changing strategic decisions that's made from these big companies. And if you can prevent people from trusting in the company and the data that is in there, then that can have some very, valuable influence for an attacker. So who's to say what their motivations would be, but it's not purely about stealing sort of financially valuable information.
But you think there might be a lot of those in future, these AI attacks?
Quite possibly,
Yeah.
quite possibly.
Let's talk, I'm conscious of time, we don't have lots, but I want to talk a little bit about the financial side. Your main backer financially is Mike Lynch. How did he actually get involved? It was very early on. He incubated the company at Invoke Capital, right?
Yes, he did. So he also, he's got a PhD in mathematics, and so he's very closely tied still to the University of Cambridge and is aware of a lot of the brilliant maths that's coming out of there. And the government intelligence agency, the ex-spooks basically, they had this brilliant idea for cyber, and they knew that they needed a fundamentally different approach, and they knew that mathematics was the answer, but they needed to be connected to the right mathematicians in the right time that were doing this. And so they came to Mike and said, we've got this great idea, how do we make this happen? And it was him that brought together the meeting of minds and was able, obviously, to sort of commercially say, this is a great way to run a business. And you have taken some additional investment, but I think you didn't need to necessarily, because Mike Lynch's fund is obviously very large. Why did you take some additional investors? Yeah, we've done 2 further funding rounds. And each of our investors brings something different. So it's very much not just about the financial side, but also strategically they've been very helpful. And that could be things from introducing us into new verticals and customers. We've took strategic investment as well that helped us expand into Asia with some of the relationships that they've got there. So it's not just the investment for the financial side. It's also strategically they've been able to give us a much wider range and access than perhaps just one investor could.
So how much have you raised now? I think it's over 500 million?
No, 500 million valuation, yes. 90 million and
90 million raised. Should we expect an IPO in 2017?
Oh, there's no immediate plans for. We just focus on making sure that we continue to grow the business at the fantastic rate that we've seen to date.
So are there specific things that need to happen before you'd be in a position to feel comfortable? So in terms of what else before you could go public? Are there key goals? What are the kind of key things that you need to happen?
There's no plans to be going public or anything of that sort on the immediate horizon. Our focus is very much just about trying to grow as quickly as we can and bringing people on board to serve the massive demand out there for Darktrace's enterprise immune system.
All right. I'm conscious I'm over time. We're out of time, but lovely to speak to you, Poppy. Thank you so much
for having me.
I hope you guys aren't sick of talking about AI, because we got more. That's like just the very tip of the iceberg, so be ready for that. And I'm also realizing that if we're going to talk about things like AI, we're going to need longer panel times, because we're all going over, because there's so much to unpack. But our next panel is going to be more about the startup scene here in Europe. And without any further ado, I'm going to bring up the man who's going to tell us all about it. Please welcome to the stage Niklas Zennström from Atomico and our moderator, Connie Loizos.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone here knows that Niklas is exceptional in many ways. Among other things, he founded the venture firm Atomico. He co-founded the online calling company Skype and sold it twice. He's a professional sailor, an active philanthropist, and a very enthusiastic spokesman for the European tech scene. And in fact, you're the president, aren't you, of the European Tech Alliance?
Yes.
That's great. Well, I have to say, my family uses Skype regularly still, and my sons are very excited that I'm talking with you today. So thank you for helping burnish my credibility with them.
Great to be here.
There's a lot to talk about today, obviously. Brexit, of course. There's also fast-evolving European tech scene, and that was sort of made manifest last week. Atomico put together a report that many of you may have seen. They surveyed 1,500 investors, founders, employees, to create sort of a snapshot of what's going on in Europe. And one of the most interesting things that I thought came out of the report was just these sort of deep tech centers. And it seems like the UK especially is sort of a nexus for that. Can you sort of talk about what you mean by deep tech to start off with?
Sure. I mean, you had you had two deep tech companies on stage earlier with Darktrace and DeepMind. They're great examples of what we mean with deep tech, and also the level of deep tech that we see today. So basically, it's companies using kind of AI, machine learning, robotics, VR, AR, IoT. So basically, companies which are a bit more innovative in the technology rather than let's make a website or let's make an app. Mm-hmm. So it's not really kind of, it's a little bit fuzzy, but there's very, very clear trend. And what we think that over the next 10 years, the most defining technology will be machine learning, artificial intelligence. And that's why we're so excited that Europe is so well ahead in AI, and specifically UK is really, really on the forefront of machine learning AI. A lot of the scientists in the field is coming from here. And what we also see now is that it's a new wave of deep tech companies coming out of a lot of places in Europe. And I think there's a little bit of a DeepMind effect where you always need this in the ecosystems where you need a breakthrough company that is then showing other entrepreneurs, and maybe in this case other scientists.
Right.
Wow, we can also build this kind of company. So you have a lot of new type of machine learning companies that are specifically in that. But the other thing that you're also seeing today is that more and more of companies are thinking about how they can apply machine learning in their businesses. So this is a clear trend that we're seeing across Europe. Many more of these companies, but also there's also no more M&A activities in deep tech companies. You have a lot of the big US companies, some of the Asian companies, and also some of the European corporates which are acquiring some of these deep tech companies.
Right. So that's obviously a lot of inspiration for scholars and academics to get into the business in a way that they might not have before. I also think it's interesting because I feel like there's wrongly this impression on the part of maybe American founders, or maybe it's the press, that European founders are somehow less ambitious. Do you feel like that's been? I mean, obviously, you would disagree that that's the case.
No, well, I think you need to put it in perspective. And Silicon Valley has existed for 40, 50 years. There's been success, and success breeds success. The more success you have in an ecosystem, the higher the ambition level. Back in 2000 2001, 2002, it was pretty brave to even start a company here because no one thought that it could work. Everyone then thought you needed to be in Silicon Valley to build a company. So I think over the last 15 years, the ambition level is getting bigger and bigger. And that's also where you see companies now which are really building global category winners, companies like Supercell, Spotify, and some of the others. So it's like, well, they're global companies. It's very, very high ambition level. And those are giving inspiration for other entrepreneurs to think, have bigger ambition. 10 years ago, it was about building national companies. You built a company in Germany, you built a Swedish company, a British company. We see less of that today. Today is much more building international companies. So the ambition level is really getting up.
Right.
And you also starting, what I'm excited about personally is also the ambition to take on some of the really big challenges and some of the big problems we have in the world, because we are consuming 1.5 times the resources of our planet. We live in completely unsustainable. And these are some of the big challenges that only entrepreneurs and innovators can solve.
Right. And we were talking about a company earlier that you just funded that sounds terribly interesting, Lilium Aviation out of Munich.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So this is one of the maybe a really good example of founders who are using deep technology, taking a very big problem. So the thesis here is that the way we deal with transportation today is broken. We are congestions to get from East London to West London takes forever, and we have pollutions in our cities. We are emitting too much carbon dioxide, so we get climate change. We're wasting time in car jams. So of course you have electrical vehicles, autonomous vehicles going to deal with some of those things. But really to solve it in a big ways, we think that you need to take to the skies. So what Lilium is doing is developing a vertical takeoff and landing electrical airplane that is capable of intracity and metropolitan area transportation. And because it's electrical, it's very quiet, so you can come in and land in city centers.
It's sort of like a flying car, essentially, or is that taking a little
of course,
too far?
it's sort of live. We think about Jetsons, right?
Right.
But it's not a flying car because it doesn't drive as a car, but it's kind of the size of a car, but it takes off vertical and electrically. Vertical and then it can fly as an airplane.
So at what range? It flies at how far off the ground?
It can go maybe 3,000 meters. So it flies away above, so you don't really see it, and you will not hear it when it's up there. So you will only kind of see and hear it when it just takes off. And then it transitions to flight mode.
So this is so interesting. I don't know if maybe some of you caught, there was an interview with Mark Andreessen, the American venture capitalist, in an outlet called The Verge last week, and he was talking about how flying cars are probably closer than anyone thinks. He made a couple of observations, which I'll get to, but Lilium is not the first to do this. So I'm wondering, I know there's an American company in Massachusetts, Terrafugia, I think you pronounce it. There's one in Slovakia, maybe, Air Mobile. Can you talk a little bit about how this one is different?
Sure. So there are a few companies addressing this problem or this opportunity with different technological concepts, and I think there's always what you will see when there is a market that being built up, and there's technological capabilities that makes it happen. And in this case, it's like the maturity or the capacity of batteries are right now at a tipping point, so this is possible. So you have different companies coming from different waypoints or from different points of views. what we have seen, though, when we look, because this is when we make an investment, we will always kind of look for these bigger themes. We do a due diligence. We look at all the companies around the world, and we'd like to pick the company which we think is the potentially category winner. We like to invest in these companies early on, like in a Series A, so we can really help them to scale.
Right.
So in this case, what's different with Lilium compared to many others, a lot of the others are kind of have, taking the concept of a drone and making it really big. So when you have so you have your personal drone. The problem with a drone is that the propellers have to create lifts all the time, so it's going to use a lot of electricity. But Lilium, it's just using need to create thrust to get it up, and then it transitions to a flight mode. With the wings, it's using much less energy. Actually, it's using about the same energy as an electrical car.
That's
It's
it's
extremely energy efficient.
So it's not relying on this breakthrough of battery technology that.
Well, it gives it more range. So all these so if you have those kind of personal drones, they have a very, very short range and not very, very fast. And then you have some others which are trying to do some more hybrids where you have big rotors that are tilting, which make them they become bigger. Need bigger space for landing.
Okay.
So there are different concepts, and this is always great with technology because you have different innovators taking on different ways, and then one of these going to be, I think, going to be transformational.
Last question related to this: does this company sort of see a day when these will be self-piloting versus having humans drive them, fly them?
So this is another kind of factor where we think that the trends are in your favor. So initially we believe that, well, for sure it will be pilot-driven, although it will be highly automated. So if you fly a plane today, you control, the flaps and everything manually. Well, this is much more of a joystick. Like you want to go left, you want to go right, you want to go up, or you want to go, down. And so it's very simple to fly.
Okay.
Eventually, this is going to be autonomous, but it doesn't rely on that. You want to remove kind of risk factors. So like it's perfectly viable as a model, even if they would be forever pilot-driven. But we can see clearly a path to autonomous, because the reality is it's easier to have an autonomous vertical takeoff and landing aircraft than a autonomous car, because you don't have children jumping out in the air or cats jumping in front of you.
Right. And when is this going to be ready? So it's going into, there are going to be some sort of like pilot operations next year, and then when will it be?
So the company was founded 2 years ago, and they have been testing their prototype. So they've already been flying a scaled down version of the prototype, and they're now getting ready for a test flight of the full scale prototype early next year.
Wow.
And then of course they will get a lot of input and feedback for the further development. With these very highly advanced technologies, it's really hard to say this is exactly the date it's going to be out. So the company decided they're not going to they haven't set a specific launch date, but it's some time out.
Well, we could talk all day about this. I mean, including about regulatory issues, but we'll move on. I'm fascinated. Let's go back to your report, which I thought was so interesting. Another thing that you mentioned was that's changing the tech scene here is new forms of capital that are coming in. And you talked a little bit about corporate VCs. You talked, I think, a little bit about maybe pension funds who you are sort of hoping will increasingly allocate more of their assets to the venture scene. Tell me what's been happening.
So on the bigger picture, you can say that on the earlier first of all, there have been more and more capital invested in Europe. It's, I think, over the last 4 years or 5 years, it's about 4 times as much capital per year being invested. So it's very, very healthy. On the earlier stage, like seed, Series A, is really good. It's almost kind of, if you compare to the US, it's pretty much almost on par with the US in terms of, if you look at the number of companies and the amount of capital. So you have a lot of new breed of seed and early stage VCs, where people who are being founders or operators are doing that, which is fantastic, because we always believe that founders are better to give mentorship than other founders. Then when it comes to like later stages, Series B and later, there's still a funding gap.
Okay.
Where US has 14 times more capital.
14 times?
14,
Wow.
4. Which is, by the way, a problem. Too much capital in the US been pushing prices up.
Right.
When US companies go public, they have too high multiples, they're struggling. European companies, when they go public, not crazy multiples, actually been going really well after IPOs. So there need to be a correction there. So when we looked at this, the data, it turns out that if the European pension funds would allocate just 0.6% of their assets into venture, you would fill that funding gap.
That's great, but I mean, on the other hand, it sounds like you're saying it's healthy comparatively. I mean, there is too much funding happening in Silicon Valley, and to your point, there have been a lot of new, KKR raised like a $3.7 billion European fund, DST. TCV, who I'm talking to on stage, has invested something like $700 million in recent years. Do you feel like for the opportunity set? Also, I think the exits here are not quite as rich, which is okay. But so I'm just wondering, you obviously don't want to run into the same problem we have, where there's an oversupply of capital.
There's always a lag of institutional capital. Because this was happening now here in Europe. It's just the last few years been an explosion of companies. Getting better and better, more smart people. Some of the best students are going into technology instead of Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs or McKinsey and so forth.
Right.
So it takes longer time for institutional finance to react to this, but they're going in the right direction. I mean, we can see already now there's quite a few of the large pension funds. Some of the Swedish pension funds are really woken up. So it's everything is going in the right direction, but the other thing also that we've seen is that corporates have been woken up as well. And I think when I speak to both CEOs, but maybe also more with the people who are behind the companies, the families who own these companies, because a lot of the very successful companies in Europe are family owned. They may be on the public market, but they have usually a very strong family ownership, and they think long term. So they understand more and more today that there is a transformation happening, that everything will become digitized. So they're thinking about how can we deal with this transition that's going to happen in the next 10 years. So that's why they're getting more and more involved with technology, either doing direct investments or acquiring companies, partnering with companies, or investing in venture capital funds.
That's interesting. They've already sort of skipped a step, and they're making direct co-investments, which we're also seeing in the U.S. Another aspect of the report that I wanted to bring up was the hubs that are sort of springing up everywhere. You mentioned that Paris, for example, raised maybe more money than Germany,
yes.
and Lisbon, and you mentioned a number of centers. I thought that was interesting. I guess that sort of speaks to your point about academics coming out and starting companies. But I wonder, as it relates to Brexit, if this gap between London's lead over these other hubs is going to be lessened, and if that matters, do you care personally?
Yeah. So, two different things here. One thing is that there are more and more tech hubs being developed. A few years ago, we thought that is really kind of London, Berlin, Stockholm. Everything concentrates around these hubs. They get critical mass and they absorb more people. But what we've seen in our report over the last year is that we have a lot of new hubs. And as you said, so France had more venture capital investments than Germany last year. So Paris is really challenging. But then we say places like Munich, where Lilium is from. We say Zurich, which has, ETH is one of the best technical universities in the world. Really good companies. We see places like Madrid and Lisbon, and of course Finland. So there are more places. The trend is kind of spreading. So technology entrepreneurship has become contagious, and it's out there, which is fantastic. Now, then the other thing is about how will kind of UK and London hold up in a post-Brexit world?
Right.
And this is something that is my view is that it's probably irrelevant because you have entrepreneurs who are coming up with a great idea to start something. They're not going to say, well, gee, I'm not going to do this because UK is not going to be part of European Union. I don't think that's going to happen. Because
They might not say they won't do it, but maybe they'll say, maybe I won't do it in the UK.
No, but yes, but so there you have two things. You have what I did in 2002 when I started Skype. I launched Skype in Sweden, but then I said I wanted to stay in Europe, by the way, because we had a fantastic tech team here, enough other reasons. Then I decided London is the best place in Europe to launch a global company. And I thought, by the way, I still think so. Because it's just London is really the global hub of Europe. There is so much happening here, so much capital, and people fly in and out everywhere. So, in a post-Brexit world, whatever is going to happen, in our research that we did, the study that we launched last week, we asked people if you would move to a place, what's the most important to start a company? What's the most important thing? And number one is always access to talent. And then you have capital somewhere in markets. But talent is the most important thing. So there's a lot of very, very good talent in the UK. Now, what the UK government need to make sure is that whatever happens, is that they need to make sure that tech companies here in the UK have access to the best talent in the world. And when I say best talent in the world, I'm not saying the best talent in EU. I think that if they make sure that we can hire people from all over the world who are talented without a lot of red tape, I think UK is going to be just fine.
We're pretty much out of time. I did want to ask you quickly, I do think of you as more than an entrepreneur or a venture capitalist. Like I said early on, you're sort of this real advocate for the tech scene here. What do you want your legacy to be in the startup community? I mean, is that something that you think about?
It's a bit too early for that. No, but my passion is really to help to build these entrepreneurial environments and ecosystems. And I was always very frustrated when people told me, back when I was trying to build my businesses, like, oh, but you shouldn't do it. It's too risky, and why don't you take a job? But if you want to start something, you need to go to Silicon Valley. This is something we can do everywhere.
Right.
And the reason why I think it's important is not just to prove a point, but in order to we have some big challenges, right? So we have economical, financial challenges clearly here in Europe and other places as well. And we have all the industries which are not really growing. So if you want to have economical growth, you need to create an environment for entrepreneurs, innovative entrepreneurs, to flourish. That is the kind of the one way to really get growth.
Right.
So I want to be helpful with that. But the other thing, which is maybe more important, is that we have all these global challenges. So look at these 17 global sustainability goals that UN put out. These are big problems, and I've been dealing a lot with politicians to understand that they are not the change makers. They are reacting to what others are doing.
Right.
The change makers are the entrepreneurs. They're the ones that can make it happen. So innovative entrepreneurs who are taking on some of these bigger and bolder problems to have an impact. Those are the ones I want to support, and I want to help them to be successful, because that's where we can really make a difference.
Right.
And we see that with companies like, can you hear me?
I'm not sure if it's still working.
Okay, companies like, no? That's it.
Oh, thank you.
So you see that companies already this morning, companies like DeepMind and others are actually taking on some of these big challenges, and that's something I want to participate and help with. And I think that's something that whether it's we as Atomico investing in these companies really early on and taking on some risk, we coming in Series A, helping them to really scale their business. That's something that I'm getting excited about.
That's great. Well, the European tech community is so lucky to have you, and thank you for coming. We really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thanks, everybody.
As you can see, I'm wearing a little TechCrunch merch, scarf. Socks are a legacy edition, so you're not going to get your hands on those. But there's plenty of stuff to buy out there. So if you really want to rep TC, go do that. I encourage it, shockingly enough. Okay, who here drives a car? Okay, well, totally irrelevant announcement. No, just kidding. Please welcome to the stage our next guest, Volkswagen's Ola Harms, Gett's Shahar Waiser, and our moderator, Ingrid London.
So, hi. I'm Ola from Volkswagen, and I would love to share some news with you today, some exclusive news. And this has to do with cities and with how we live there. Actually, when you look at cities from the air, what always struck me is that streets resemble human veins. And certain roads we sometimes even call arteries. And I really love this analogy because it means mobility is the lifeblood of any city. But if you stop the flow of the lifeblood, you really stop the city from working. You stop dads from getting home in time to see your kids before bed. That's unfortunately something that I often experience. You stop two strangers from coming together on a blind date, or you stop young graduates making it across town for the job interview. So you literally stop life. And we thought that's a huge human cost. And sometimes, as we all know, life is hard enough. You shouldn't think too much about how to move and when to move. And that's why we at Volkswagen decided there needs to be a different way. You know, I travel a lot around the globe, and I've been once to Jakarta a couple of years ago. And one must know there's a steep increasing need for mobility, especially in emerging markets. And back then, we've been down there in order to evaluate how we could help satisfying this need with our great cars, Volkswagens, and so on. But then finally, I was stuck in a terrible traffic jam. It was spread over 8 official lanes. In real life, it was 10 lanes. And while I was sitting and sweating, I thought, it's crazy. We still move around our cities in a way like we moved around our cities 20 or 30 years ago, despite the fact that we embrace technological advantages to nearly every aspect of our life. So we decided there needs to be a better way. And the solution cannot be to just simply add more cars to the streets, but we need to provide access to new forms of transportation. If we would be able to give cities their space back, then we could use that space for more enjoyable things. If we would give people time back, then we are totally convinced they will make amazing things with that additional time. That's why we at Volkswagen are today proud to announce the launch of a totally new company. A company that will live alongside our other iconic brands, a totally independent company. This company will be headquartered in Berlin, Germany. We will have a global mindset and an aspiration to bring our services to the market at global scale. So I'm proud to introduce our new company, and that's called Moia. Thank you. Thank you. So actually, allow me a few words with regards to the name. Moia is a wordplay derived from Maya, which is Sanskrit, a traditional Hinduism language, and it means something like magic. And we felt our services should almost feel magical. And while we did our CI/CD, and this was after we fell in love with the name, we noticed that there's a hidden reference to VW in it. And that was really something that we weren't aware of before. And then, in the middle, we have the O and the I. This could be interpreted as zeros and ones. So zeros and ones, the building block of the digital universe, right at the middle of our new name. So we really loved that little discovery. Okay, how do we want to bring our vision to the market? First of all, we believe any urban mobility solution needs to work closely with cities and need to complement their public transport system. So therefore, we strive for partnerships with cities with the most innovative city councils in the world. We will take into account the very specifics of each and every city in our conceptualization, and we will act a little bit more nimbly, like a startup, but a startup which has access to the huge infrastructure, capabilities, and funding of a successful corporate. So every great journey starts with a first single step. And our first step was a partnership on ride-sharing with Gett. There you see part of our vision to form a strong alliance of like-minded entrepreneurs. Together, we have the clear aspiration to bring on-demand services at scale to the market with a first focus on Europe. But in addition to that, we will also conceive and develop our own services. Services like, example, on-demand shuttle. On-demand shuttles that are a complement to public transport system and in a way far more democratic than a traditional ride-hailing service. In the future, our fleet of electric cars and vehicles will make cities cleaner places, quieter places, and places where mobility is more evenly distributed thanks to our routing algorithms. In the midterm, we also want to add different additional things to our portfolio, services for future urban citizens like shared on-demand services of different kinds. Services, and this is important, that we will own end-to-end, the customer interface, the fleet operations, and the special purpose vehicles. This is really important. We believe with our mothership in the back, we will be able to build exactly the vehicles that you would need for this certain services that we aim to bring to the market. And obviously, we will leverage all VW technology that's available, including autonomous cars. Because with autonomous cars, our services will be even more reliable, safer, and hopefully more enjoyable. So sum this up, I think that, that mobility is a brand new category, and Moia is set to approach this in a totally new way. And we believe that not technology and cars will power our society forward, but people will. So therefore, we want to act as an open platform. We want to listen. We want you to engage with us, to come to us, for example, via our new website, which is launched in this very moment, Moia.io. You can meet us at the booth over there. And we really want to incorporate the requirements and the views of the people into our service design, but also in the design of our new cars, vehicles, whatever that may be. So I open with a metaphor on mobility being the lifeblood of any city. So if that's true, then Moia is to be the beating heart at the center of every city. We want to provide lifeblood, meaning mobility to everyone. So for us, it's now day zero, year zero. We are so excited to launch this new company today, and we all look forward what future might bring to all of us. Thank you. Thanks.
Cool. Okay. Well, Ola, that's pretty exciting, and you're probably going to make some headlines with the news that you guys have announced today.
I hope.
But you have also, Volkswagen has been making other headlines, of course, in the last year, and that has to do with the emissions scandal that happened in the States. That actually eroded a lot of trust in the brand, as you know. I think it's been a huge deal for the company. It's knocked it off from being the world's biggest car company. How is that, juxtaposing that with Moia, how are you going to make sure that you have people's trust to do something new?
I mean, the whole setup of our new company as an independent company, our approach that is different to a car manufacturer's approach. We see ourselves rather like a solutions provider, and we really want to bring services to the market that are especially designed to the purpose, to the requirements of the people. And I think that's our ambition. We really want to build trust and then loyalty in our services, and that's what Moia is standing for.
But what's your message to the market? I mean, if people say, yeah, but you guys cheated with the emissions. How do we know something like that won't happen again in this gigantic company?
I mean, Moia is a totally new company, and this is day one. So we will convince all the people that we, with our approach of having partnerships with cities, really work closely together with the existing public transport system, with taxi companies and so on, that we mean it and that we will bring reliable services.
Okay. We're going to get into some of the specifics of what you're doing with Moia. I have some more questions beyond what you gave in the keynote, but just want to shift my attention to Gett. Now, you guys have some news of your own today, which is related to Moia. You want to give us a little rundown?
Actually, I'm excited that today we are launching our newest product called Get Together, effectively being a shared commute in a black cab along the preset lines. And that product now is available for free for everyone in the TechCrunch, using it starting today. And that's when you think about pooling, the three things are really important. Is one is a comfort, speed, and price. And that's exactly why we believe Get Together will be the best product out there, providing the pooling solution for existing cities today. Right. Being available with the bus lines and the price being as close as possible to the tube. That's what we imagine.
Right, so it's basically like a first step into car sharing. You're doing car sharing on transportation on demand, right? Like your answer to Uber Pool.
That's the right thing to say is a pooling solution. It's a shared commute that give you many people in the car, and actually using black apps is the opportunity to have more people in the car in the comfort. And because of that, we can achieve faster speeds because we have an access to the bus lines, but second, we also can achieve a price point that never been done before in the pooling. We're talking about $3 in New York. We're talking about close to the tube price in London. It's never been done, and it's a fixed price. So something that could be available today, as I said, for the audience, and starting in a few weeks for the rest of the people in London.
Okay. Now, you guys are talking at VW at Moia. You're talking about. I'm catching on. At Moia, you're talking about moving into a whole new generation of cars. Mm-hmm. Now, given that they're focusing on these clunky black cabs with their loud, smoking diesel engines, that doesn't really jive with Moia, does it? How are you guys going to? I mean, you're going to eventually threaten and shunt out these black cabs, right?
Maybe I try.
You're the first.
All right,
I will amend.
So exactly, that's example when you can use technology and the world's car producer combined, right? When you have an engineering art combined with the technology, you can introduce new mode of transportation. What we do today is the best answer from the existing car supply you have in London and other cities.
Yeah.
And obviously, as the technology evolves with the electric cars and new types of cars that are being on the road, that will be able to use the same technology in those cars. But as of today, we're already going to use the same car with no parking, using more people getting into the car and using the bus lines in a better way.
Okay.
And I think this is exactly the important first step. Then afterwards, our services, and this is also something that we will work on together, that will be based on pure battery electric fleets. And this is actually a requirement, especially in Europe, from all the major cities. So we are in discussions with all the mayors and public transport systems, and that is common sense.
So you think that, so let's just take black cabs in London. So you foresee a time when the owners of those cars will be upgrading to cars, and then you will be potentially offering them the car that they could upgrade to, and then they use the Gett service to. That
would be a very attractive scenario.
That's the sort of scenario you're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Right. So now, for me, Gett, I always think of Gett as one of the competitors to Uber. Uber being the 300-pound gorilla, kind of forcing itself into every market, doing this, and more or less trying to create a monopoly situation. I know that you guys are going after them by trying to go down a different road, basically. But my question for Ola is, do you see Uber as a threat to yourselves? Do you see them as a competitor?
We definitely see Uber and the other companies as our core competitors, so we really admire what they achieved. So a threat, I mean, in the end, we have our own vision, and we are convinced that with what I said, to really be able to offer the whole value chain from the customer interface, then the fleet operations, which especially will become important once we see autonomous cars. Somebody needs to operate these kind of fleets. And then the build-to-purpose vehicle, and we're already heavily working on that. We will have a good chance to really differentiate ourselves.
Okay, and maybe beat Uber at this. Okay, now Gett, you're in 100 markets now, right?
100 cities, yes.
100 cities.
Yep.
Volkswagen is used globally.
Yeah.
Probably in more than 100 cities, would you say?
A little bit more, yeah, I would say.
A few more. Okay, I know that China is a major focus for you guys.
Yeah.
At Volkswagen. And presumably Moia is going to be entering that market and others. What are you going to do? Now, you're working with Gett, presumably in the cities where Gett is. What are you going to do in the cities where Gett is not? Are you going to be helping them scale into cities? Or are you going to be looking for other partners who are like Gett? Either of you. That question is to both of you. Are you looking to Volkswagen as an investor to help you guys scale? Do you guys want to work with Uber one day, or maybe Didi or somebody like that in China?
I can sell for ourselves. I mean,
yeah,
definitely.
I want to hear from both of you on this. But yeah, what about you? Yeah.
I think, we're definitely happy to see that the number one car producer is our investor. It's strategic to our expansion. And our aspiration for domination in Europe, and as you correctly said, we're already in 100 cities, is definitely goes hand by hand with the help and support and the footprint that VW represents. But obviously, for the rest of the cities, our investors and shareholders also have their own strategy that we respect and support.
So you might not want to expand more cities.
We're expanding effectively every quarter. Last quarter we expanded to 30 new cities, right? So we'll continue doing that. But I would say our focus remains to be cities of Europe being dominating, and that's what we are focusing right now.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think it's exactly that. So in the first phase, we have decent plans prepared and now implement them to help Gett expanding beyond its current footprint. So because this is also important for us, because basically we also would love to have then Gett drivers using the cars of our brothers and sisters in the group. So so this is one thing. Then also, as you rightly mentioned, our focus in the beginning is Europe, US, and China. So we will definitely also look for other partners, but very carefully, because we are convinced, like with Gett, we need to find the partners that share the same mindset and also a little bit the same values.
So do you think that will mean that you invest in more car companies, startups doing transportation?
Yeah, definitely. So our ambition is to become a very reasonable player in that field, and therefore we defined what we always call a buy and build strategy. So we secured I think, very decent funding in order to invest into other companies, partner with other companies, but also invest into the opening of new cities by ourselves. Because
But given that Uber is kind of crushing the competition in most markets where it's active, does that mean you're going to start investing in Uber? Are you going to be the latest to go into it? Or are you going to try to prop up Lyft in the US? Or what are you going to do?
That are obviously very interesting questions. So I had two answers to that.
And you're going to give me specific answers.
Yeah.
Yes, no. Are you investing in Uber?
I would definitely not answer that question. So
Ola, I think you could answer.
Definitely, we very closely look into all the opportunities. But what our perception is, and I really mean that, the mobility market is still in its very early stage, and nobody knows where this whole thing is going to. And it's now the time to find the right partners and to invest in the logic and promising things, and then we will find out what the future brings.
Yeah, I mean, do you look at, when you're looking at something like Gett, are you thinking, like, what are the economics of this crazy, crazy market? Because, I mean, Uber is more or less like operating at a loss overall. Maybe it can claim profitability in certain markets, but you guys are sending out gifts. I just got 100 free pounds from you guys for rides. Just the day after you got a 100 million loan, I got a coupon. I guess others probably did too.
That's
because
actually,
it's you.
So it's actually great. I mean,
are these just like, okay, I'm just going to throw money into this pot or what?
That question I like, because Gett was always unique in a way that because of us being healthy growing. We never had these excessive funds like other companies. So we build healthy and profitable business that been scaling the same way as other companies. And the fact that we are now running also successful B2B operation, just to mention, more than 5,000 corporations using Gett for business. That's what made Gett different, being profitable at the same time growing as any other on-demand mobility, and being legal, right? So combination of being legal, profitable, and scaling.
It's a novel thing, isn't it?
That's
being
what
legal.
it is. That's
Novelty.
what it is. That's what it is. And I think that's what makes it unique. Yeah.
Right.
So we very closely looked in the whole thing, the economics and so on, the last 3.5 years or so. So we are fully aware that, especially in the very beginning, it's more like in an investment phase, building customer reach, customer database, and so on. But like Shahar said, so we want to see a business model that clearly becomes profitable in a certain time period.
Yeah, I mean, but so you believe it's possible?
It's definitely possible.
Yeah, okay. Can I just have one last question for you, Gett? So last week you announced a $100 million loan from Sberbank in Russia. Why did you do that instead of just raise more money from VW or another investor? Why did you do it as a loan?
Yeah. I think, to your previous question, we now demonstrate profitable and fast-growing business, right? And when you have that characteristics, you actually want to create this powerful partnership. When you have from one hand, #1 world car producer, and from the other one, powerful bank, then you can really sponsor the vision and execution we've been showing up to now. So it's actually the strategy we've been following, and I'm happy that we accomplished this last week. Yeah.
Did you say, don't take the money from them, we'll give you more? No.
No, that to have access to such a loan, that also proves our ambition, right? Because that's not so easy to get this, and there's always time for investment. There's always time for a loan.
Got it.
This was a good deal.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
See, here in Europe, you guys are all so interesting that we can't end any of our panels on time. That's what's happening. So if it feels abrupt, it's because I'm standing over there being like, stop it now. Our next guest, which means I need to move on. Our next guest is Ismail Ahmed from WorldRemit, and our next moderator is Matthew Lindley. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. So there was a estimate by the World Bank not too long ago that remittances was going to break like a $600 billion business. Was that lowballing it at all, or do you feel like that was pretty accurate?
I think we think that's an underestimation of the size of global remittances, because a big chunk of remittances still go through informal channels, so difficult to estimate those. So, but we think that the actual size of total remittance could be even bigger than the $600 billion. Yeah, and a huge market.
And what do you think is what's spurning that growth?
The migration. There are 250 million people who live outside their home countries, and migration is still continuing. So those are sending money back home. Mm-hmm. And that has been the case, the last 30, 40 years. But historically, the bulk of remittances used to go through informal channels. It was unmeasured, so we didn't know. But now, after 9/11 and the introduction of tough new regulations, money flowing across borders has to be measured. So that's why we hear a lot about remittances.
And so how big do you think it could be in the next 5 years or so?
I mean, it's growing 7-8% every year, and so that is still continuing. And migration is still continuing. I mean, we often hear migration, people coming to Europe or North America, but the bulk of migration is within the South. Mm-hmm. So that is still continuing. So a big chunk of remittances are flowing between developing countries.
So for your personal growth strategy, do you focus more from a kind of bottom-up approach where you're entering country by country, you're bringing people who are locals in, talking to people, the local governments, things like that, in order to establish an initial user base and kind of let it spread organically from there?
We work with migrants or who are sending money back home, but most of the recipients are often unbanked. The reality is that we take for granted access to financial services, but there are 2 billion people who are unbanked and whose life revolves around cash. And so that means, even saving money under the mattress. But that is now changing because of mobile money. And what is mobile money? Mobile money means somebody with a basic feature phone who can open an account where the mobile number becomes the account number. And so today we have 411 million people who have mobile money accounts. So we work with the telcos that have launched these successful mobile money services. And so when we launched it 5 years ago, 100% of our transactions were cash on the receive side. The send side was digital because we're an online business. That has now changed, and about 2/3 of our transactions are digital now, largely because of the mobile money services.
And so we were talking backstage a little bit about one of the first partners you worked with was M-Pesa. What was that conversation like? Did they think you were crazy? Did they think it was a great idea?
M-Pesa was launched while I was at the UN in Nairobi, so that was before I launched WorldRemit. And at the time I knew it was going to be successful because, mobile money services are financial services not run by banks and card schemes, but by telcos that understand their customers better than banks. And they target the bottom of the pyramid, people who are unbanked, who have been excluded by the formal financial services. And therefore, so from the beginning we knew this was going to be successful. So as soon as we started WorldRemit, M-Pesa was one of the first telcos we launched, we contacted to work with them.
Did they contact you or the other way around?
No, we contacted them because I think initially a lot of the mobile money operators focused on building successful domestic money transfers, which enables people to transfer money locally. But then we saw the opportunity of connecting those recipients to their families abroad. And so if you look at that, M-Pesa was the first one, but today we have 274 successful mobile money services. And there are another 100 that are currently being launched.
All around the world then?
All around the world. Initially, I think Africa led the way, so M-Pesa was the first successful one, but now you have Tigo in Latin America, you have Smart in Philippines. It's across Africa, Latin America, Asia. And we often use Zimbabwe as an example of a country where the first 3 years of our business, we had only cash pickup services. And typically recipients used to travel to the main city where we had a partner with physical locations to collect cash. And to collect $100 used to cost around $10, $15.
To just drive back and forth from...
Somebody, taking a transport from a rural village to the city just to collect $100. And often it was men who used to go to the cities to collect money and take a cut when they go back. And we talk about man in the middle type of attack.
Like a beer tax or something like that?
Today, those recipients are getting their money on the mobile money service launched by the local telco, EcoCash, and saving the $15 they used to spend to collect cash. And then also funds are going to the actual beneficiaries, which are often women who manage when finances are very tight, sort of. So the man in the middle is the mobile money service have removed the man in the middle, the guy who used to collect the cash.
So I think we talked about this a little bit before, again, backstage, that a lot of these emerging markets just kind of skipped credit cards or skipped over banking and went straight to mobile money operators. Is that evident that the ecosystem in these emerging markets is going to kind of diverge from traditional payment behavior, or does it all eventually converge to what we see in developing markets?
Yes, they have leapfrogged into what is increasingly becoming into cashless economies. I think what has helped them to do that was because they're not using archaic legacy banking systems. They don't have to rely on credit cards, Visa and MasterCard. And I mean, yesterday I took my car to a local car wash, hand car wash. And every time I do that, I forget to collect cash because the guy who does that doesn't accept cash, because the card schemes are kind of a relic of the past. And so to accept money digitally, you need a card processing terminal, you need to have a relationship with a bank, you have to agree 3% card charges, there is a transaction disputes, delayed settlement, it may take 3 to 28 days to receive the money. Exactly a year ago when I was in Hargeisa, Somaliland, I did the same thing and took my car to a car washer. He was able to accept digital money, and I didn't use my Visa or MasterCard, but I used mobile money payment. It was instant, so he got the money instantly. No delayed settlement. He only had a mobile phone, and he was registered to have a mobile money account. And he didn't have to worry about the relation with the bank, payment process, and all those problems we see. And you can see that why mobile money services have been hugely successful in emerging markets, because they don't have to follow Visa and MasterCard rules or the complicated banking networks.
Also, getting to MasterCard and Visa, when you're expanding into new markets, I imagine you have to work with sort of local regulators and governments and things like that. Those larger companies, they have a lot of resources. They may have connections that you might not have, or other startups in this space might not have. Is it a concern at all that they can use that influence to kind of chart the development of these technologies, and that you might not have a say at all in what's going to happen with that?
Well, credit card schemes have tried to replicate what they have here in the West, in the developing countries. But those have not worked largely. Of course, often working with banks. And I mean, take the case of Kenya. I mean, the banks tried every trick under the book to stop M-Pesa, because the local payment method in Kenya is not Visa or MasterCard or banks. It's a local mobile money. So initially the argument was that a telco that was not licensed by the central bank was doing this. And I think I think a lot of mobile money services succeeded because the Kenya Central Bank allowed M-Pesa, because it was hugely popular, it was hugely successful, to continue without forcing them to work with banks. Card schemes and banks convinced some of the countries, particularly in Africa, to connect mobile money services to banks. So those are bank-led. And virtually all the mobile money services have largely failed. So of course the card schemes wanted to replicate what they have got here, where you have to pay 3% to a payment. But that has not worked largely.
So if it hasn't worked, have they been trying to talk to you at all? Maybe they want to go ahead and buy you and just skip the whole process of doing that?
No, I think Visa and MasterCard work with banks. I mean, they don't work directly with consumers. So their relationships are, building the platforms that process the payments. So I know, in particular, MasterCard is currently involved in digital identity projects in some countries like Nigeria, where they are trying to also host the payment methods locally once their digital identity system is accepted. But that has been very controversial because of digital identity is very critical for financial inclusion. But card schemes have not been largely successful in kind of increasing financial inclusion.
So they never tried to talk to buy you guys?
I think from what we understand, the card schemes focus on B2B rather than B2C. We're a B2C company.
Okay. No heated conversations with them?
No, in some ways, obviously, in the sense side, we work with we have to work with the card schemes because and banks, because half of the payments we accept come from Visa and MasterCard. The other half are alternative methods, which I think also in the developed markets, we see a shift from card schemes to alternative payments.
Just because it's cheaper?
Cheaper, faster. When we started, it used to take us 14 days or longer. We had deferred settlement with our bank to get money. And so I think for a lot of startups, the biggest issue is you don't get the money once you process a card. So of course, in a lot of our set markets, we looked for alternative payment methods where we could get the money same day or instantly. So in the case of Netherlands, for instance, Ideal, which is the local payment method, accounts for more than 80% of our transactions. In Australia, the alternative payment method is again one of the largest payment methods from us. So forth in Germany, Interact Online in Canada. So that's how half of our payments come from alternative payments.
So for you or any other startup that's kind of touching this space at all, like, what would keep you up at night? What worries you about these larger companies?
I think in the early stage, it's really about how do you get your money quickly. I mean, I remember we were in December, I think our first December 2011, we had a deferred settlement, which was, they say it was 14 days, but actually we used to get the money on the 19th or the 18th day. And then add that to the Christmas closures. So in December 2011, something like 70-80% of the funds we processed that month were delayed. And in international money transfers, we guaranteed instant credit, instant transfers. So to do that, we often pre-fund and put our money in so with correspondents in Philippines, Africa, Latin America. So it's for a lot of payment companies, and especially when you're early stage, cash flow is critical. And we have a card scheme set up to actually stifle innovation because you can't really, I know in our space, a lot of companies fail because they couldn't really raise money enough for them to do that sort of, funding the transactions for like 28 days.
So a lot of your business comes from, kind of like you said, transactions coming from developed markets to developing markets, right? We've seen in 2016 this incredibly unexpected rise, or maybe expected rise, of nationalism and kind of anti-immigration sentiment. How is that going to affect your business going forward?
Well, migration is a fact of life now. And as long as we have wage and quality of life differential, migration will continue. And it will also particularly continue in the South. As I said earlier, the bulk of the 250 million migrants don't live in Europe or North America. They live in Asia, Latin America, Africa. So we think migration will still continue. And obviously, I think the quality of life differential is sometimes somewhat exaggerated by pictures people watch on Facebook. So when you talk to families in Africa who see their children taking the boat, they often complain about Facebook pictures. So those boys, when they see someone maybe in London or Sydney, they often think that the quality of life is far superior to what they are used to. But I think, but it's the wage differential really which is driving that. So we think that will still continue.
So, I mean, even if freedom of movement started to be restricted, do you have maybe a strategy in place just in case that happens?
I mean, migration, the remittances, we're talking about $600 billion industry, so it's still people will continue to transfer funds across borders. Migration has been part of civilization. Migration increased as part of globalization, so we don't think that will change.
And even with the rise of nationalism, you don't think it's possible that regulators may decide to come after your business?
No, I mean, regulators are interested to make sure the remittances or international cross-border payments go through formal channels. Part of the problems we had historically was that the bulk of remittances, more than 50% of the $600 billion used to go through unregulated underground networks. We often talk about Hawala networks, which were trade-based remittances. We don't want to go back to those networks, so I don't think there is any regulator which will restrict the formal flows of remittances. And that includes in the USA. I don't think remittances from USA to Mexico will be stopped because the governments and regulators know the costs of underground illegal flows of remittances.
So just real fast, because I think we're running out of time. You mentioned that these payments are being tracked more formally, and you're getting more data on how people are paying their bills and things like that. Does this help them establish kind of like a de facto credit score of sorts?
Particularly where funds are sent to mobile money, the unbanked people who never had any data that can support whether they can borrow money, yes, the volume, both the domestic money transfers and international remittances they are receiving can now be used to assess some of those people, for things like credit. Yes. And I think it's great that mobile money services are run by telcos, because telcos know their customers better than banks, and they have a huge amount of data, which is critical, particularly if a transaction becomes suspicious, because not only do they have who the person is connected to or their address book, but they even know where the person is located, what they do. They have got both the call data as well as the transactions of the customer.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to a short break. Please remember to check out the Startup Alley and vote for your favorite company within the app, and relieve yourself in the restroom, and then join us in about 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Hey. Who's cold? Yes, me too. And we are doing absolutely everything that we can as TechCrunch to solve that, but we have little control over how this building runs as we do not own it. So if you'd like to encourage this building to make it warmer, you can find them at @GLL_UK on Twitter. And we encourage you to to help us in our struggle to make it warmer in here. So go ahead, tweet to your heart's desire. But do it now because we are bringing up our next panel on investment. We all want more money. These people make it happen. So please welcome to the stage Frederic from Felix Capital, Sonali Rycker from Accel, and Reshma Sohoni from Seedcamp, as well as our moderator, Ingrid London.
I'm cold.
It's warmer right here.
It's warmer here. Yeah, it's a little warmer on this part of the floor. Hi. How you guys doing?
Good. Warmer now.
Warmer. I'm boiling at this point. Okay. So, Brexit. Let's start with Brexit. Now, you guys were all against the UK leaving. And of course, the decision was made by the British population to do it the other way, to leave. We still don't know what the fallout of that is going to be. But 6 months on, what are you guys seeing? What are you getting in the? What's your kind of sense of the climate right now?
I mean, I feel like so we invest very, very early stage. So a lot of the issues, I think, a lot of startups are struggling with where do I incorporate? That's probably one of the biggest questions we're hearing a lot is UK here for the long term? Because UK has the most transparent legal system, right? So it's even for US investors or Asian investors, they like a UK company. So that's probably the biggest question. Otherwise, I mean, I don't think we're seeing that immediate panic mode that we saw kind of the day after or the week after. I feel like everything's just moved more into a business as usual kind of a kind of an environment. I mean, I think we definitely see some a kind of a narrowing of the kind of companies that can get Series A, Series B funding, but that's probably has to do a lot with the global kind of climate as such, and not specifically Brexit.
Right. Sonali.
It's just an uncertain world out there. I mean, you bring it up at a board meeting, and the reality is there's no plan A, there's no plan B, and there's no plan C. I mean, look at Accel. In our partner group, I'm the only one with a British passport. And by the way, I was born and brought up in India. I had to get a British passport because you don't walk around doing venture capital in Europe with an Indian passport. You can never go anywhere. And so I think, are we thinking, should we start to get official residencies for our partners? We ourselves don't know, and the startups do not know. The one thing is, if you want to add 100 engineers in London over the next 3 years, you're pausing on that. So other than the decision to massively scale up on the engineering side, where people are thinking about, do I get a second center of gravity? And that conversation is happening. I think we're in sort of deer in headlights mode, candidly.
Yeah.
We do not have a clue what's happening, and that's unfortunately really disappointing for planning.
Yeah, yeah.
Frederic. Yeah, I mean, I think it made us, all of us, very sad. We've seen the rise of the UK in particular for this ecosystem and this group of people. We've seen the rise of London really benefiting so much from being open, and the tech industry is so amazing. I was just reading a Facebook talking about having 65 nationalities in London in their office, and fortunately looking to hire more people, which is great. But over the past, I first came to London 20 years ago. I mean, it doesn't sound like it, but I've been in London for many years. And I usually say that I came to London when people couldn't spell the word cappuccino, because the place has just changed so much.
I still can't, by the way. That's why I always get lattes.
But there is one thing on Brexit which I think doesn't get mentioned really too much, because we always we get the question, and people say, "Oh, are you going to stay? Are you going to leave?" And but that's not really the point. I think many people are here, have built lives here, and you say, "Okay, I have suddenly to rethink my life." This is not so much the point. I think many people will stay. I think the main challenge is the people will not come.
Right.
And that's the point that doesn't get, and that's really surprising to me. Any kind of media coverage, and in these discussions recently with friends or other people, I always give the example of Jose Neves, which I've had the chance of backing, the founder of Farfetch, who came over 15 years ago, I think, or possibly more, to London to first open a store. And 15 years later, he becomes one of the iconic entrepreneurs for the UK, building a global leader in its domain with Farfetch. And there is no way you can have a kind of visa filter for someone like that, thinking, actually, that's a guy we should really let in because he's going to do something special. So many entrepreneurs, I think, across all of our portfolios have got very diverse backgrounds. Some have got amazing PhDs in whatever domain. Others haven't gone to school at all, and that's the beauty of it. They're all unique, and there is no way to really, I think, filter for that.
I think that's the really good point. Is the start of it all is not even coming here, right? And that's what you hear a lot of with the startups is, maybe I should just go to Berlin. I shouldn't even bother, right? Because it's going to be...
Is that a real thing? Because I almost wonder if that's a myth or if it's real. I mean, I hear Berlin is this kind of like refrain a lot, or Estonia is another one you hear a lot. I mean, are you actually seeing that happening?
I mean, because these guys have to think long term about where they're building their teams. So it's such a crucial decision, right? Whether, especially with cost of living here as well, it's not the easiest sort of gravitational pull in that sense of quality of life, right? So I think if you compound that with this, issue around regulation, efficiency, getting visas, etc., it's absolutely a real decision.
Yeah. Because the reality is Europe has become even more dispersed and fragmented, which is a good thing in terms of entrepreneurship. There's no monopoly on innovation with London or Stockholm or Paris. But the facts always were that you wanted to do scale up of a company, you still went to London, Paris, Berlin, maybe Stockholm, and Tel Aviv, but in Europe. Now London for scale up is a question. So I think there's the founding stage, which I think you're going to see it's over a very long term. But if you're going to scale up, are you really going to pick proactively London to scale up versus another?
Right.
That is definitely a conversation happening at board meetings. But the reality is nobody knows right now. And the uncertainty is the worst.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the scaling up, because there was a report that Atomico put out last week.
Yes.
13.6 billion is going to get invested in tech companies in Europe in 2016. It's like a new high point. So whatever's happening with the economy, we're still seeing growth in that area, right? But they pointed out that there's like a real dearth of investors going into the later growth stages. So that's already like a challenge, is what I'm saying. That like even without the Brexit specter, we're seeing a challenge there. Do you guys see that yourselves? Are you being kind of tapped for growth funding much? And that's really more for you two than for Seedcamp. But actually, I'm kind of interested in Seedcamp too, because as that shifts and as these companies that you invest in the early stages mature, are you guys thinking you might need to, develop an offshoot called Growth Camp or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, just to kick off. So we've never seen more of our companies raise sort of 10 million plus rounds, right? It's
definitely happening more
all-time
now, right?
high, and that's the kind of scale capital you do need, is like the 10, 20, 30 million rounds, right?
100 million.
So 100 million. So I mean, I think that's at an all-time high. I think the crucial thing is we're not just looking at European investors. That's probably the biggest change. Is if you take a look at our companies that have raised, B, C, D onwards, a third of it's U.S. capital, and we're seeing again a lot of Asian capital move in as well. So I think because the pool has grown in terms of who can provide the growth stage, that's what we're looking at, is those not just kind of 10, 15 European investors that can do that, but really the universe of 20, 30 kind of global investors that can do that.
So I remember in 2015, it was something like 60% of the capital was late stage money. It was similar in the US, by the way, and a lot of that late stage money was what we all called tourist investors, right? It was a lot of hedge fund money, new institutions that hadn't done the business before.
Yeah.
And we all know that a lot of that capital has gone away, and that's the same for Europe too. And the fundamentals in Europe in terms of the number of companies that are able to raise capital. So I think in the same Atomico report, which I thought, by the way, thank you to them because it was very informative, is a lot more companies are getting funded versus 2015. So, right. And that's good because fundamentally it's sort of creating the pool of great companies for the next generation. But yeah, some of the mega rounds of 50 million plus have much reduced. The $25 million rounds have reduced too. Yeah. And some of the tourist capital has gone away. And what's left is the long-term institutional investors, which by definition are more in the US. So I do think you see the US guys coming in, more flying in and flying out. And I think you'll see more of that because it's clear that Europe has gotten to a very interesting point of maturity if you look in the last 3 years versus the 10 years before that. So, and I think that'll continue.
Are you guys at Accel looking to rise to that challenge and do more of those later stage rounds too?
So 75%.
Do you see the opportunities here? I mean, I had a conversation with a VC at Spark, actually, who said, yeah, Europe is really tough. There's just not enough good companies to do the growth rounds in, was the takeaway. And I was like, there are, So, I mean, do you see the opportunities here?
There are some great companies, but I will tell you that we do early stage as well as selective, what we call venture growth, where we still see blue sky. That's the way we describe it if you were at our table on a Monday morning, out of the same fund. So we have proactively said we're not raising a separate growth vehicle just for Europe.
Not yet? Not yet or never?
No, we never say never. But we have decided, and we've had that conversation.
Right.
And why? Because we think there's some great companies, but we much more believe that the real opportunities in the early stage, and selectively we'd like to invest at the later stage, but not dedicate a fund to the later stage. Because I do think that it's still maturing on the later stage side. You can count them. This is an outlier-based business. And to invest at the later stage, you really need to believe it is uncapped, and there's an outlier. And we're getting there, right? There's only that many companies we've had the 1 to 3 billion, but there's only that many companies in the 5 to 10 and the 10 plus.
Yeah.
And to invest actively at that stage, you need to see those kinds of returns, and it takes time.
Yeah. I mean, Frederic, you kind of cut your teeth doing growth rounds at Advent back before Felix. Now at Felix, you're doing actually a much more mix of stuff. But what's your take on all that stuff?
So, I mean, at Felix, what we do is that at Advent, I was doing essentially venture, because Advent Ventures, so we were very much an early stage investor. With Felix, we are more thematic, and so we are focused around Series A, but it's been really interesting for us as being focused on what we call digital lifestyle, to see a bunch of companies coming to us and seeing us more as domain experts, as opposed to just yet another early stage venture investor, which is great, but we wanted to do something a little bit different. So we are looking at opportunities that are beyond early stage. We are not really addressing them right now, but that's something that has been an interesting data point for us. But overall, I think the fact there is more and more gross capital for Europe is just very good news. It just means that the companies are here, and we see year after year the more and more talented and ambitious founders, an opportunity set that's just wider, and then capital follows that path. And if you're sitting in the US, you don't necessarily have to be here, because there is probably enough to do there, even if you've got $1 billion fund. But some people say actually, it is interesting, and we see from Union Square to Insight and others, people who have a dedicated effort for Europe, and I think we'll see more of this, probably more on the East Coast than West Coast. But there is no doubt that there is more sophisticated capital, and there will be also, I think, more people following our path of having a more thematic and sector-specific funding approach, as opposed to being just stage-specific.
Is that part of the logic for why you guys started Felix in the first place? Because I mean, we've got things like Seedcamp, Accel, and many other really great vehicles for funding. And yet you went out and, instead of joining one of the more established, you went out and started your own thing.
Yes.
I mean, yes, you probably make better returns doing your own business. So maybe there's just a pure financial reason. Maybe it's also, other reasons. But what?
No, it's a number of things. I mean,
Did you
a
think
big
that,
part
did
of
you
it.
think you were filling a hole, a gap in the market that was not there
It
yet?
was a number of things. I think a big part of it was the entrepreneur in me. Before being a VC, I was an entrepreneur, and having the opportunity to build something again was really attractive to me. But I've been for many years a partner on a more generalist platform, and I felt that I saw what was happening in the US, where the market has really evolved, has become much more competitive, and where people really stand for something. And the firms that didn't really stand for something and didn't have a proper culture and focus have often been in trouble.
Right.
So that has been a great inspiration for me. And when I was at Advent, I kind of built my own investment style going after different domains where I felt I had interest and angle, and ended up working out well. And I felt there was an opportunity to have to build a firm around this and to focus on the way, in particular, we're really interested on how consumer is changing, how brands are being formed in a very authentic, organic way, and we look at all the tools for brand building. And having a wrapper around this thesis with Felix was something we felt was interesting, and we were lucky to get, and fortunate to get, the backing of great investors for our fund. But the best part since we launched has been the market feedback. Because we don't do everything, we don't jump on anything that's kind of shiny and got momentum. We typically tend to approach companies, and many of them approach us. And when the situation we're in now is when we find a company relevant, or when we talk to a founder saying, actually, we understand what we do and we really believe in it, we become very often relevant to them. And in a market that's very competitive, there's usually maybe one or two slots to have the opportunity to back a team.
I mean, it's an evolution that's happening across, right? And I think. But
you guys are generalists. I mean, you don't have that kind of focus.
Yeah, I mean,
so does that pose a challenge if that's the evolution that the market's going, and does that make it harder for?
No, it makes it easier for us in that we're generalists in the sense of, at the earliest stages, whatever sector you're in, you have very similar challenges, and we're not trying to be, play in the same world as the further along investors. But what we do see is it's gotten a lot easier to actually find matching investors in Europe for our companies.
Sure.
So, whether you take the sub 100 million funds or otherwise, there is so much more kind of, selection and a thesis-driven approach. So when we used to take our companies, when they meet European investors historically and they went on a US roadshow, they would say, Boston-based VCs have a certain feedback, New York-based VCs, and they care about, specific things. And if they're not interested in you, it's clean and clear. Whereas Europe was very generic, and it was often very come back with more traction, right? Whereas if you have thematic or, Connect as a product-oriented VC, you get very tangible kind of attention and feedback, and you know very well whether you fit with a certain investor or not. So the evolution for those in the audience, in terms of startups, is you don't just have to take what you get anymore in Europe. You have folks like Felix and others where it's very targeted. You can approach them, and quickly whether it's a good fit or not.
Yeah, and by the time these companies get to Series A, they're actually much more. If you have a SaaS business that has had a 0.9, or perhaps for guys who've been backed by Connect, the companies are actually thinking about the right metrics, thinking about the right product features, thinking about globalization. And before, there was all the work that was done in Series A, because we're fundamentally Series A investors, Series A or Series B, and it was much more greenfield in terms of what we had to do once we invested in the company, and things are much more mature now, which is just part of the market.
Yeah, I mean, earlier you were telling me that, so that's the evolution of the VC, but then there's also just the evolution of what you're looking at as a company. You were saying you guys are doing a lot more in AI and
so we've always, the founders of Accel, we're 32 years now in the business, the founders of Accel, they put forward something which was copied from Louis Pasteur, which was chance favors the prepared mind. Which is, you've got to be lucky in this business, you've got to be at the table, But actually, if you're not prepared, you don't recognize greatness if you don't have a view. So we've always been thematic. We've always been thesis-driven, but we've done it across sectors because that's because of this sort of the scale of Accel and the kind of the global filter.
So today's theme is what?
Well, look, there are a bunch of themes, and I do think, I was going to take out my smartphone, we've seen sort of the first or the second evolution in terms of how the mobile is changing a bunch of businesses around consumer and around enterprise, right? We've backed them in marketplaces. But I think what we're seeing in the next 12 to 24 months is really the building blocks of the next generation of businesses that are built on machine learning are really coming to bear. We have the data like we never had before. 90% of the world's data was created in the last 2 years. We have compute power in the cloud. I mean, that was never available the way it is today. And we have open source algorithms and libraries on machine learning. And people like Microsoft and Google are doing a lot to sort of support that. And as a result, we're seeing a whole generation of businesses in verticals. So right from insurance, fraud, security, as well as enterprise functions, customer intelligence, sales, where they're using these fundamentals to create new go-to-market, new pricing, and really new products. And so the last 3 out of our 5 businesses that we backed were actually in the machine learning space. And we've been looking at it
last
for 2 years.
3 out of 5.
Yeah, so it's a company called Shift. It's a French business doing that on fraud, because insurance, we think, is a very exciting sector. It's like all the stuff that's happened to financial services has not touched insurance, and now it's happening they have data, and they're being squeezed on their margins, so they have to figure out how to reduce the fraud. We did a company invest in a fantastic business called Celonis out of Munich, not Berlin, Munich, and process mining and data analytics. And then there was a consumer business we backed called Lola, which is the founders of Kayak, doing machine learning for customer support and travel, sort of next generation Kayak, but using mobile. And so quite varied use cases, but that was 3 out of the last 5 businesses that we invested in, which is kind of the thematic foundation coming through.
If you had to name an area that is still under the radar that might be one of the next themes, because I feel like machine learning, we've kind of like, oh yes, AI, machine learning, we all know about it now.
Yeah.
But is there another theme that is bubbling under? I mean, it's not going to be apps. Apps was last theme.
I mean, our view is AI and machine learning are core tech. It's
core
not
tech.
Core tech.
So more core tech.
They're enablers. I mean, and it's crucial. You can't probably build a company for the next 10, 20 years without elements of AI and machine learning as a foundation to your business. So, but we think legal tech is a lot of advances to be made in the legal field as such, and a lot of the law firms are waking up to it quite early and actually investing quite early. We've also backed a number of health tech businesses as well. Again, taking a lot of the kind of advances in AI and machine learning applied to the health space. So we have a company called Viz AI that's teaching it's teaching their machine from data sets from China to the US around ultrasound scans. So it's pretty interesting, right? Pretty phenomenal area as well for disruption.
Right. What do you think? I mean, you guys have focused so much on consumer sort of fashion and things like this.
But not only, but we do quite a bit around fashion.
But Frederic likes fashion.
He's definitely more stylish than I am. This is pretty nice, actually. I like your red and blue.
Thank you. They are very comfortable.
You're really working the red and blue. It's very good.
And
how does it feel as a man to get critiqued on what you're wearing?
I love being on the planet with 3 women.
Sorry.
I will do that night.
Yeah, we'll get on to the lady thing later. But
By the way, who said this industry had no women in?
Say what?
Who said that there were no women in this industry?
It's good to like fashion. Just answer.
So two examples. One, design. So we think of design as a platform.
Yes.
And you can look at AI as a platform. You can look at VR. You can look at how are these going to create the big business of tomorrow? But we are really interested of thinking, and it's more of a high-level theme, how design is transforming the world. And as a consumer, we are used to beautiful digital services that we don't necessarily find in the enterprise. And the whole enterprise world is going to be transformed by this. But also, I think people are building a better aesthetics, and I see a lot of Macs on these tables in front of us. That's a company that has really benefited a lot from that attention to detail. Another big theme we are very, very interested in is wellness and well-being. Everybody wants to have a better life, and technology can help. From being more fit to sleeping better to eating better food and have aging better. So we are very, very interested in this, and that's a massive kind of secular trend.
Yeah, it's a really interesting area because I feel like we have seen a lot of wellness startups, well-being, and health tech, and in many aspects of it. But I wouldn't say that we've had anything yet that's really broken through as mainstream products. I mean, even if you look at something like a wearable, they're still used by a pretty small niche of the population. There hasn't been anything yet that's very must-have. There's nothing on the scale of a smartphone, even close to that. I refuse to wear a wearable.
Yeah, but we think
I'm
about
the baseline of late adopter.
It differently. We think about it differently. I'll give you two examples. One is which are very, very different. One is a company in France called La Ruche Kidiwi, which connects farmers, producers to consumers.
Yeah.
You get access to fresh local products. It's better food. It hasn't traveled. It's in season. That's very much part of this trend. People want to eat better food.
Yeah.
So we don't think just of the next gadget that someone will be
Absolutely.
wearing.
No, there is that whole
I'll give you another
e-commerce.
example.
Yeah.
We backed this digital lifestyle brand for women called Goop, which has launched this year its first organic skincare line. I use it. It's good. I'll bring you some.
He really is a Renaissance man. Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to. I know we're kind of out of time now, but I did want to just point out how nice it is that we've got two women here.
Three.
Plus, well, yes, me too. Doing the whole, up here talking about investing in tech in Europe and everywhere else with Frederic. But it's pretty interesting because Frederic is the one who's sort of probably most of the three of you is investing most in these products that are, tend to be associated with women. It's pretty nice turn of events. I'm being told to wrap this stuff up.
But you got a point coming. I can feel it.
My point is like, I don't know. I didn't really have much of a point. I just wanted to bring it up and say how nice
Look, I think it's changing. I think, as venture
Cool, right?
as venture grows up, it's going to be much more 50-50, right? So I think
hope we
maybe
see
that's
more
a good
of
note
it.
to end
Our
on.
team is 50-50, male female.
Not on your about page. It's not 50-50. But
Because not everybody's on the page yet, but we're working on it.
Well, our team is 40% women on the investment side.
What's that?
Our team is 40%, and we've got
excellent at Accel globally. You mean?
No, not globally yet, but in London. So first things first. And
are you guys following that through in terms of funding too? Are you looking to do?
We really are trying, but you can't try. It has to. It's not a pipeline issue. It's not a timing issue. It's you got to work at it. You got to make people comfortable. You got to spend the time, and we're trying.
But are you finding the
good.
companies? Because
no.
it's for us.
No.
You're not.
No.
Just aren't enough founders out there who are women right now.
It's tough anyway, right? I mean, we see thousands of companies, and we'll do a dozen investments, right? So just the math is that. So the math is just not that it's 50-50, and it should be 50-50, but you see where you're starting out from, and so proportionally, it's probably a fair result, but it's not where it should be.
But are you trying to make more of an effort to sort of almost like an affirmative action style effort to try to bring out more women into the pool?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, we're capitalists, right? And so I think you're looking at the shareholder return.
Yeah.
That said, Debbie just started a new fund focused on female founders only. So I mean,
that's a
I
good
think
one, actually.
moves like that are absolutely going to keep growing the pool. And with her as a support network, those startups are going to be even stronger to go to the Series A and so forth.
Absolutely.
That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, I'm literally being. Someone's going to chase me
Ingrid.
out of here soon. Thank you so much, you guys. Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. The bad girl. I am. I'm sorry. If my authority was in any way real, I would just let her keep talking, but it's just fake. It's not real authority. So we're going to get into some government stuff, which is so exciting. So please welcome to the stage Matt Hancock, the UK's digital minister, Accel Lemaire, who's the French digital minister, and James Wise of Balderton Capital, as well as our moderator, Mike Butcher.
Hello everyone. My name is Mike Butcher. I'm the editor-at-large for TechCrunch, based out of London. Hope you're having a great day. I gather in World War I, the troops used to jump up and down to keep themselves warm and stamp their feet, so I encourage you to do that if you need to do that. We are going to be talking now about the impact of the political environment, Brexit, but also how states in Europe are attracting talent, how they're going to keep it. Because, of course, as we all know, startups are about 2 or 3 major things. One of them is money, the other is talent and access to talent. So let me introduce my panel. We have the Minister for Innovation, Accel, in the middle there, come over from Paris, especially for today. Very, very much welcome. Next to me is Matt Hancock, the Minister for Digital and Culture in the UK. And furthest away from me is James Wise, a partner at Balderton Capital in London. So to kick off our discussion, Balderton has actually put together some very interesting research about talent, which we're going to hear from right now. So James, if you want to kick off the show, you've got some slides you'd like to show us.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So as mentioned, I'm a partner with Balderton Capital, and while we invest across Europe, obviously a large part of our portfolio is based in the UK. And so in advance of this discussion, we asked our portfolio what concerned them most about Brexit. And while there was a long list of issues that came up, the number one thing overriding everything else was access to talent. And this makes a lot of sense. The tech community is particularly reliant on migrant workers. If you look at all of the industries within the UK, within the top 10, you see computer programming and scientific research as a percentage of migrants within their workforce. And if you were to reorder this slide by productivity per hour, you'd probably see them at the top. Now, to date, this has been good for the UK. In fact, the UK is still the #1 nation that people look to for work in tech roles outside of their home country across Europe. And that's not really changed a lot since the Brexit vote. This is the whole of 2016. And the UK has benefited massively from this. So while within the startup ecosystem as a whole in the UK, around 22% of people are non-native. If you look at companies who've got non-native founders, last year they made up about 42%, so almost half of the ecosystem. And if you just look at that as an investment terms alone, they raised about £1.8 billion, but that number doesn't even begin to include the benefits we get from the jobs they create and the taxes they pay. So why were people concerned about access to talent when things are going so well? Well, one thing was just narrative. One of the softer things that we need to tackle here in the UK is that we've had, for the last 10 years, a very successful tech ecosystem. Many of the names up there are examples of them. But if I was to remove from that chart the companies which have non-native founders, it would look pretty lonely. And so the first thing we need to do is just make sure that the companies that are here today that have been successful get the recognition they deserve and are continued to be championed. Because a lot of the challenges that we're going to have is making sure the world thinks of us as still an open and attractive place to come and work. But there are also some very hard things. Right now, the UK has lost its competitive advantage in terms of salaries just because of the currency exchange. So at the beginning of the year, if you were a developer, you could expect to earn perhaps 20% more on average than you would today. And it's kind of wiped out the economic advantage we had over our friends in Paris and Berlin. Plus, we need to rethink the quota system. Now, obviously, the Tier 2 visa system is going to have to change, but it's going to have to change at some scale. We conservatively estimate there's about 41,000 hires made of non-natives into the UK's startup ecosystem each year. And right now, there's 20,000 Tier 2 visas for every industry. And so we're going to have to change that. And we're also probably going to have to look at the process, because for an industry that's motto is, cliched motto is move fast and break things, we are going to have to radically change the way that we process visas, because right now it takes about 3 weeks to hire someone without a visa and about 16 plus weeks to hire someone with a visa. So to kick off this discussion, I think the UK is in a phenomenally lucky place because of the successes we've had, because of the ecosystem we've built, to be almost a third of the European tech ecosystem in terms of numbers of startups and the amount of capital raised. But it wouldn't take much. We reckon about 20% of the workforce would have to move in order for us to lose that position and to rebalance the way that Europe looks. So those are some of the issues that our portfolio came up with and some of the ones we want to discuss today.
That's amazing to see some hard numbers actually applied to this discussion. Matt Hancock, is the potential impact on the tech ecosystem in the UK of harder Brexit and also controlling immigration worth it for taking back control?
Well, the decision's been made and the vote's happened, and there's no point in rerunning that.
But we're determined to make sure that the big successes that we've seen in the UK over the past half a dozen years, decade or so, to see those continue, to retain our #1 spot, to be the most investable place. It's not just London. I thought that the research was really interesting about the growth outside of London as well, and the cities around the UK which are really starting to burgeon in terms of tech talent. There were a couple of other things I thought when you dig into the research that were striking in this area. The first is that there's a huge amount of talent in the UK, in UK tech startups, both European and from the rest of the world outside of Europe. And that shows that even with a visa system as we've had with the rest of the world, we've been able to be that global magnet for talent that we want to continue to be. And we want to continue to attract the brightest and the best from right around the world. So this isn't, you can't just see this through the European lens. You've got to see this through the lens of what is the talent we need to make sure that the UK can stay at the front.
But the government's still very much in chaos about what sort of immigration policy there will be, whether it's a talent-based visa point system, such as in Australia, that seemed to kind of fall by the wayside. Where is the government standing now on how this is going to work going forward?
Well, the Prime Minister has essentially ruled out the Australian-based system precisely. And of course, there'll be a plan put in place. And as we trigger Article 50 in the new year, and then there's 2-year process between that and leaving the EU. During that period, we are full members of the European Union. And so,
apart from not being invited to many dinners and
well,
meetings.
actually, Accel and I were in Brussels on Friday together, and were fully participating. And in fact, the UK remains there, making the arguments on things like data flows, as we were talking about on Friday, and on mobile roaming, where we cast the essentially the casting vote to ensure that mobile roaming could go forward, so you don't get charged for roaming from.
So there's clearly discussions ongoing, and of course the UK remains a full member. But Accel, you must be licking your lips at the prospect of taking out a good swathe of the UK startup scene, taking the Paris. I know that Paris is particularly targeting the fintech aspect of this. No.
Well, Paris and France more generally are certainly in a good position at the moment in Europe, but also at the international stage, to attract the most innovative people. But it's not only a sort of cynical strategic positioning. I think what is also important to remind here is the reasons why we want to have freedom of movement for people. First, because we consider if we belong to the European Union, it's because it was built on certain values, one of them being individual rights, another one being freedom. And that it does translate in concrete rights, such as the freedom of movement of people. That's one thing. The other thing is we're going through a massive revolution, which is digital now. Economies and societies used to be built on agriculture. And then they were built on manufacturing and what we would consider today as traditional industries. Tomorrow, they will be built on data thanks to people. And so human resources are indeed becoming the key assets, not only for startups to be competitive towards big corporates or other economic models. People are becoming the #1 asset of companies and the new business models that they need to invent. So in this framework, yes, France wants to be one of the most attractive countries in the world for this asset. So we've, for example, launched last year the French Tech Tickets. It's a visa program to invite tech entrepreneurs to come over with a grant, seed money, with a visa for themselves and their family, and with a reserved place in a very good accelerator, such as the Station F, which will open in January and which is going to be the biggest incubator for startups in the world, so creating a real ecosystem in the heart of Paris. We've launched very recently, at the beginning of November, a program called the Passeport Talent. This is a bit more large to target innovators in general.
So have you been sending any buses to Shoreditch with come to Berlin, or come to Paris, rather? Come to Paris?
I don't think we need to do that. I think if we look at the figures, especially in the amount of capital risk that has been invested in the recent months in France, it speaks to itself. So we don't have to spend any money on advertisement on buses. We just need to look at the
just hop on the Eurostar and off you go.
Exactly.
I want to come back to you about some more of your strategy, but James, as an investor at Balderton, you've done this research. I mean, firstly, how surprised were you when you actually looked at the research and thought, oh my God, this is 10-15% drop? And secondly, how is it going to affect your investment strategy going forward? You're based in London right now. What are you going to do? Are you going to put in offices around continental Europe? Or how will you deploy capital? So
Yeah, I mean,
what are those two things going on?
So in terms of surprises, there were positive and negative surprises. It is concerning that this industry, the tech industry, is far more reliant on migrant work and therefore, or attracting skilled talent from abroad at the moment, and therefore is more susceptible to any changes in the way we deal with talent. And it was more than I was expecting. As a result, I think we need to think about how important is this community to us as an economy, and how much of a strategic priority are we going to give it when we think about policies going forward. Now, the other side of this report, there's a lot of very positive stuff. So, as Matt said, we're still very attractive to people across the world. And over the last 5-10 years, actually, successive UK governments have done a lot of good stuff to encourage startups to come here. So hopefully they'll be able to continue in that vein. And the other thing to mention is that, while we may, we've sort of cheekily put London, Paris, and Berlin as different sort of hubs in this report, if you look at those three hubs together as a super hub, we have as many developers as the whole of Silicon Valley and a lot of sort of upstate California between the three of us. And so if we think about the raw talent that we have in that relatively localized area, if we can continue to work together, we have the huge opportunity here to be a world leader together. In terms of how we shift our strategy, we already have people based in Berlin, we have people based in Paris. About 70-something% of our investment goes outside of the UK already. So we're pretty well balanced. But we're going to have to see what policy changes after the Article 50 is done to see if that strategic.
That means you're going to have to balance startups dealing with one set of regulatory rules in Berlin versus one set of regulatory rules in London. Is that not the case?
Well, at the moment, we've been quite fortunate because we encourage people to use some of the UK's regulatory system at the moment. And you see startups from, even Estonia, which is being championed for its e-residency, some of them do look to London now, come here because it's a cleaner place to start a company, and that's true for many other countries. So if we can continue to be world leaders at that, if we make sure that we make this a priority, then actually it could be very beneficial and we wouldn't have to change it too much. But you're right, if that does happen, then we're going to have to think about
Matt,
how we reallocate resources.
Is this going to form part of government strategy going forward, that there's still going to be continuing links between these big ecosystems?
Well, our job is to make sure that the UK is the most investable place. And so, aside from the debate around Brexit, which of course is important, there's a huge amount of other things that we can do to make the UK attractive. If you think of the £1 billion for broadband infrastructure that was in the autumn statement last week, making sure that we replicate the EIF funding, which is a big supporter of some tech startup here in the UK through the British Business Bank. Also, people come to places that they want to live. And so the UK culture scene, and London in particular, as an amazing place, one of the best cities in the whole world to live your life, is an important part of attracting talent. And so, the two sides of my portfolio go hand in hand there. And in a way, post-Brexit, as a Remain voter, I was worried about the impact on the economy. But over the last month or so, we've seen an increasing number of investment decisions come to the UK in a way that we've been really cheered by. You know, if you look at the Google final investment decision on its £1 billion King's Cross campus, decisions by Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, and others to invest in the UK, having taken stock after the Brexit decision, come to those decisions, and gone for the UK. So there's a whole series of other areas where we can make sure that we remain incredibly attractive, as we have worked hard to do in the past.
I want to pick you up on that. By the way, front of house sound, could you turn up the monitors on the front stage, please, so that we can hear ourselves a bit better? It's all very well, but there's always been, in Britain, there's always been the sword of Damocles hanging over these tech giants. Come here, put your businesses here, and we'll be a low tax, low regulation environment. We're the Monaco of Europe almost. You know, this is the issue. Google and Facebook and Apple, well, Apple in Ireland, have got away with murder over tax. And you guys constantly hold this over these tech giants saying, add a big building in London, add some more engineers, and we won't come down on you like a ton of bricks on tax. And that's really what's going on here, isn't it?
Not really. We've got a stable tax system. Of course, people need to pay their fair share of taxes, but we also want it to be a stable and predictable system. You know, Apple's decision to invest in the old Battersea power station in a really big way, which came after the Brexit vote, that was about where do we build our European HQ. It wasn't about taking staff away from anywhere else. It was about where do we build for the future. And those decisions keep coming back to the UK and to London. And it's our job to keep working at that.
Perhaps it was also about the fact that with the plummeting pound, Apple is about to make millions and millions more money out of trading in the UK.
Sure. I mean, there is a flip side to the impact of the pound on the attractiveness of salary, and that is to make the UK a more attractive place to invest. In a way, that's that's why you have a floating exchange rate, so that when there is a big change like Brexit, some of it you see the consequences.
Accel, you probably think to yourself, culture. Hello, we've got culture. We can trump. Shall we say? Oops, slip of the tongue. Any culture the UK can produce in Paris and in France. Is that part of your sell?
Creative industries and culture, yes, certainly. And we just passed an augmented tax credit for the video game industries, and we have very good companies such as Ubisoft, for example, which are French, but I think actually the elephant in the room here, you mentioned it more or less, it's Donald Trump and who voted for the Brexit. That is the real political challenge. And I think it's all very well to talk about how are we going to attract the best talents in London, but will they feel welcome by the rest of the country, and what is being done to address the future of the country as a whole and to ensure that innovation is as inclusive as possible. You mentioned the question of connectivity of territories. How much is the British government investing in?
Well, it was an additional $1 billion on top of about a $3 billion program beforehand.
Okay, so the total amount of public and private investment in France in high-speed broadband infrastructures up to 2021 is 21 billion euros.
21 billion euros.
21 billion euros. And the
quite a lot.
French plan is the only one that has been entirely and globally validated by the European Commission, because it is not considered as state aid. We're not favoring one telecommunication company rather than another one. So I believe the vision we have for the future is an inclusive innovation. That means not public policies reserved for very connected, urban, skilled young people.
Do you have a comeback to that, Matt?
Oh yeah, the figure I gave was just the taxpayer contribution. That's a small proportion. In fact, the UK connectivity is leading in Europe at the moment, but we've got a lot of work to do to get full fiber connectivity up to speed, and that's what the new investment's going in. There was another figure in the report that was really striking, which is that the proportion of the population who are developers, and there's a page on this in the report, really interesting, because the difference across Europe is amazing. From 0.05% in Italy through to 0.33 in the UK, similar in France, and then up to Ireland, where there's twice as high proportion of the population are developers. And this speaks to Accel's point, a really important point about making sure that the benefits spread across the whole country rather than being city-specific. And training people and giving them the skills to be able to participate in the industry both helps the benefits to spread more broadly and, of course, helps over the long term solve the talent problem.
This is a very good point, and of course we've seen the rise of populist politics to go to try and attract people who've effectively the left behinds or the just managings, as it were, as Theresa May puts it. But you've got your own problems in France with the right-wing populist movement headed by Marine Le Pen breathing down the neck of mainstream politicians, and we talk about inclusiveness and getting people into the technology industry, which is the industries of the future, but you've got your own set of problems in France, haven't you?
Yeah, clearly. I'm not sure Marine Le Pen is not mainstream politics when you look at where she comes from, but that's another question. And
well, I mean,
of
she's
course,
threatening mainstream.
We're facing challenges in terms of when you look at who supports Marine Le Pen. There are people who live in rural areas and in the suburbs, not the areas that are the mostly supposedly affected by migration, but who fear about the future more generally. So our responsibility is to address the real question. We're putting 1 billion euros on the table to invest in digital education. We won't see the result tomorrow morning. We will see the result in one generation. That's in 10 years' time. We're investing in continuous training and lifelong training for 500,000 people who now are unemployed, and that's because their skills do not fill the current job market needs, because they know nothing about technology. So this is, to me, the way we can at least attempt to address these challenges.
The digital skills are incredibly important, but James, when you see the announcements by the UK government of 400 million being invested into the British Business Bank to try and make up some way the potential loss of European investment funds, the £2.5 million announced by Mayor Sadiq Khan in London, the £1 billion of infrastructure, is from an investor's perspective in the UK, and of course interestingly you have a continental approach. Do you think it's enough that the UK is doing this? What can they do more? What's the investors' reaction to all of these initiatives?
I think all these things are welcome, but as our report points out very clearly, the number one concern is still access to talent. And the raft of announcements that sort of Matt just brought up there are all very, very welcome, but very few of them deal specifically with our ability to both train world-class talent here in the UK and also attract global talent to the UK to come and build companies here. And I think that's what we're concerned most about is right now, I think we need to focus a lot more on not only the pipeline of talent that we have in the UK and making sure that that percentage of the population who are engineers or can work in innovative companies continues to rise, but also that because ecosystems are reliant on successes, begetting successes, that we can bring into this country companies like Facebook and Microsoft and Apple under perhaps fairer terms, but also people who've worked in those companies who are willing to come here and stay here to build their companies. And I think that when you mention sort of the big challenges facing France, I think making sure you invest in those skills going forward is incredibly important. And also making sure you have a narrative which makes people feel like the tech community is not a group of hipsters in Shoreditch and actually is nationwide, is strategically important to the country, does contribute to the economy. I think making sure we have that narrative in place and encouraging people to think of the tech community that way is something that we haven't quite sorted out yet post-Brexit, although I'm sure you're working hard on it.
I mean, this is the point. Access to talent, making skilled migrants feel welcome in the UK. When Home Secretary Amber Rudd stood up at the Conservative Party conference and said that businesses should register foreign nationals to the UK government, that was widely rejected and absolutely rejected totally by business people. And in our survey, actually, that we've done at TechCrunch, our Brexit sentiment survey, which we published just last week, 100% of respondents said they had no support for this. And even when it was clarified that this policy wasn't going ahead, 75% said there was still no support for anything like this. How on earth is the government going to change the optics and the conversation about this when you literally shot yourself in the foot right there?
Well, we're clear that we've got to be open and welcoming to the brightest and the best from around the world. And if you think about what's happened over the last few years, we've had freedom of movement within the European Union, but outside we haven't, and we've had a fairly tight visa system. And we need to make sure that we're clearly attracting, and winning that global war for talent. So getting the systems right, the systems in place, using the best technology actually to ensure that those systems are effective. We've been doing this with visas to individual countries over the past few years, improving significantly, for instance, the visa system with China through a lot of through work on making sure that it works effectively, it works technically. And clearly we've got to get this right over the next 2 and a bit years.
I was speaking to a very quite a talented gent the other day who was thinking of coming back to the UK, having worked in the UK. He's a native US guy, talented, but had worked in the UK, and thinking actually now, post-Trump election, it's time to come back. You know what he actually called himself? He actually called himself a Trump Fuji.
Oh.
Trump Fuji. Do you think that post-Brexit that the UK is going to lean on its special relationship and attract incredible talent from Silicon Valley over here?
Well, look, it's tempting.
Get the Trump Fujis over.
It's tempting to see that this is all a competition. You can see from Accel and I that we are both quite competitive people and competitive for wanting our countries to be the best. But actually, there's a huge amount that's mutually beneficial. London is stronger when Paris is stronger in the tech scene. It's not a zero-sum game. It's about making sure that we can find ways to enhance this amazing new technology that's been developed over the past generation for the best way to improve the lives of our citizens and all of our citizens, mitigating some of the challenges and the risks that comes with it, and doing that whilst navigating whilst navigating and making sure that we bring people with us on that journey. That is the goal, and that's what we need to try to do. And so, sure, it's always fun to see the competition between London and Paris and Berlin, particularly when we're in the lead. But ultimately, you see, I can't resist the temptation sometimes. But ultimately, this isn't a zero-sum game. And ecosystems do well when other ecosystems do well.
So you're not going to be putting in a special US tech visa?
Well, actually, we've got a tech visa that wasn't fully utilized last year. The number of spaces in it weren't fully used, so there's still headroom there.
Accel, you had a point to make.
I completely agree that it's not a zero-sum game. I'll quote George Bernard Shaw. He said once, if I've got an apple and you've got an apple and we exchange apples, we still have one apple each. If I've got an idea, you've got an idea, and we exchange ideas, that makes 3 ideas. So yes, that's the reality of the immaterial economy and the digital economy today. But then that means if we want to be part of the game, and if we agree that it's a common game, well, play by the rules. So this is where it becomes tricky, especially when the rule is financed more globally between a certain number of countries. Take, for example, the research budget. The startups in the room might not see it, but the reason also why the UK is so good in innovation is because they're in a capacity to attract the best researchers in the world. I was in Cambridge on Saturday. I was very impressed by this med tech, sort of very powerful area and corner that they're creating. But the researchers are extremely worried at the moment, because when you enter into a research contract, it's for a minimum of 5 years. If you work on artificial intelligence at the moment, you do need European grants and fundings, and startups do benefit from transfers of technologies coming from research centers. So what is going to happen if, on one hand, the UK government passes tax deals with big companies, and so the marketing politically is perfect, but on the other hand, they do not have the money to fund the long-term investments that are still needed to encourage this whole innovative economy.
Yeah.
So these are questions that are, I mean, we're asking ourselves the same questions, but I believe the answer is easier to find at the European level.
So many venture capital funds in Europe and also in the UK are actually backed by European Investment Fund, and also they have access to Horizon 2020, which is 80 billion euros. James, surely you guys must be concerned about what's going to happen to that money that literally sort of flows away like a tide ebbing out. How are you going to be speaking to LPs and getting more?
No, I mean, look, we've spoken
funds?
to our LPs and we've spoken to our portfolio to say we still believe in the European opportunity. We actually think it's stronger than ever. But I think the really important thing for us is that we can invest. Look, we're middlemen, right? We invest in companies and the entrepreneurs do all the hard work. So the important thing is that we're able to create a community which can still support and grow world-leading companies. If we're invested in those things, I'm sure that whoever wants to make money will give us money to make sure it goes to the right project. So I think that's our priority, is making sure that the ecosystem is still there and that the opportunity is still there, and then hopefully we'll be successful in supporting that. I think that's what our real focus is. And very quickly, just on your Trump point and your point about science and technology, science and technology and scientific research is the pipeline that drives so much of what's great about European tech at the moment. Hillary actually had in her campaign manifesto a STEM passport, where she wanted to literally staple visas onto the world's best scientific researchers so they could come and work in the US. Now that's not going to happen anymore, I'm pretty sure, but it's something that we should be considering here instead.
Well, yeah, would you consider a STEM passport?
Well, we want the brightest and the best to be coming here. So I don't see. So it's consistent with that. But the question here on research is also, how do you make sure that you get the best of global research, right? So of course the European angle is very important, and we've got to work through that over the next couple of years. But ultimately, research knows no boundaries, and it is part of there's a global research community who talk to each other much more than they did even 10 years ago. So we've got to take a global approach, and we've got to make a success of it globally.
Accel, you had a point.
Well, it's just to say, I don't want to sound too negative, and Matt and myself do work together and work well, and I think we agree that we need to be able to count on ecosystems, on networks, and on people and entrepreneurs, because
Sure.
Political time might be long,
but where's the
these people won't. Well, let me give you a very concrete
Where's the
example.
but?
We launched together a Franco-British data task force, and we're trying to get the best practices in terms of using open data to add value for startups and innovative companies, and from each country, and then anything we will be able to do to help these exchanges, we'll keep doing it.
Who needs the single market when the Franco-British data entente might be coming out to save us? But finally, Matt Hancock, you know, it's breaking news today that the Supreme Court is going to be starting to rule on Article 50 and whether or not the government should take this decision to Parliament. What's your position on this issue? Do you toe the government line on this? And what do you think it's going to mean if Parliament does actually have a say in Brexit?
Well, I learnt a long time ago 2 lessons in politics. The first is don't answer hypothetical questions, and the second is agree with the Prime Minister. The referendum result was clear. There is no going back on the referendum result.
It was a knife-edge referendum, let's put it that way.
It was very clear. We're not going to have a second referendum. The result of the vote, the intent of the vote, was clear, and I think therefore the government is absolutely right on triggering Article 50. But you know, whatever happens in the Supreme Court, you can't unwind the decision when like me, you know, I voted to have the referendum. I then made clear my position, which was to remain in the referendum. But if you believe in democracy, and it's more important than ever today that we believe in democracy, then you've got to respect the result.
Well, so long as democracy wins, I'm in favour of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our panel, Matt Hancock, Accel and James Wise.
Gentlemen, please welcome your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello! How you guys feeling? They're feeling good. How about you guys? Now? Ish. Well, welcome to the Startup Battlefield. Today we're going to see a dozen companies plus a wildcard launch on this stage. They were chosen from the 500 plus startups that applied for Disrupt. So really quickly, this is how it's going to work. Each company will have 6 minutes to present, and then there's going to be a rapid-fire 6-minute Q&A with our panel of expert judges who are about to come out. You'll probably notice that some of these startups are very, very different from each other. I mean, so different that it probably seems a little crazy that we're asking our judges to compare them, but that is what we're asking them to do. We're asking them to decide which ones are most likely to become a big business. The judges will help the editors select our finalists, who will be announced tonight on TechCrunch.com, so just keep refreshing the website. And then those lucky few will get the chance to do it all again tomorrow, where they'll present to a new set of judges, and then we'll announce a winner who's going to receive $50,000 and then temporary custody of the Disrupt Cup. I'm sorry, the Battlefield Cup. And that covers it. Let's bring out our judges. First up, we have Alice Bentink. She's co-founder of Entrepreneur First, an early-stage investor that builds deep tech companies from scratch. Alice also set up Code First Girls, a not-for-profit that helps young women explore careers in technology, including teaching them to code for free. Second, we have Nathan Benesh. Is a partner at Playfair Capital, where he invests in entrepreneurs solving high-value problems using data, artificial intelligence, and experiential design. He has invested in companies including Mapillary, Appear Here, and Ravelin. Our third judge is Nick Brisbourne. He's a founder and managing partner at Forward Partners, an early-stage investor in UK startups. A passionate advocate of talented founders and disruptive ideas, Nick and his team have invested in 34 UK-based startups since Forward's inception in 2013. And our final judge is Carlos Eduardo Espinal, a partner at Seedcamp, which has more than 230 investments and helps pre-seed and seed stage companies reach product market fit. Carlos was previously an associate at Doty Hanson Technology Ventures, an early stage investment firm based in London, and an engineer for the Advanced Communications Technologies Group of the New York Stock Exchange. Give it up for our judges. All right, and now it is time to bring up our first company. The first Battlefield startup is Century Tech. Presenting for Century Tech is CEO Priya Lakhani.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I am Priya Lakhani. I'm the founder of Century, the platform that learns how you learn. When my kids started at school, I became even more interested in education, but I was appalled at the outdated state of the education system. One-size-fits-all delivery of education is inadequate. 1.8 million children are underperforming in our schools, and as a former entrepreneur, I wanted to do something about it. So let's have a look at EdTech. MOOCs, the most hyped EdTech in the last 10 years, simply transforms content from offline to online. Learning management systems simply transform the student and the teacher's experience from paper to online. But all the students still have exactly the same experience on these platforms. And we need to personalize education. We can't expect teachers to personalize education every single day for every student. 82% of teachers already cite their workload as unmanageable, which is leading to 3/4 of teachers who consider quitting their jobs. But how we learn is as unique as our fingerprints, and we deserve and require personalized education. It's been Century's goal to leverage the best of technology, machine learning, big data technology, combined with cognitive neuroscience, to produce a personalized learning platform for every student and a game changer in education. So let's log in to our teacher's account, Mrs. Greenwood, on Century. She's going to log in, sign into the account, and have access to Century. She has access via her school. It's a B2B SaaS model. It's content and curriculum agnostic. So we can put any course on from any teacher who can share content. She can tap into the structure of a course, look through the course, tap into a nugget of learning. Here she's got decimals, and she can see that 3 versions of decimals has been uploaded by teachers around the world. If she likes it, she can clone it, put it into her own course, create her own material using the multimedia ordering tool, or drag and drop content in from her desktop. The human in the loop element at Century is that teachers can make links between topics in courses. So here you can see that she's linked decimals with whole numbers because that's a prerequisite in maths. You can also make cross-curricular links. So a physics teacher can include a foundational maths concept in the prerequisite section. You then publish that to your students, and let's tap into the student view to see how our student Marcus is doing. So he's greeted on Century by a personalized neuroscience-based message. This is based on his previous learning behavior on Century and also includes messages on how to improve. Like everything on the Century platform, he's being tracked. How long did it take for him to read those words? What was his interaction with the message? On the left-hand side, you're going to see the magic of Century. This is a recommended learner path. We've been working with thousands of students in private beta for over a year to develop machine learning algorithms and neural networks to create this personalized path. The more students we have, the more data we collect, the smarter our recommendations become. We analyze Marcus and his behavior, we analyze his peer group, we analyze different cohorts, and we also analyze the whole population of users on Century to make that next recommendation smarter for Marcus. Century also incorporates neuroscience such as interleaving and space learning algorithms. So Marcus may see something here he's studied before, or it may interchange between topics. What it's trying to do there is ensure the knowledge goes from his short-term memory to his long-term memory. And the path will adapt based on his strengths, his weaknesses, his gaps in knowledge and learning. So he's going to tap into a topic now. We've got histograms from maths. Century will adapt and present content based on how he learns, on his focus level, on his pace of learning, on what's most effective for Marcus, and also on his preferences. He's then presented with questions, so he's constantly informatively assessed on the platform. He's given feedback on his answers. These questions will differ depending on the difficulty level of how he's performing, and also incorporate the neuroscience behind motivation. He's provided with personal feedback, he rates the content and tells us how he feels. We quantitatively and qualitatively analyze all the content on the platform so we can provide that analysis to the publisher, in this case, the teacher. But the value for the teacher, for Mrs. Greenwood, is actually created after Marcus has studied. He has now generated the data that she needs to know if an intervention is necessary. And Sentry can predict behaviors and provide that analysis straight to the educator. We've tapped into her class profile view, her teacher dashboard. Let's click on Marcus. Marcus here, we can see his knowledge base, his skills base, his strengths, his weaknesses. We can see how he's doing on his assessment objectives, what he might need to focus on, and where he needs further challenge. Mrs. Greenwood can also tap into her class profile. She can see how the whole class is doing in terms of participation, progress and achievement. If she wants to see if every student is actually achieving the learning objectives, the skills base in every course, she taps into objectives here and sees who's struggling and who's performing well. Let's have a quick view on who needs help. This is the bit that teachers really love. You can see here that Hannah on the bottom right needs some support, and you've got the outliers on the top left who needs further stretch. We started with a base of 5 schools over 2 years ago, and through word-of-mouth referrals and recommendations, our private beta has grown to over 20 institutions. And we are delighted today here at Disrupt to announce that we will be opening Sentry to all schools from January 2017. We monetized the platform in 2017 on a per-student, per-month basis, and we've also been approached by a corporate training provider to scale their employee training program. You've got kids at school, some of you. This needs to be in your school. Please come and see me. We'd love to get this into your school. If you're interested in education, come and talk to us or go to century.tech to find out more. Thank you very much.
All right, judges,
I'm just going to
who's gonna
introduce
start us off?
Kevin Schmidt. He's our CTO.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Just a quick question on the sales cycle. You mentioned that you have 20 schools that you've implemented to date through word of mouth and referrals. But can you just walk us through what the typical sales cycle would look like to get a school that you didn't meet that way online, and educating the entire teaching staff on how to course select and quality and then do all that stuff? Just walk us through a sales cycle.
Yeah, sure. So the sales cycle, actually, what you have to take into account is the fact that schools often purchase in 2 periods, so April and September of every year in this country. So you need to take that into account. If teachers can log into the platform and see the platform, it's obviously quite vast and overwhelming in terms of what we've built. So we provide webinar training. Teachers actually have their own CPD section on Sentry. So when they log in as a Marcus, if you like, they have About Sentry. They can view the platform, see how to use it. We also, with our base of 5 schools, have gone into those schools, we're going into schools, spending time with teachers, training on the platform to build that advocate program. And so what we're going to do is build the program, and through referral, we're expecting sort of growth hack our way through the market. We know that in education, evidence is key, right? And we know that teachers like to do what other teachers are doing. So that's why we're focused on the advocate program.
And related to that, so what's the path for Sentry becoming a very big business? So, how much money do you get from each school? It looks like maybe primary schools is where you're starting from the content there.
Yes.
Yeah, so how much money per school? How many schools? How long does that take?
Yeah, so we've been actually consulting with our schools because we know that funding is an issue in schools. It will be no more than about £1 per month per student. And if you look at what schools spend at the moment, some schools will spend £60 on an app per year per student. There's about £2.5 billion in this country for pupil premium funding for schools as well. And you often find that schools tap into that pupil premium funding to purchase technology. The average cost of, the average spending on a school in the UK on software, hardware and technical support per year is about £60,000. We're tapping directly into secondary schools to start with, and then we'll be expanding to primary next year.
Yeah.
How does this fit in with other edtech products? So is it a replacement, or is it a competitor, or does it integrate?
Well, while there aren't other platforms that have smart technology and smart recommendations, Sentry is really focused on the crux of learning and assessment, and then that amazing deep insight and feedback to the educator. The landscape is that we have the big gorilla in the room is Sims, right? So Capita Sims is in 85% of schools, and we integrate with that. So, and Kevin can talk to you about that and the fact that we actually take data from Sims that actually make our algorithms smarter. But you do have a lot of learning management systems out there, right, that just take from paper to online. We can integrate with those and underpin those, but Sentry does have a significant amount of features that actually do replace those particular products. And we believe that we have a better product out there and that we're well placed to take this market from 2017.
Can I just pull you back? So £1 per month per student, so for a 1,000-person school, 1,000-student school, that ends up with £12,000 a year.
Yeah, so it's between £8,000 and £12,000 per year. An average school has 939 students, and you'll find that if they're going to use it in integration with their learning management system, then they might even put on, for example, a let's say, a couple of year groups, because depending on what content they have, what they want to start with, and then they'll roll out. But I think we'll find that within about 3 to 5 years, there's lots of stats to say that schools will all be using a platform with content because of the shortage of teachers and the fact that we have growing pupil numbers.
So £12,000 a year is quite a small number to be able to sell against profitably. If you're having to go and see the schools, train the teachers, and everything. Is that enough to really build a big profitable business?
Yeah, so we've got an extensive model where we've looked at the market. We have about 4,500 secondary schools in the country, 25,000 schools in total. If you look at that, with secondary schools, so for example, on our business model, we look at about £120,000 of revenue next year, going to about 1.1 million in the next year. We look at an EBITDA of about 6.5 million positive in 2020. So the model works. Secondary schools, if you were to take 100% of the market, unlikely, right, in education technology, but that is a £45 million market per year. And with our model, we're looking at about 34% of the market by 2020. We obviously will expand into overseas sales, and we're looking at some early MRR from next year from this corporate training provider.
One of the challenges with adaptive learning is creating the spine of the curriculum against which you can add content and then suggest new content as the individual goes through the curriculum. So how are you building the spine, and where do you get the content from? And I saw that you had a teacher panel. How do you incentivize the teacher to create content and append it onto a spine?
Do you want me to do that? 'Cause I feel like you're not speaking basically. Yeah, okay. So,
I don't mind.
So actually, teachers have lots of material, and there are some really great examples like this. So, for example, if you look at test resources, there are millions of pieces of material that teachers have, and they actually love taking material and adapting it and creating it for their class. So there's no shortage of content. We do map the material to the curriculum. We have a digital team of including outstanding teachers in the Century team who will help them map to the curriculum. But actually, they appreciate the structure, because otherwise, if you go into their Google Drive and you have a look at the material there, it's actually incredibly disorganized, and it's very difficult to pull that out and adapt it for your class. But I think the really important point is that you don't have to do that, because if you go in today and look at the public library, you have Key Stage 4 of secondary school sorted, and it's on there, and you can clone that and adapt it yourself. So it is a challenge if they've got no material, but I suppose the public library helps them. But what we're saying right now is that teachers actually have so many lesson plans and so much material that's kind of all over the place, and this helps give structure.
And then how do you move from STEM to non-STEM, where the prerequisites, so science, tech, engineering,
so English can underpin pretty much every subject. So, for example, if it spots a lack of knowledge in literacy, from over. So if they spot a lack of, for example, literacy, then it could be English could underpin that. STEM is obviously a little bit more simple. There are some obvious links between chemistry, physics, and mathematics. But we've got sport on there, so we've got sport BTEC, and that's been underpinned by biology GCSE. So when you don't understand something, I've seen blood and bones come up and things like that. So, and that's really fantastic. Imagine a physics teacher being able to walk into the staff room and say to the maths teacher, hey, we've both got the same issue with this particular student in their skill set. And the way you can see that is by using the teacher dashboard in terms of the cross-curricular set of skills and knowledge.
Gotcha.
All right, so we are out of time. So give it up one more time for Century Tech.
Thank you.
All right, time for our second company to come up. That company is Inside DNA. Presenting for Inside DNA are CEO Andrei Khmelevsky and Chief Science Officer Anna Kostakova.
All good? Hi guys, I'm Anna, Chief Science Officer at Inside DNA. And at Inside DNA, we make drug discovery faster and cheaper with the help of artificial intelligence and genomic. We all take drugs to cure diseases, but some drugs are more efficient than others. What makes drugs successful is its ability to interact with our body. And the element responsible for this interaction is called drug target, and it's typically a protein. Identification of best drug targets and compounds is the first and most important step at any drug discovery process. But today, $1 billion per drug is lost due to suboptimal choice of drug targets and compounds. But why exactly choosing the right compound is so difficult and expensive? Well, let's take just one single protein and try to evaluate it. First, we need to identify which genes in our genome is responsible for the production of this protein. Then we need to assess all sorts of chemical, biological, and structural features. Then we also need to understand whether this particular protein will be able to react with any known drug or a new compound. And this, of course, takes a team of scientists, a lot of know-how, and a comprehensive analysis of large and very often very scattered data. So in other words, the process is lengthy and expensive. And this is just one single protein. An average biotech company needs to evaluate 25,000 of those proteins. While companies go differently about it, the process is very often manual and subjective. So companies end up filtering out most of the proteins based on some prior assumptions. And so they end up by not having in their pool of research the best ones. To make the process automated, objective, and comprehensive, we developed Inside DNA Discovery. Inside DNA Discovery uses artificial intelligence, genomics, and text mining to identify new drug targets or to retarget existing compound libraries for novel therapeutic usages. With our approach, we're able to comprehensively analyze all the proteins and find the less risky drug targets to work on and reduce the risk of the whole pipeline. But now let's see how it works. Let's say I'm a researcher at a biotechnology company, and what I want is to find a cure for the prostate cancer. And on the Inside DNA platform, what I can do is to either use my existing compound library to find the novel therapeutic usages or to identify new drug targets. And that's what I'm going to do today. Next, I will specify the disease, and the case disease here is a prostate cancer, but importantly, any other disease with the genetic basis can be analyzed on our platform. Next, I need to specify the weightings of different data types, because of course there is a lot of data involved. And we support two kinds of data. The primary data, which are mostly genomic data set on healthy and ill patients with this particular disease, and also secondary data, such as databases, patents, medical literature, and research articles, from which we search for the evidence to support our hypothesis about this particular protein to become a drug target. Next, I'm going to use the data for the ill and healthy patients, and we support various types of genomic data sets, from the whole exome and genome sequencing to the genotyping arrays and metabolomic data, and finally, just verifying visually the settings of my analysis and submit. Of course, the processing of this data takes days. And we use the cloud computing to do all the processing. And so today, I'm just going to show you what the final result would look like. So here, out all of the data that we've crunched, I have just a list of 6 proteins which are the best drug targets for this disease according to our algorithm. And they're sorting according to 2 scores. The first score is a confidence score based on the primary genomic data to support the hypothesis. And second one is drugability score that we mined out from all the literature. I can also investigate every single protein for more details to understand why this particular protein is so good for this. So we're looking for the clinical, structure, and biological features, and even 3D structure of the protein. Thanks for the demo.
We are a B2B company with target market of 32 billion. And we're pricing based on amount of targets or compounds to be analyzed. We are not new in life science. 3 years ago, we started by building cloud-based platform for genomic analysis, which brought optimized storage, computing, and reproducible research to scientists. Currently, it's used by more than 1,500 labs worldwide. And that experience we use to understand broader problem in industry, and which allowed us to build discovery platform to show you today. Even before official launch, our solution generated quite some interest in the field, and we are very excited to announce our collaborations with Illumina, who is a key player in the market. Also, we're in the negotiation with the 2 biotech companies to set up a pilot. And inside DNA, we believe that the new era of drug development is entirely in automation and artificial intelligence. And if you want to increase speed or accuracy of your R&D processes, please come and visit us at the booth or visit our website. Thank you.
All right, so judges, I assume you're all genomics experts. So please take it away. Who has the first question? Alice.
Can you tell us a little bit about the team behind this?
Yeah, basically we have 12 people, and it's a scientist and computer scientist team. So we have 12.
I myself have a PhD in computational biology, and I was working as a postdoc in several research labs, also like analyzing a lot of genomic data. So a lot of this experience went into the platform. And also the nice thing that I also was working as a data scientist. So this is exactly where we saw an opportunity to combine the two.
Yeah, I have 15 years in computer science and data mining as well in various industries.
So you said you're a B2B business, so I'm guessing your clients are large pharma companies, Glaxo and so on. And so I'm also imagining that they have got teams of people themselves doing this stuff in-house, maybe more manually. But what is the sales pitch to them? Is there some objective measure you can point to? You had some scores there, but I wonder if they're your scores or industry standard scores.
Yeah, a couple of things here. I would say that our immediate market that we would like to target is rather early stage biotech companies who are working in the very early stage of R&D. So that's where they really need to identify the drug targets. Second point is that even today, pharma companies outsource 65% of their R&D outside of the company because it's more efficient for them. And also coming to the score of the quality. So we verified our algorithm on 1,500 FDA-approved drugs, and we've been able to successfully re-identify 84%, whereas the normal rate is about 35%. So we are quite above the baseline.
Yeah, an artificial attrition rate or failure rate is about 65% for the whole drug. So 24 drug programs have to be set up to get one drug program successful, usually. After 12 years.
And we hope that with our approach, they can either make a better choice at the beginning or to even diversify their portfolio of drug programs.
And when you're talking to customers who don't want to buy, what are the reasons they give? What are the objections that you hear?
One of the primary ones for us is setting up the credibility. And the second one is, of course, security of the health patient's data. And we have some progress on that because to put the health patient's data into the cloud, we need to obtain, let's say, HIPAA compliance, for example. And now we are negotiating with Google to make the BA on this HIPAA compliance. That's the main reason why they are sometimes reluctant to put the health patient's data. Another options, and that's what we're doing right now, is to anonymize the genomic data sets.
Yeah. Is there any plan for this to become a marketplace for data, or is there any way that you can leverage the data across all the different people that are upgrading? Because it sounds to me like you become a hub.
That's an interesting point with what we're trying to do with Illumina, actually, because they see our platform primarily as a hub for sharing the genotyping arrays from Infinium chip, and we believe that it's a really good place to start investigating this kind of massive data sets. That's right.
And what's the value of the company in terms of what you plan on doing with that bit, Illumina? Is that where you see future growth coming from, or is that just...
It's one of the good potential sources, because definitely genotyping arrays is the key component of identification of this kind of drug targets.
Yeah, it's a fascinating problem you're working on, and a few groups, either public or private, are trying to challenge this problem. One of the areas that I'm really concerned with is when you use public data or even data that you might procure from other partners, it's very difficult to put a quality metric on how the experiments were conducted, what were the variables, what were the conditions. And then when you're going through your panel, you require the user to set a weighting, which is really arbitrary and can massively influence the results you get on the other side. So how have you internally set a quality metric that you define, and how do you help the user actually set settings when you're most likely going to sell to a non-statistics or bioinformatics literate research scientist?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Of course, the databases from which we mine the information are of a very different quality. Some of them are manually curated, so that's the one that we trust the most. And every research article has some sort of citation index associated with this, so ones that are more cited are actually more trustworthy. So that's one thing. But this part of weighting, we still wanted to give the ability to reweight the algorithm to the end users, because as we keep going more data sources, some of them will be pretty much very specific in what kind of data they bring on the table. Yeah. So I think it's still a good idea to give them a try and to rerun algorithm and see what kind of targets come out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but then if the amount of time it takes you to get the result is on the order of several days, and you're changing the setting by like 1-2%, and you're still going to massively influence the result, like the feedback cycle is really slow. The other thing I'd say is like for public research, it's something like 70% of the landmark cancer research papers are irreproducible.
Yes.
And those are published in Nature and Cell and Science. So it's unfortunately a problem that we have to deal with. I was just curious as to like how you're trying to solve that.
We're now working on the manuscript in preparation to submit about how our algorithm actually works.
Cool.
And the entire concept of the Inside DNA research platform, our first product was to bring the reproducible research into the cloud.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
So because it's like, it's so there. And like,
All right, I think we're out of time. So one more round of applause for Inside DNA.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, let's bring out our third battlefield company. The company is Air Wander, and presenting for Air Wander are co-founders Ella Batter and Douglas Deming.
Hi. Whether for work or to explore, we are constantly traveling. We visited Istanbul, Budapest. There's no clicker. Sorry. Yep. Tel Aviv and Panama for free. We actually saved money by visiting those destinations. Starting today, you can do it too. We used to manually combine flights. We guessed possible stopovers and searched dozens of flights. We created spreadsheets to calculate flight combinations. This took us days, and the results were not optimal. We are not alone. According to OAG, a reputable air travel intelligence company, 92% of all travelers would like to connect multiple flights to save or to visit a stopover. Today, we introduce Air Wander, a flight combination engine that finds free multi-day stopovers and unique cheap airfare. Let's switch to the demo. I'm traveling from London to San Francisco on 3rd of January. Earlier today, I checked this flight on most popular flight search engines. The cheapest I could find was $800. I will select the stopover option. Those are the destinations I can add to my trip. Air Wander calculates the savings based on a standard flight, based on my origin, destination, and travel dates. Let's select 6 days and Venice as my stopover. And let's begin the search. Air Wander searches all possible trip types to find best flight combinations, including multiple one-ways, round trips, and multi-city trips. This enables us to provide the cheapest flight options. Also, those flight combinations are available only on Air Wander. Here's our price. The total is $473. So that saves me over $300, and I get to visit Venice. If I want to find a shorter flight or to fly with a different airline, I can filter my results. This flight is composed of 2 separate round trips with non-partnered airlines, and it wouldn't be available anywhere else. Air Wander can also create a more complex trips. So let's travel around the world. I will add 3 epic destinations and a stopover between each of them. Air Wander has a proprietary self-learning algorithm, so its stopover predictions constantly improve. Regular around-the-world trip booked with an alliance costs between $4,000 to $10,000. Air Wander takes advantage of a simple fact. Booking flights on separate carriers and bundling them is almost always cheaper. So we created a flight that goes to 7 destinations across 5 continents. It crosses the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. going literally around the world. So what do you think the price will be for this flight? Okay, we got the result. Thank you. It's, as far as I can see, $1,224. So you can fly around the world from London for $1,200. Let's switch back to presentation.
AirWonder is our latest application. 3 years ago, we started on a project called Quest Organizer. It had limited functionality, however, fundamentally tested this idea. We grew a community of nearly 100,000 users, of which 83% added stopovers. When we predicted savings, the price was on average 45% less. Our revenue model is based on commissions from flat rate commissions. Since we connect multiple flights, we receive multiple times the commission. We used the massive amount of data from Quest Organizer and advanced our machine learning algorithms to create AirWonder. So if you would like to add an extra destination, or if you would like to add a stopover to your trip, or if you dream of traveling around the world, go to airwander.com to travel more and save on your flights. Thank you.
Okay, judges. So who's going to take the around the world trip?
I'd love to. No, great demo, and obviously a problem that I think all of us have at some point. And one of the things that I was curious about is what you're going to do with this excess savings. So clearly, one of the short-term monetization opportunities is this commission-based, which is great because you take it across all the different legs. But if you're saving somebody 200, what's the long-term ambition in terms of what to do with those savings? Are you going to then become a sort of aggregator of hotels and all that stuff? Or what's the long-term plan there with that extra savings?
Yes. There is a possibility that we'll add in the future more services, such as hotels, tours, or events. So far, we focus on flights, because we want to do it the very best. Yes.
I think something else for long-term is that we're thinking of developing more platforms for searching for flights in this method. And there's a lot of different applications we can think to use this type of algorithm in creating flights.
So this is an idea that I've heard a number of times from different teams in slightly different formats, but reasonably similar. How are you going to win in this space? How are you going to make sure that AirWonder is the one that succeeds?
Mm-hmm. We're going to constantly work on our algorithm, on our prediction algorithm, and on our self-learning algorithm that predicts and calculates the stopovers, as well as flight connections, to be the very best platform for connecting multiple flights and finding those free stopovers.
So who's the team behind you or working with you to make that happen?
Currently, we have an 8-person team member team, and we have. It's a very international team. We have 2 people in Poland, 1 person in Ukraine, 1 person in Canada, and we have a senior backend engineer who has 10 years experience in Ruby on Rails and database administration, and senior front-end developer. So that's the team.
So I'm going to ask again about how big this can get. And so, when you first started doing the demo, I was thinking, you can do some of this on Skyscanner directly, can't you? If you can put in 1 or 2 stopovers and get some cheaper flights. And so I'm kind of wondering, who is it that actually does this, and how many of them are there, right? And therefore, how big can the company get?
Mm-hmm. As for savings, it can definitely be useful for every traveler. As for multi-destination trip, it can be useful for people who want to go to many places on their trips.
But how many? So that never happens to me, right? Now I'm kind of a busy guy. I can be either traveling for work with no time, or I've got a family and we're going on the school holidays. And it's like, who are these people? Because there's a group of backpackers. If you'd have got me 20 years ago, I'd have been right there. But then that window sort of for me was, how many people are there? Is it just backpackers, or what are we talking about?
Yes.
No, it's not just backpackers. We've heard from business travelers, we've heard from families, we've heard from all sorts of travelers that they want this. They want to be able to travel more for a lower price. And so we've seen all sorts of people using our application. We had a lot of requests for first class, and now we've added that in AirWonder. So it's definitely not just backpackers.
Okay.
So I'm a little confused. So you said you heard from business travelers and people who want to fly first class who you wouldn't think would be particularly price sensitive. Can you talk a little bit more about why they want to use the service?
Yes, people who want to fly first class, they can also use the service, and it will also provide them the best flight combinations at the most optimal resorts. As for business travelers, in the future, we are considering creating a platform specifically for businesses, for the companies, that would help them optimize their trips, because often they go to multiple destinations and they have quarters in different cities and customers in different countries, so that would be helpful for that.
And also, probably nobody wants to spend more.
So part of winning, to Alice's previous question, is not just on tech, it's also on the marketing side of things. Can you walk us through some of the partnerships that you might have in place for content marketing, something that's going to make you stand out? Do you have anybody you're working with? We have an investment in a company called Much Better Adventures. Are you looking at those kinds of companies to see if they can yield those kinds of imaginative trips that then yield sales?
We've currently been doing the content marketing ourselves and finding blogs and news agencies that are interested in us. So when we're referring to that, it's more of that type of content marketing where we are having bloggers write on our blog, which proved to be somewhat successful, but what was more successful is paying other bloggers to write about Quest Organizer, as there's a lot of travel blogs out there.
Any final questions? Or?
And so have you got to the stage yet when you can understand how much your user is worth to you, and therefore how much you should pay to acquire customers and all of that sort of thing?
Yes, we have tried paid marketing as well. On average, the price for acquisition is 25 cents.
But 25 cents to get a customer?
Yes.
Or to get a click?
To get a user.
And what is a user?
User, we mean somebody who will search a flight.
Somebody who's made a search, okay.
Yes, somebody who's made a search.
Now, we haven't done marketing yet with AirWander, so we only know analytics from Quest Organizer, but Quest Organizer is something that was very limited, so it's going to be, it's not fair to compare it.
Early days, okay. Thank you.
Great, give it up one more time for AirWander.
Thank you.
All right, judges, how you doing? Everyone's good? You need more tea, coffee, anything? You're all good. All right. All right, next up, we have our fourth Battlefield company, Foodstantly. Presenting for Foodstantly is CEO Uche Ariulu.
Hello, everyone. I'm Uche Ariulu, founder of Foodstantly. We're bringing technology to food distribution and discovery, and we're starting from Nigeria. I'm sure everyone here today has had food at least once within the past 24 hours. But in Nigeria, as well as other African countries, there's so much pain and cost associated with the journey of the food from the farm to the table. Let me explain. Over 90% of the farmers in most African countries are smallholder farmers. They lack storage and transportation. So they sell off their produce at rock bottom price to middlemen. These middlemen arrange transportation for the items from the farm to the open air market. Usually there are 2 to 3 layers of middlemen. Now, the open air market is where over 80% of Africans buy and sell food and farm produce. In this open air market, there are still several layers of middlemen before it gets to either the consumer or the retailer. Most farmers and food retailers end up losing a lot of value to the inefficient system and to the effects of the middlemen. Now, the open air market is disorganized, informal, fragmented across several locations. For consumers, they experience inconveniences, time wastage, high cost, and have to move from one open air market or shop to the other just to get varieties of food items. Foodstantly solves this problem through our mobile web marketplace for food and farm produce that unifies everybody that produces food or sells food on a single platform. We enable farmers and food retailers set up shop, connect, and sell online directly to consumers and businesses. We also support them with last-mile hyperlocal delivery. Additionally, through our farm produce aggregation model, we aggregate farm produce from several smallholder farmers and deliver in bulk to bulk buyers and businesses in Nigeria. Let me show you how Foodstantly works. Why is the slide not coming on? Now, this is the Foodstantly homepage. Instead of an average consumer to move from one market to the other, they can come here. It's like a search engine. They see all kinds of food sellers, either by farmers, grocery shops, or retailers, or by items, either grains, seafoods, or Nigerian condiments. Or they can come and search based on their city. There are different cities listed. And each city is mapped based on areas for easy access and to enhance our hyperlocal delivery. Or, still, I want to buy rice. I can search for rice, which is a very, very popular food in Nigeria. I look for the closest seller in my city, and I add to cart. I go to cart, and I proceed. In cart, I can do payment on delivery. Payment on delivery is the most preferred way of paying for items bought online in Nigeria. Or I proceed. I'm in a hurry, so I shop as a guest. Well, we have several delivery options. There's Foodstantly delivery. Some sellers, very few of them, have delivery method. But apart from our own delivery fleet, we equally engage third-party delivery partners to assist in delivery. I enter my details. I select my state. I select my city. I add my area. I add my phone number. And I check out. I select my delivery time frame. In Nigeria, the average delivery time frame is 3 hours, but due to our hyperlocal delivery, we intend to make it, or we offer 45 minutes delivery. I pay online. I can choose to pay by card using any of the cards. Now, this is the dashboard for the seller. They all have a dashboard where they can manage their shops. They can create as many shops as possible. They can add items as they want. They can add delivery locations. We'll make it as easy as possible for them.
All right, so you're pretty much out of time. So do you have any closing thoughts before you wrap up?
Okay.
Closing thoughts to wrap up, rather.
All right. Switch to demo. Now, the market opportunity in Nigeria, our first market, is about 40 million people in the middle class. These 40 million people are people in the middle class, but we're targeting a segment of the middle class numbering over 6 million. These 6 million persons already shop online, as well as 20,000 businesses for our farm produce aggregation. This target market spend over $2 billion yearly on food and farm produce. We make money by charging the sellers commissions on each transaction. We charge the buyers delivery fees, while we make 15 to 20% profit margin on the B2B transactions.
Okay, you're actually out of time now, so let's just move over to the judges. I'm sure we'll cover all of that in the Q&A.
Okay.
So judges, why don't you take it away?
Can I just get a clarification question?
All right.
In the value chain, there are several things that you could be doing, and we had a company called Farm Hopping that was trying to do a lot of these, and I just want to get clarification. So there's supply sourcing, so there's inventory and packaging, the logistics of aggregating everything, the hub, and the last mile delivery, and the UX. I understand that you do the last mile delivery, and you do the UX, obviously, for transacting. What other elements of the value chain are you doing, and what elements are you pushing away to other people?
Okay, we're doing the last mile delivery, which we share with our own delivery fleet and that of third parties. Now, the storage, the inventory, we don't own the inventory. We have those farmers and food retailers who own the inventory. What we do is provide them the hub, which is the platform, to connect and sell directly to consumers, more consumers that they can access on their physical locations.
Okay, so you give them the packaging so that they can do it. You train them so that they deliver at the quality level that you expect them to.
Yes, then we handle the payments. Because most of them can't accept online payments. They can't afford POS. They can't afford payment technology for payments. So they use our platform. They can access. They can collect money with cards.
And you set them up with that?
Yes, we set them up on that. It's on the platform. So at the end of the day, we remit their money to them.
And do you charge the delivery to the customer? Or do you charge it back to the supplier if they use your fleet?
We charge the consumers and the buyers delivery fee, charge the sellers commissions per transaction. Then for the business buyers, we charge them 15 to 20% profit margin on each transaction. Yeah.
And so give us a sense of how far along you are with this. You know, how many sellers do you have on the platform? How many transactions are they doing? Because, you know, to Carlos's question, I'm wondering how much of this is actually happening in practice.
Okay, we have 1,700 farmers and food retailers on the platform, cut across 12 states in Nigeria. Currently, we're doing close to 250 to 300 transactions on a monthly basis. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have over 10,000 food items listed on the platform.
Mm-hmm. So 200 transactions on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
And 1,700. So there's a small fraction of the sellers are doing business right now then, is it?
Yes, for now, because we need to drive in a lot of consumers to the platform. But one thing is this. We have transactions which are B2B. What I just mentioned is the B2C transactions. Yeah, the B2B, they're not like daily or weekly, they come monthly. Yeah, so at times when we get a B2B transaction, we can spread it around up to 100 of sellers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so are most of the consumers that you're trying to sell to, do they have computers and a good internet connection at home? Do you expect them to buy from their phones? How does that work?
The consumers?
Yeah, the consumers, what is their technology level?
Okay, yeah, all of them, the 6 million, they have smartphones, they have internet connection, 100% penetration. For the sellers, you might be wondering, the informal traders, do they have internet? Most Nigerians, 90% of our sellers have mobile phones, smartphones, dumb phones. All they do is SMS alert. You get an alert on your phone that Mr. John has ordered 2 kg of carrots, arrange the dispatch. Our delivery men go, pick it up from them, and deliver to the consumer. So make it as easy and seamless as possible for the sellers and for the buyers. The sellers too, the buyers too, can order through WhatsApp messaging and SMS.
Yeah. But because the problem is very hyperlocal between supply and demand,
Yeah.
how are you going about growth across such a large country that is Nigeria?
I didn't get that.
So you know the problem is very hyperlocal. So you know when I'm putting in an order, I want the food that I'm ordering to be quite close to me, and vice versa. How are you going about expansion across what is a very large population in Nigeria?
Yeah. So what we're doing, we're creating a distributed network of sellers. We want when you come to Food Stand, anywhere you are, you can access a seller. So we are onboarding them. Formerly, we are doing direct marketing. We go to the farmers and food retailers and sign them up, pick a form. But now, 40% sign up on their own. So our plan is within the next 3 years, onboard 1 million farmers and food retailers on the platform. We have partnerships that will make us onboard that. Like in the next 3 months, we have a partnership that will give us 10,000 farmers and food retailers on the platform. So that solves our referral. A lot of people do referral, yeah.
So what's the innovation here? Is it the instant delivery? Is it the collation of food? Why are consumers using this platform? What's bringing them in?
Okay, consumers to buy a food item takes them 3 hours, right? 2 to 3 hours. What we did there, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A bag of rice, it will take a consumer up to 1-2 hours to buy a bag of rice, move from one location to the other. And this is an urban area like Lagos, 20 million persons. Traffic congestion is hard. Port Harcourt, 3 million persons. So they have convenience, they have speed, and they have more variety. The open air market does not offer them as much variety as we offer. Even other competing online platforms don't have as much variety as we offer. We have more variety of local Nigerian food items or food instantly than any other platform in Nigeria.
And do you feel that you're competing mainly with offline shopping or other e-commerce retailers?
No, we're competing with offline shopping. If you want to shop now, what's your alternative? Is it the open air market? Yes, that's the alternative. But we're giving them another alternative. Come and shop through us, to those people there. We'll give you convenience at your doorstep.
All right, you guys, give it up for Food Stintly. All right, so I know it's a little bit dangerous that we brought up food right before the lunch break, but we only have one last company, so stick with us for just a little longer. That company is Phoenix, and presenting for Phoenix is Chief Operating Officer Trip Welge.
Imagine you're at home streaming the Chelsea game, perhaps to your iPad, connected TV, or even a smartphone. There's about 2 minutes left. Really exciting game, tie ball game, heading into the home stretch. All of a sudden, you start hearing all kinds of commotion in neighboring apartments and condos, a lot of cheering going on, and a lot of excitement. You're a little bit confused, so you jump on Twitter or Facebook, or even do a quick Google search, and you find out the game actually is already over. Well, this experience really isn't all that uncommon, and it's caused by the latency in your video. While this is a hypothetical example we just threw out there, this actually happens all the time, and most notably with a Twitter and NFL football partnership. Tweets were coming across in a matter of seconds, while the video was being delivered upwards of a minute or two later. Now, why does this happen? Well, there's plenty of ways to reach large audiences using video. The challenge is that each of those comes with a latency that's introduced. It starts at 15 seconds and moves all the way up to several minutes potentially. On the other hand, there are ways to reach people in what we consider real time, which is very low latency video. And the challenge with these low latency video providers is that they can't reach the same audiences. Oftentimes, you're stuck with several hundred concurrent viewers, which it doesn't bode well for a large audience event. That is until now. Phoenix has created the world's only scalable, real-time video streaming platform. Our SDKs and APIs are very easy to work with. They support Android, iOS, web browsers, and allow people with content to stream to millions of concurrent viewers with under 500 milliseconds of latency. In fact, we started a demo stream that we're going to switch to real quick, and we'll show you exactly what's happening. So right here, you can see me on stage. We're streaming through our platform. We currently have just over 36,000 concurrent virtual users, and most of them are experiencing under 300 milliseconds of latency. If we can pop back to the presentation, we'll talk about what's happening. So the traditional way to distribute video to large audiences relies on HLS standards. They have chunking and CDNs, content delivery networks, buffering, and other things that take place that get you to this level of latency that we see often. Phoenix has removed all of these and developed our PCAST platform using several proprietary algorithms that replaces all of that and allows us to reach that same audience in under half a second. Additionally, we have a proximity multicast feature that allows our customers to use our peer-to-peer algorithms to further reduce costs, deliver on even larger scale, and address bandwidth constraints that may exist at a macro and micro level. This is all possible because of our great team. We're led by our CEO, Dr. Stefan Birer, who began studying video streaming over a decade ago and writing research papers in and around the space. He went on to get commercial experience with places like Skype and building Barclays Bank's communication platform. And he surrounded himself by some really talented engineers who have done things like help design the US missile defense system or work on GE MRI imaging software. So with the platform in place, where are we using this? Well, the one-to-many example is pretty clear, I hope, where you're talking about the Chelsea game or a football game and a broadcast truck reaching a really large audience. We're also seeing an opportunity to reach, to enhance the group chat application that may cap out at 10 or 50 people right now. We can bring that to larger audiences using our PCAST platform. And additionally, we could take that group chat and broadcast that out to millions of concurrent viewers. We envision perhaps a virtual TechCrunch battlefield someday, if you will. So where are we using this technology today? Well, we're fortunate to have 2 paying customers, one of which is in the social media space using our iOS and Android SDKs to allow their users to stream video in a really low latency environment. And another is in the webinar space where they replaced a CDN-based network and brought real-time and interactivity to their webinar platform. Both of these customers are charged a license fee on a per-minute basis. So as they grow, we grow alongside them. Additionally, we're pleased to be doing some active pilot projects, one of which is with a really large news conglomerate that's hoping to bring real-time to the news space, as well as an online education platform where we view interactivity and low-latency video as critical to improving the online classroom experience. Additionally, we're spending a lot of time in doing recruiting and outreach into the esports and video gaming market, the AR, VR space, and of course, the over-the-top television market, which is internet TV effectively. So we're going to take one quick look back in at the demo, and it appears we're almost tipping the 100,000 concurrent virtual viewer, and we're still maintaining a really nice latency of under 300 milliseconds. If we could pop back. We're Phoenix P2P. We're here disrupting the video space. If you've got content and users that you want to reach really large audiences and do so in a very low latency environment, Phoenix P2P is the only company that can help you do that. Feel free to stop by our booth, reach out to us on social media or otherwise. We'd love to meet you. Thank you so much.
Okay, judges, who's going to start us off?
I'm glad to see you guys mentioned the esports and gaming. You know, this is obviously an area that's of huge interest for that world. Twitch, you know, as part of the Amazon group, is constantly pushing the boundaries of that. Maybe you can just walk us through kind of if that is one of the largest sort of icebergs you have, one of the largest markets that are untapped. Are you hitting a wall there with Amazon's proximity to that? Or?
Certainly Twitch has the market share, and we're not interested in creating a marketplace of our own. We would love to partner with Twitch or the next Twitch and bring kind of the enterprise solution across mobile and web-based. A lot of Twitch is certainly web-based. I think there's an opportunity there we'd love to be a great partner to Twitch if they were looking to further reduce the latency. And video gaming, it's not first-person shooter games. You don't want low latency because otherwise you could be seeing where other people are. But certainly there's an opportunity that exists to reduce the latency and provide a better interactive experience for the viewers.
Yeah. Can you? Is it okay to ask how you actually get these results? I mean, you show the diagram, you just kind of chopped a huge amount of it.
That's certainly the proprietary element of what we do. But I've got Andreas here if you want to give maybe a 30-second overview without giving away too much of the secret sauce.
Yeah, in terms of the latency, as we've shown, I mean, we obviously don't use HLS, so there's a lot of fat that we were able to cut out of that. Yeah. We have basically implemented a full stack solution that's based on WebRTC.
Okay.
But it's our own implementation, so we're not using various third-party libraries and stitching them together to make something work. So we sell a complete platform, basically. And that's how we're able to achieve these kinds of latencies.
Gotcha. And I mean, are there any downsides in terms of lower quality or pixelation, or is it actually just a free lunch?
We work alongside our users to understand what their deployment needs to look like, and do they need the highest quality video. Ultimately, it's a bit rate and quality equation that we help them solve, and certain devices can handle so much, and otherwise we're hoping to provide the highest quality experience as though it was any other solution.
Okay.
So I'm also wondering a little bit about how it works. And so if you look at, take a company like Twitch, or maybe they're not a great example, but most people who are streaming video, there's kind of multiple players in the value chain. So there's the person who owns the content, then there's the networks, probably there are multiple networks that they're kind of streaming across. How do you so if you're selling just to the one company who's providing the streaming service, how do you improve the latency and everything else across those other networks which you're not working with directly?
Do I take that one or me?
So right now our technology is based on the Google Cloud. We chose that because it really offers the lowest possible latency between the data centers because they own most of the fiber. Our platform is not built on top of all their APIs, so we're fairly cloud provider agnostic. So if a customer came along and said, we need to run an AWS, that's certainly something that we can make happen. Obviously, the most clients, they connect to our platform, which runs various instances. So it's not that there's like a single server anywhere. We spin up as many as is needed in whatever region that experiences most traffic. So usually the distance between the viewer and the producer, we try obviously to minimize the number of hops.
Okay, and then depending on the number of hops, if there's a huge number of hops, then your ability to reduce things becomes a bit less, but you can still make a difference, I guess. That's the pitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any additional development requirements in order to best use your technology on behalf of the service provider?
So the platform is functional, and that's why we're excited to be here and talking about it. Each time we run into a new customer or a new pilot project, there are certain features that we kind of add on, and ad integration is one that's come up, and we need to bring a monetization strategy to the OTT provider since we're replacing the DRM, we're replacing a lot of other pieces of the stack, and we need to build features that allow us to do that. And we're really listening to the customer and following the market as we do that. Online education is another great example of you need to be able to raise a hand as a student. That's stuff that we build and expose APIs to our customers to allow them to achieve what they're trying to. And we hope that as we do that, the toolkit becomes bigger and bigger, and customer 10, everything's ready to roll for them.
But there isn't like any specific kind of like protocol-based changes that you have to do. You can literally switch from your current provider to you, and just the experience is better.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Of those customer groups that you mentioned, which one is most excited about what you're doing or most desperate to get their hands on this?
Our current customers are thrilled with what we're doing, and even just sitting at the booth here, we met several businesses who are excited about the low latency and large audience opportunity. But I'm a sports fan, and I think that the opportunity in the OTT sports world and keeping ahead of the Twitter sphere, as we hear from content people, is really important, and one that I think it's a big market opportunity for us.
Great. One last round of applause for Phoenix P2P.
Thanks, guys.
All right, and that wraps it up for session 1. All of our judges are going to go backstage. They're going to deliberate. Before we do that, let's give it up one more time for the awesome judges.
To our judges. It's lunchtime, folks. So go enjoy yourself at lunch, take a look at the Startup Alley, and please be back at 2:10. All right, see ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served on the mezzanine level, accessible from the exhibit hall.
intuitive and powerful. So it's easy enough for someone who doesn't know anything about music to get right into it, start making music. There's all these tools to help them out, but it's also powerful enough for professionals who are looking for a new way to shape music, a new portable system to help them come up with ideas, save ideas. Blocks is this modular music system. It's like a whole line of products, but basically the center of the system is the LightPad block, which is like a small square silicone interface that is pressure sensitive, detects how you're moving on the surface. The block system is powered by the Noise app, which is a free app that you can download on your iOS device. And so it's your whole studio. It controls the recording functionality. You can change your instruments. You can apply different tools, chords, arpeggios, patterns. It really is your whole studio in this, super user-friendly app. You can get it on your phone and just start making music right away, At launch, we're also releasing these 2 control blocks. So there's the live block, which basically helps with live performance. And then there's the loop block, which basically makes it really easy and fast to layer sounds into a track, into a full song. When you have these other control blocks in addition to the LightPad, you don't even need to interact with the software. You can do everything live with the hardware. All the blocks connect with these magnets that also transfer information. So it's all wireless and you can connect them in any format you want. So you can really customize your setup. You can have in whatever arrangement feels physically comfortable to you, looks cool, whatever you're going for. There's some musicians that are really excited about it that are working with us. Grimes is really excited about it, the RZA of Wu-Tang Clan. And they're creating custom sound packs that you can then get in the app because, when you download it, you have these fundamental sound packs, but then you can build on your library and add new sounds. And we're really excited about working with these artists who are putting their input in and getting their creative ideas into our interface. The LightPad block is going to be $179. The control blocks are going to be $79. It's going to be released on November 1st, and then on November 2nd, it's going to be released in store. The only place to purchase them in person is going to be in Apple stores, so they're our exclusive retail partner. So we're really excited about that because it's going to be featured right in the front of the store and set up in displays so that you can, go right into the store and start making music, get excited about it, interact with it. So we're really excited about that.
We're at Intel's labs down in Santa Clara. We're going to check out some of the virtual reality, multi-sensory experiences that they're testing and building here to put into their next generation headset and hardware. There's a lot of stuff to check out. Let's go see it.
So at Intel, not only do when we think of merged reality, we look at not only our silicon, but how our silicon goes into different solutions and experiences.
Yeah, so this is our human motion interaction analysis station. The reason we have this station is because VR, MR, and AR solutions out there today are really about interacting in 3D space. This is our solution to analyze it. And when I say analyze it, we look at things such as accuracy. So in this scenario specifically, you can imagine a user is pulling out their sword and stabbing at a dragon. You want to make sure if you aim for the dragon's head or his heart, that the user is able to hit that head or heart. If the dragon is able to evade your attack because the device didn't update in time, it's going to frustrate the end user.
We see tremendous advancements in the way that VR and merged reality and in the future, different types of systems and experiences are being brought to market. And when you look at technology today, it's a great baseline for our capabilities. And so what you're going to see is some of those capabilities today, and then as we go off and plan some of the landing spots of where technology is evolving to, how we can go off and plan ahead with our partners.
So here we have our head and robotic arm set up where we can perform motions and capture content just like a user would see. So it's going to perform a couple roll, pitch, and yaw motions within the biomechanical limits of the human neck. All the while we would be capturing what's going on inside the head-mounted display with our high-speed cameras. We later take that footage off of these cameras and then do some post-processing with our in-house developed software called Waiser, which helps us extract the metrics that we're looking for, like motion to content, latency, frame rate, and a number of other visual metrics.
The market is still evolving. It's evolving from AR, it's evolving from VR, it's evolving from merged reality, it's evolving from PC connected, and it's evolving from mobility. I think it's difficult for anyone in any one of those aspects to really determine what the end game is going to be, but I think you're going to see a tremendous amount of innovation in all those different areas, and Intel certainly is participating in all of those.
Zipline designs, manufactures, and operates robotic aircraft that deliver medicine to people in hard-to-reach places and save lives as a result. We primarily work with governments, particularly governments in the developing world that often have challenges delivering medical products to people who live in rural or isolated communities. Things like blood, rabies vaccine, normal vaccines, oxytocin, things that if patients need, you really need it in that moment because your life is on the line. We started working on Zipline as a product about 2.5 years ago, and we are actually just beginning to operate at a national scale in Rwanda this month. And so that represents the world's first drone delivery service that's actually operating in a routine way and at a national scale.
Kigali Tower, zip 24, how do you read me?
08 Papa 24 Kigali Tower, I read you 5 by 5.
So we're standing by a launcher which has a zip on it, and this zip is actually ready to fly and go make a delivery. The reason we use launchers and the recovery system that we're going to look at in a sec is that these vehicles don't have landing gear on them. And it's actually not possible to build a runway in every place that we might want to deploy a system. So the zip basically it attaches to the launcher here, and then this launcher will tension. There's a bungee in the middle of this structure. And then when you press that button, it will basically accelerate the vehicle, and the vehicle is flying autonomously and ready to make a delivery.
Why was it designed like this? What were some of the safety considerations?
So as I mentioned, one of the challenges of everything that we do is that if you want to be able to fly beyond line of sight and you want to fly overpopulated areas, which are two things that oftentimes regulators are uncomfortable with, you really have to be able to show that these kinds of vehicles can operate at a level of safety that's equivalent to a general aviation aircraft.
Where are these things set up, the launchers?
So basically, the launcher, the recovery system, as well as the shipping containers all form the distribution center. And we set up a distribution center near usually near a medical supply warehouse. So we don't have to stock all the medicine ourselves. Really, the distribution center is designed to be kind of a magical technology that enables that warehouse to make hundreds of deliveries, instant deliveries per day to any location within a 75-kilometer radius. Today in Rwanda, we're focused exclusively on blood. And that might sound simple, but it's actually really complicated. The government of Rwanda delivers about 65,000 units of blood a year. 50% of that is going toward moms who are suffering from postpartum hemorrhaging. And then 30% is going toward kids under the age of 5 who suffer from severe anemia due to malaria. So this is like really important. It's a complete emergency. Someone's life is on the line when you need one of these products. But it's very difficult to stock these products reliably because you have red blood cells, platelets, plasma, you need all three. They all have different storage requirements, different shelf lives. And then with red blood cells, you've got 8 different types, A, B, and O, and positive and negative RH factor of each. So it's basically an impossible logistics challenge. And so what's so great about this is it allows them to go from trying to make these impossible predictions of what's needed where to keep the blood in one place and send it when you have a patient whose life is in danger. It's a vast simplification of the supply chain that actually saves the government money and can save thousands of lives in the long run.
We talk about drone delivery for convenience, and it's a lot of fun flying a Slurpee across the desert or a burrito to a college campus, but Zipline has the potential to save lives.
So, you've seen Pebble raising millions of dollars on Kickstarter. Millions. You think to yourself, damn, Tito, I can totes have a slice of that pie. You've come up with a genius widget that people want, and now you're going to do a crowdfunding campaign to tell the world and make all the money. Perfect. Here's TC Teaches How to $1 Million on Crowdfunding. Step 1, don't have a crummy product. Okay, so it's an obvious step, but let's face it, there's a lot of crap out there, and you don't want to end up on America's Funniest Crowdfunding Fails. That's funny. So start by asking people you don't know whether they think it's a good idea, and whether they'd be willing to pay for it. If they say no, then don't waste your time or mine. Fuck! Step 2, don't screw up the economics. It's too easy to not charge enough for whatever it is you're trying to fund. Borrow a copy of Accel off your dad and go to town. If you don't know how to use Accel, get some help from someone who's done this before. Trust me, it really sucks to spend $1 million to make $900,000. Hashtag finance! Oh, and don't have too many backer levels. If you're trying to crowdfund a brand new type of drone television, don't waste your time with stickers and t-shirts and signed group hug vouchers. That can come later when you're rich, famous, and you have a merchandise team. Step 3, tell a great story. Let's face it, like everything else in life, crowdfunding is all about storytelling. Hiya, what's that?
Storytelling. Now, the art of conveying events in words, sounds, and images. Stories or narratives have been shared in every culture as a mean of entertainment, education, cultural preservation, and instilling moral values. Thank you, Wikipedia.
That means you need your page to be fantastic. Like really, really fantastic. Like, spend some money on getting some photos done well and create a really good video to go with the campaign. Sad but true, people don't give a fuck about you. Cuss words are funny. They care about themselves, so make sure you make the story about them. How can a product you are launching make their lives better? Exactly! That's why they'll throw you fat stacks of cash money! Step 4, manage expectations. Think quick. When was the last time you saw a campaign that went to plan? Yeah, I can't think of one either. That's not a problem. But the main thing is to be honest with your backers. Communicate the risks of the project clearly. Keep them in the loop early and often when things go wrong. And if you do take all their money and run off to Belize to live in a hammock on the beach, damn! At least have the courtesy to send your backers a postcard so they know they've been punked. Being kept in the dark is the worst! Ugh. Step 5. Get some help. If you raise a crap ton of moolah, and how could you not with this incredible guide, don't forget to enlist some additional help. Chances are you don't have all the skills and knowledge to deliver a full project. Guess what? You don't have to. The best companies are built by people who realized they have to hire people smarter than themselves. Don't sweat it out by yourself. Hire an agency, get some more staff, or at least get some advice from people who have done this kind of thing before. Boom! Step 6, share the love. Crowdfunding has a hell of a community, and people are generally happy to help. That only works if you offer to pay it forward though. Offer to help others, speak or blog about your experiences, and help make the world a better place. Aw, I feel a group hug coming on. Hug time! Okay, that's all folks. TC teaches crowdfunding. Now that you know literally everything that you need to know. Okay, just kidding, but hopefully it's a nudge in the right direction. The great thing about crowdfunding is that it's okay to make mistakes along the way. Try stuff, experiment, and most importantly, never give up. Listen to your heart. Do, 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 do. Listen to your heart. Tito out. Peace and love.
I think that once the video games exploded in terms of popularity, that's when I realized that I had become a brand. Like my name was a brand. And so for me, I just realized at the time, like, oh, I have this voice and people are listening and I could do something good with it.
For both myself and Tony Hawk, it's more the access that you get once you get to sort of an elevated cultural level, you know, and for me, I've just always been an entrepreneur.
How did you manage to turn your brand into a video game empire?
Well, it wasn't the plan. It was more that I was excited to work on a video game, and so when I had the opportunity to work with Activision on our first game, which became Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, I dove right in. You know, I really worked on it almost as much as the developers in terms of beta testing and communicating and getting all the resources together. And so for that, it was just more something that was a passion project. You know, I didn't think it was going to explode as a blockbuster video game. Skateboarding wasn't popular enough to warrant that. And so at the time, I just thought, oh, I'm going to make something that skaters would like to play.
Is there anything about skateboarders that makes you good for investing in startups?
Well, I think just inherently being a skateboarder, you have to deal with so much failure, and being able to navigate that and accept it, but also to persevere and push through. I feel like that is definitely the key to our successes in other places.
We call it the NBD, the never been done, right? And Tony Hawk has invented hundreds of tricks, right? And the whole idea is it's not really real until somebody does it. And what that gives the skater mentality is ultimately you're always looking at what's next and what's the progression and what that is. So I think it gives people like me and him the ability to kind of see opportunity and white space through a different lens, because we're always looking at the world in this sort of progressive, innovative way from being skateboarders.
What's next for the franchise? Do you think we'll see any virtual reality games?
It's tricky because, especially with skateboarding, if you get it too first person, people can't really deal with that and they get motion sickness.
I think it's still a little bit too early, right? Where I really love it the most is in architecture, right? Where you get to live inside the design that you're actually going to build, which I think has significant value.
I just explored doing a VR 3D project with some of the skaters on my team, so that's actually live action. And that was interesting to come from that perspective where you're going to see all angles and people can look all around, and so you don't have to necessarily point the camera. So it was interesting for me. That was a learning experience for sure.
What are you doing these days? Why are you investing in so many startups?
For me, I started my first company when I was 18 years old, and I sort of had this unusual experience by starting so many different types of brands, and then becoming a professional skateboarder, then becoming a TV celebrity, and ultimately the experience of fully understanding how to build, operationalize a business, and what owned, earned, and paid media can actually do to accelerate that business. Is putting all of those pieces together into a system is what the Deer Deck machine is. That's ultimately about creating and accelerating startups.
And so you have a new show coming to NBC called Funded, and what's that going to be about?
It's a business show about capitalism, but ultimately, since it's created around a fund, the television show is built to accelerate the investments of the fund.
What are you looking for in a startup?
The stuff that really is more stuff that interests me personally. It's not like I'm just sitting there looking at investment strategies. It's more of a gut feeling for me of, oh yeah, that is really interesting, or that feels like something that I would participate in.
Sometimes I'll invest in industries that I want to learn, right? And right now I just am really into understanding just the customer acquisition and churn of selling direct-to-consumer mattresses, right? I just still think there's a huge opportunity in that space. I'm a venture studio. My passion is building. I like coming up with the idea, putting the pieces together and launching it and go, but in order to fully understand opportunities, a lot of times it's better to invest in a bunch of different businesses to see the trials and tribulations of them starting up, to learn by the time you go and build one, you have a much clearer path of what it's going to take to be successful.
Future trends happening between sort of AR, VR, and on the longer lens a little bit around 3D printing, we're going to be living in more of a multi-dimensional world. So we're just looking at how we can more quickly kind of jumpstart and help people move in that direction. 3D as a content type, as a medium, is more expressive. And so if we can enable people to access that easily, then I think there's a lot of opportunity for people to do richer, more creative, compelling, more comprehensive things. And so we want to see what we can do to make that approachable. When people first download some of the software, it is an ecosystem effort, so just make sure that I caveat there's several pieces that we'll be rolling out, but specifically to Paint as kind of a beginner step. Anyone can download Paint, and then what we've done is we've integrated our 3D community with Paint. So it becomes very easy to just add an already created 3D object and then just kind of remix it, you know, change it around a little bit, make it your own, personalize it. We're gonna start by launching on Windows Phone. So imagine you wanted to storytell around, you know, a range of things, especially things that are more complex and multidimensional, where you want to kind of get around an item to be able to storytell or illustrate with it, or maybe even add a little bit more in animation to enhance that. Very powerful. People spend a lot of time capturing photos and videos because they're either sentimental things that they experienced or people that they care about. We have a lot of the same sentiment and attachment to things, but we don't have some of the same preservation tools. So being able to, you know, capture some of those things that might be more temporary and preserve those, you know, over our lifetime. It's like my daughters come home and they make those little silly rocks. And imagine if I'd been able to save my little silly rock I made when I was a similar age and I could somehow share that with them. That would be something that we think is going to be interesting towards in the future.
So I'm here watching myself in VR, on VR, about VR, in VR, and I'm hoping you can walk me through exactly what the gear is that's being used here right now, and what is happening.
Well, it's called the Future, and that's an old camera system that we built. So it was our first attempt, and it actually did the job. And that's when we decided, okay, let's get this camera broadcast ready and for the masses. Live Planet solves three of the hardest problems that we face in an immersive storytelling or delivery, and that's the flawless capture, the computing with the cloud, and then delivery. Often people solve one of the three problems, but now we've solved those three, and with those three, you know, you're going to create a new industry with that. You can stream live 360. That's great if you only have one eyeball, because that's how you'd be viewing the world. We have two eyeballs, we see in two different spheres, so we're able to live stream two spheres with this camera system. Plus it just makes everything easy. Takes the technology out and lets creatives be creative.
Tell me a little bit about what exactly is happening right now. How is this working? What sort of magic is going on?
Well, yeah, that's that secret magic sauce, but right now this is 16 cameras. And what it's doing is it's stitching all of those together and creating a 4K bubble for your left eye and a 4K bubble for your right eye. A lot of cameras will do eight cameras for one eye, 8 cameras for the other. We use all 16 and we do a blended stitch to be able to get you how you use your eyes normally, 2 bubbles. We've got one camera right in front of here. What's probably not seen or possibly could be seen is there's another camera system over in the other room. Effectively what you've been doing is just tapping in between these two worlds.
Right now, I'm just like spinning myself around this room in VR and kind of giving myself...
In this room or the other room? Are you in the other room?
I just popped in the other room, but I'm gonna go back to this room. I can see our crew, but I'm gonna go back to this room, and I am giving myself an intense case of the spins. Because I'm scanning around the room. Now I'm in the other room, but let me pop back. I'm scanning around the room in VR.
You have this connectivity and then you have this wireless option. So it's really capturing all aspects of live. You have the option of going straight from the camera or going through the cloud, but it's really the cloud that packs the punch. You have the ability to upload whatever you want after you've done post or color grading and still use the cloud as a distribution system. To be able to stream from anywhere, that's gonna help the first responders. Let's say there's a natural disaster, an earthquake, a volcano, whatever it be, sometimes that infrastructure isn't there to just plug into a Wi-Fi network, so you'll have to get that content out immediately. So it's geared for particularly that kind of a live stream. A lot of the pay-per-view things, something like boxing, you're not going to mess with their $49 or $59 subscription fee, but you can add a perspective of the locker room, or watching the boxer get taped up before the match, or going in with the entourage. You could add one for $7, add another one for $5. You could even sit beside Sylvester Stallone in stereoscopic for another maybe $35 if you wanted to. We're basically coming in, we're the WordPress of VR. We're making it really, really simple for you to share that content out with the world. And obviously these prices will go down as the technology continues to grow. So just like it costs $100,000 for a website, now it costs $15. This costs $10,000. It's not going to cost $15, but you see my point. It will obviously reduce over time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much for taking us into Halsey's home and demoing this product with us. And we'll look forward to seeing it on shelves at some point very soon.
Well, hopefully it'll be on tripods, live streaming. Yeah.
Cheers. There we go. Cheers. Thanks so much.
Our mission of Zwift is basically to take what is the most possibly evil thing you can do on a bike and make it really fun. And we do that by gamifying it and bringing a really fun social community element to it and allowing people to experience outdoor activities indoors. So in other words, if you work long hours, if you live in places with limited access to the outdoors, places where there are weather issues, you always have the opportunity to ride your bike with a community, with a group, and with a fun group of people in Zwift. Most people have all the equipment they need. If you have a bike, a computer, possibly a trainer.
So we support every smart trainer out there. Some people just drop in to ride with friends, and it's very informal. They just say, hey, show up at 3 o'clock, let's go for a ride. Others might have something they're training for, so they're getting in to do a structured training program, and we have lots of those available. And then we also have the more competitive side, where people want to get in for mass start events and races, and those are scheduled. Lots of those go off, there's maybe 20 or 30 a day, and you can sort of, using our companion app on iOS, you can schedule which race you want to go to. You get a reminder for it, you show up, and there could be 50 to 500 people waiting to start the race with you. So I've got this in spectator mode, so we can kind of see what a typical Zwift session would look like. On this side, we've kind of got the riders that are near you. You've got some in front, some behind. Different badges kind of will tell you if somebody's the fastest up the climb or the fastest through the sprint section. So these are sort of badges of honor. People fight over them. We let you customize your avatar. There's probably 150 to 200 jerseys available now. There's bikes from many major bike manufacturers. They actually want to get into the product just as much as we want them in there. So we went with a sort of realistic art style. We even chose some real courses to make this as an actual course that people ride in London every year. The race sells out, so all the overflow can come onto Zwift and try it out. There's also real data behind all this. It's not just a game. We try to measure everybody's watts. We have their heart rate recorded. We have their cadence, the rate that they're pedaling the bicycle. We log it all to a real data file, industry standard fit file, and it also uploads to all the standard services like Strava, for example.
No, we have a great partnership with Strava, and I think one of the things that they realized early on is that they want to encourage people to just be more active, and Zwift is another way to be more active. But I will say that Strava feeds are often dominated with Zwift activities, especially during both northern and southern hemisphere winters, and we have a great partnership with them.
When you're in a race, it's real exercise, it's real fitness. You're on a bike, you're pedaling a real bike, you're trying to measure your actual effort or estimate your actual effort so that it's kind of a level playing field. We use your weight, we use the slope of the road, proper physics, and we synchronize it all over the internet so everybody's racing together live in a world. Zwift does have a hidden VR mode that we've not shipped yet. It is extremely immersive. So I've actually done an 1.5-hour ride in VR in Zwift, and it was like, I did this at 2 in the morning by the end of the thing, I had forgotten that I was in in my spare bedroom in the middle of the night. We're still primarily focused on cycling. We think that's our bread and butter, but running makes sense, and all of our tech supports it. It uses the same Bluetooth and ANT+ protocols. We use our same servers. Everything's there. So you'll see the cyclists on the road, the runners over on the shoulder or the sidewalk. It feels more like real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello, welcome back from lunch. How you guys feeling? Good? You ready for some more startups? Yeah. We'll get you to the next level. We'll get you there. So I'm not going to walk through the whole thing again because you all know how this works. Let's bring out our 4 judges. The first one is Don Dodge. He is a developer advocate at Google for Work and an advisor to Google Capital. Prior to joining Google, Don was a technology evangelist at Microsoft. Our next judge is Fergal Mullen, a partner and co-founder at Highland Europe, a European VC firm focused on growth stage software and internet companies. Launched in 2012, Highland Europe's portfolio includes Matches, Fashion, WeTransfer, and Malwarebytes. Next, we have Sitar Telly, a founder and managing partner of Connect Ventures, a venture firm she started in 2012 with her 2 partners, Pietro Bezza and Bill Erner. Since its founding, Connect has invested in 30 companies across Europe, including Citymapper, Packed Coffee, and Marble Prototyping. And last but not least, we have Chris Wade, a co-founder and partner at Isomer Capital. Prior to Isomer, he was the founding director of the venture capital unit for the UK government, where he cultivated over $1 billion invested from the US and Asia into fund and direct company opportunities. So, give it up for the judges. All right, now we're going to bring out our next 4 companies. The first one is CNET, and presenting for CNET is CEO Emily Forbes.
Hi. So, I'm a video producer, and I went to go and film a documentary, and I went to film a huge protest that was happening. But as soon as I got to the crowd, I realized everyone was already capturing on their phones, on their cameras. And their footage was so kind of gritty, it was personal, super opinionated. So what was I doing trying to compete? And why was I spending time filming people filming? So I put my cameras away, I ran around the crowd, and I started to collect in their video. We all know that today, video is the fastest growing format. On Facebook alone, 500 million people a day are logging in to watch video. The amount that's being consumed is going through the roof, and this is putting a huge amount of pressure on large companies around the world to produce video that can be this reactive and at scale. So what we want to do is help companies change the way that they create by creating with their own communities. Right now, production is split. You have an exclusive, very highly controlled film industry that's driven by studios and agencies. And then on the other side, you have a completely kind of crazy, wild, uncurated world of user-generated content online, and people getting savvier to produce their own video every day. Through our technology, what we want to do is bring these two worlds together. So we enable our clients to engage with their own communities of fans, customers, and employees to actually become the filmers, to produce high-impact video at scale. So this is quite an important point. We're not building a scenic community. Instead, we're building the tools to enable our clients to create with their own communities. So let me introduce Dave, our CTO. He's going to help me run through the demo. So before Dave joined us, he was the chief architect at Pixolve, leading the development team there to build the platform that manages all of the photos and videos captured at theme parks. So he's our guy. Cool, so the BBC is one of our subscription clients, and this is their studio. They wanted to capture more video around the Great North Run that they could feed into the broadcast. So they logged into their studio, they set up a project, they set a project ID, and then they loaded in filming direction, which is what they wanted their community to capture. They then identified a number of runners who were going to be running in the race and invited them to the project. Now, from the user's side, they downloaded the CNET app through the invite, they entered the project ID, and they watched the intro video, and they went into the app. As soon as they were in, they could see their direction that the BBC wanted them to capture. They could then check on the feed to see what other people had contributed, and they could actually look at the shot list and actually submit the video that the BBC actually needed. All of the video that is uploaded is then processed, analyzed, and tagged into the studio. All of the terms and conditions have also been signed off within the app, which means that all of the video that arrives into the studio can then be used straight out on broadcast. So back into the studio, as the video is then uploaded and it arrives into the studio, you can actually message and give feedback to your community. You can star favorite clips and manage your top contributors through our analytics. Then there's 3 ways to edit the content. Either we have online edit tools, where it's like a cloud editor, so you can just drag and drop your favorite videos. You can download and put them into your own editors, or we have a freelance editor network who can log into your studio remotely and help you create the video that you need. This is enabling our clients to be so much more reactive and relevant with their storytelling. Cool. The BBC used 60 seconds, or they wanted to use 60 seconds of the video in their broadcast. However, the quality of the video that they got in and the engagement on the content was so high, they ended up using 6 times that and putting 6 minutes of this video into the broadcast stream. Let me show you a very quick video of just some of the content that came in, because within a few days they received 240 videos from 39 different contributors from 36 countries around the world. And this is how it appeared on TV.
It really is the world's favourite run, and you'll hear plenty of voices throughout the morning from those countries. So here's a little taste of what's to come.
I've always wanted to do the Great North Run from when I was small. I used to watch it at home on TV with my dad.
And on a summer's evening like this, who wouldn't want to be running? It's lovely, free, and get clear your mind of a hard day's work.
I love the feeling of being free when I'm out running.
We're also working with BT Sport and NBC Universal, bringing their community's voice into the story and into the content, and it's starting to actually direct the shows they create. In retail, we're working with Benefit, Body Shop, the Hut Group with Look Fantastic, turning all of their beauty consultants and experts into the voice of the brand. They're now able to produce localized video at scale. And with The Body Shop, it's their best performing content that they share out online because it feels real. We're also working with some of the largest organizations in the world, transforming how they create their internal communications video. This is now engaging with their employees around the world, connecting them together, humanizing their scale. Not only have we received double the amount of video in the platform since in the last year, but more importantly, we're seeing our clients download 5.5 times more video, which means they're producing higher quality content, they're doing more with it, they're working more efficiently, and they're more engaged.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up?
Yes, please.
Cool. Since founding the company, we've worked with over 100 brands. Our revenue this year will hit 7 figures on a 6-figure MRR. I can leave the rest of the Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Does Nick want to come on?
Okay.
We had a bump in the app. He was meant to come on, but sorry, the app didn't live demo.
You just
demo
sort of paraded across the stage looking good.
Yeah.
Which you did. I mean, you looked great. Judges, who would like to kick us off? Chris?
Yeah. Business model. How do you scale?
Yeah.
How you scale this really exciting company. Great presentation, by the way.
Well, thank you. So from a business model, we're a SaaS platform. And so we work with clients starting at around a few thousand a month. And we price on the amount of projects you set up and then tools and security that you want to have live. So it kind of scales that way.
Other questions?
Yeah, do you have a trial period of some kind so people can get accustomed to the platform?
Yes, so what we've done, we actually shifted this recently. We initially did a trial, but we didn't see the conversion happen as quickly as we wanted to. So now we do a 3-month launch. It's all paid for. We work with them, we can do the onboarding there and the training. And then at the end of the 3-month launch, it's a yes or a no.
Okay.
And since doing that, we've had an 80% conversion go straight into the full subscription.
And how many of the 100 customers are paying customers?
All of them.
All of them.
How are you finding customers? Are you going out and getting them? Are they coming to you?
Right now, we are actually quite a lot of coming in. There's quite a lot of inbound. Also, working with enterprises, people leave, and so we've actually had a lot more work when people leave and switch companies and then quickly set up in the next organization. But we're starting to do a lot more in kind of lead gen and sort of press and PR, but on the whole, it's inbound right now.
So you have an impressive list of customers, big brands and media companies. So you charge them to use the service. What about the contributor side? Do they charge anything for them?
So we don't have a payment system in the platform to pay the contributors, but there is a reward system. So that might be tickets, access, product, and it's really more about working with the community, who they are, and what sort of rewards they would want.
But if I'm a contributor, I might want to have a collection of all of my videos and have some tools to be able to present them and put them out in other places. So I might actually pay money for additional services. So you might consider having 2 revenue sources.
I think that we're sort of building into our machine learning and identifying content and being able to search the best content. So we could even get to a point where we give free videos then back to the consumers rather than maybe charging them to keep the engagement there.
Good. What's the average contract value across the 100 customers?
Well, with the 100 customers, some of them were on pay-as-you-go, and then some are moving into the subscription. But our average is 60,000 for the year.
Oh, that's very good. And do you have any churn? Anybody leaving you yet?
Yep. So we've had probably about 20% churn around that. And a lot of that, though, is actually down to the fact that we signed up early clients on a platform that wasn't developed yet. This year, we haven't had any churn.
So has it stabilized then now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Do you have any competition?
Yes. So there is a company in the US, and they are focused more in the sports area. But I think in general in the video landscape, it's moving so quickly, competition can be from loads of different areas. But in terms of a replica platform, I think because we're focused on creating with the existing communities and empowering those people rather than building a film network, we stand out differently to other competitors in the UK.
What do you do with the videos after people send them to you? Do you like filter for quality? What's the value add?
So that's where we're focusing on our video intelligence side of the platform. So there's two sides to that. There's one is which is the content that has been shot well. Is it well lit? Is it well exposed? Is it stable? Is the audio quality good enough for it to be used in either broadcast or online? The second one is then the more qualitative view of it, of is the actual content good? And we do that through combining the audio transcription with things like sentiment analysis to see are people speaking positively or negatively or neutrally about a topic. Right. And we can identify then which nouns are they speaking about. Are they speaking about an organization in a certain way? So that, all of that is then searchable. So you could search for happy people saying hello, and it would bring up that content.
Right. So you have tools to analyze all of this stuff automatically and then add that metadata to the files so you can search it?
So as soon as that content comes in, it goes into a very wide pipeline that then processes it, analyzes it, transcodes it. So typically within the video coming in, within about 30 seconds, it's searchable on all of those terms.
Can I ask, why are you doing this?
Because I think for me, I worked in the film industry before, and I am so excited by the new way that the world is being documented, and therefore the new way that stories can be told. I think that people are looking now for trust and authenticity in content. They need to be able to feel that it relates to them, and this is a model that can actually scale and give that to brands, but also back to their customers.
So you're the answer to fake news?
The what?
You're the answer to fake news?
Yes. No, I don't know. But I do think that we can massively contribute and really help fight that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on that note, give it up one more time for Seen It.
Well done.
All right, it is time to bring up our second company of this block. That company is Lift Igniter. Presenting for Lift Igniter is co-founder Adam Spector.
Hi there, I'm Adam, the co-founder of Lift Igniter. We're a machine learning personalization platform for any website or app who cares about serving their users. Now, what does it mean to serve your users? It means you give them the items they love, the items they want to buy, and the items they want to share. It's been proven pretty definitively that if you can target those users at the moment they most care, you will achieve your goal as a business. Now, marketers and product people spend billions of dollars a year attempting to target those users. Unfortunately, most of that is completely wasted. It's wasted, first off, because they're overwhelmed with data. Second, every single person is completely diverse and different from the other. On top of that, each one of us is different from ourselves at every single point in time. In fact, if I do my job right today, every one of you will be different at the end of this presentation than you were before I started. So what has personalization been in the past? Well, it's looked at historical data, cohorts, wide segments, a little bit of A/B testing and some analytics, but none of that's able to predict in real time who you are and what you want to go after. At Lift Igniter, we have a very different approach. We focus on all users combined with all data in kind of a dynamic changing soup where you're focused on that one individual user at that point in time. After earning his PhD, my co-founder joined Google's machine learning research group, where they were dealing with a very similar challenge with all the users on YouTube and a huge amount of data. They wanted to figure out how to personalize in real time for even brand new cold start users. Now, the short story is they succeeded wildly to the tune of billions of dollars in incremental new revenue a year. At Lift Igniter, we're creating a platform for everyone else who wants to be able to target those users across every vertical, across all types of content, across every single touch point, and across all devices. Now let's go into our demo. So here's one of our customers, Listia. They actually came to us and said that their CEO said to us, hey, we have a huge amount of user-generated content, and we want to target it really well to each user. So we said, why don't you come try out the Lift Igniter platform, and let's see what we can do for you. So I said to G, their CEO, I said, what do you want to personalize? Do you want to do email? Do you want to do search? Do you want to do in-app or on-site? We started with on-site for them. They typed in the URL for their service. We basically start collecting data. They then can personalize almost anything on the site. In this case, we started with the recommended sidebar for them. And then they have business goals as well. So they could go for engagement, conversion, shareability. We started with click-through rate, in their case, as the goal for us to optimize. And then they had a business rule. Let's say boost iPhones. So we had that as a target for them to boost as well. And then we add that and proceed. And then you click Start. And just like that, they're now using machine learning personalization on their site. So now fast forward 30 days at the end of our trial, and these are the actual results that we got Listia. We got a 241% improvement in click-through rate for them, 150% improvement in engagement, which in their case meant bids, and 102% improvement in actual new revenue conversion. So we'll go back to the presentation. So here's one of our media customers. We got them a 228% improvement in clicks and a 327% improvement in engagement. In all these situations, we've done A/B testing throughout. We've never lost an A/B test once. On top of that, we don't know of any machine learning, recommendation, or personalization provider that has results that are remotely close to these. And finally, it took minutes to integrate, not months. So how do we really do it? Well, we're a machine learning and artificial intelligence company. We have some of the best people in the world on our team doing this. And then you marry that machine learning with fantastically fast infrastructure, where every time that a user takes an action, it's processed by our machine learning, and then a result is returned back to the site, all in 125 millisecond round trip. That means for every action, there's a real-time reaction by the site. Which means that for every impression, we hit it on the head every single time. Which means we have a cohort of 1 at every moment. We scan over 300 million items every day, 350 billion signals that we're gathering every month. We have fantastic customers in the media space, the enterprise B2B space, the e-commerce space, and 50 others that I haven't even listed here. We're a SaaS-based platform, and our pricing is usage-based, which makes it very easy for any one of our customers to add new parts of the site they want to personalize, or new items in different areas or different products. We've grown 20% month over month. We have over 6 figures in monthly recurring revenue, and we're profitable. So we're LiftIgniter. Today we're announcing our single platform where you integrate once and you can personalize everything, every single touch point, every type of content, and every device. We truly believe that in the next 5 years, every single website and app will have a layer of personalization and machine learning built into it, and our goal is to be that platform. Thank you.
All right, judges, who has the first question for LiftIgniter?
What's your ideal target customer?
So the ideal target customer is larger media customers or larger e-commerce customers, but also even enterprise B2B. So really all 3.
Any preference? I mean, they're all very different in
They are. In a sense, they're very different, although from our perspective, they're actually very much the same because they have digital content that needs to be targeted to end users. Larger the better. Certainly you get higher results and they can pay more. So those would be the target ones.
And can this solution integrate completely with all the traditional analytics solutions, or are you expecting to push some of these guys out of the way?
So in a sense, we actually assume that almost every analytics solution is going to disappear because analytics presumes that you're going to take an action as a user themselves. We believe that that action should happen immediately with a system decided by machines versus going into your analytics and making a decision thereafter. So I think analytics itself, I know you're someone I think did analytics in the past, I think it's all going to disappear in a large way.
You've done your research.
Do you build user profiles based on actions, or you cold start every time a user comes in?
So when a new user shows up, it's cold start brand new, but we're comparing them to essentially all other users at the same time. And then we're building that profile for that user at that moment. And as they go through the site, that profile keeps improving. But it's improving it not only for that one user, but for all other users as well who are on that site.
And do you get data from any other sites or just that site?
So we silo it just to that single site. I mean, we have every 50 plus customers, but it's all siloed to that single site.
So that presumes that the machine learning knows based on some action that you should show them something unique. Doesn't that mean that their content management system has to be built into this to react, to be able to produce these custom pages?
So the beautiful thing is that we don't have to integrate with your CMS, any of the other pieces, which obviously makes integration extremely easy, but it also presumes what our system focuses on is the ability to look at every action having this real-time intelligent reaction, no matter what kind of content you have, no matter what language it's in, so we're language agnostic as well. And we don't have to tie to any backend system whatsoever.
But when you talk about a reaction to some action, that reaction means some different type of content or some different. So the CMS has to say, oh, show this page to this user or this piece of content to that user.
Correct. So yeah, so we've actually scanned the site. If we add our JavaScript beacon to the site, so we've scanned the site. Or we have a back-end integration the system has. The customer's already sent us that data, and they're sending it in real time as well. But it's not directly to the CMS.
So your system does all the work then?
We do all the work, yep. They just literally, the easy integration is they add a JavaScript beacon, and we do all the rest of the work.
So you're building custom reactions and pages on the fly for them?
Well, so they'll have the stuff set up. In most cases, they'll already have their site designed the way they want, because in most cases, they want to control that aspect. We just bring that intelligent layer behind it all to give them the answers in real time. That's our specialty. We let them do their thing they're good at.
So people have to trust you quite a bit to trust you with their website, right?
Because
they, like, I could be a news site, and you could start serving up news that isn't, for example, actually news, but it's getting a lot through click-through rates, right? It's like really, really increasing click-through rates because people apparently love fake news. Like, what do you do, I guess, to convince customers that they should trust you? And then what do you do to make sure that your system isn't creating, I guess, like a terrible experience for the users in the end?
Absolutely. So first off, what we do to make sure that we're doing great there in general is it's all A/B tested. So we've proven out 30-day trial. They integrate us. Within 7 days, we've collected all the data we need. And then we're showing the results for the next sort of 22 days for the rest of the trial. So that's how we make sure we're doing our job well. That's number one. And then the customer themselves can decide what sort of process they want to be on the site, right? Do they want to have higher click-through rate, which, yes, might mean we show things that are more clickable. Do they want greater engagement, more pages per session, or higher time on site? Or do they want greater conversion? It's really up to the customer. It's completely flexible depending on the user experience they want to create for their customers.
Right.
What's your revenue model?
So it's all usage-based. So we charge essentially per API call, which is essentially every sort of impression.
Yeah. Adam, why are you going to win?
Why are we going to win? In this or overall?
In life.
In life, huh?
With anyone that invests in this company, to be specific.
We're going to win because, first off, as I said, we've never lost a test ever. We think very much our technology. My co-founder built this at Google. This is one of the core things that added billions of new revenue to Google. We absolutely believe every single site should already be doing this. They're losing ground to Google, to Facebook, to Netflix, to Amazon. If you're not doing this today, you shouldn't even be building a site.
But I'll defer to the Google expert on the panel, but Google's not standing still.
They're definitely not standing still, but they do this internally, and then they're open sourcing a lot of their stuff as well. But even then, for most people, to have the machine learning experts to build this out and make sure it works correct for your users in your site in real time and always 24/7 learning is actually a really difficult process.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions? All right, give it up one more time for Lift Igniter.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring up our third company in just a second. Before we do that, I have a quick announcement about the temperature. One is that apparently heat blowers have been brought into the room, they're being placed around the room right now. Also, I think there's supposed to be blankets being distributed out around the session hall. Oh wait, if you guys have a blanket, raise your hand. Does anyone have a blanket? Okay, go fight the TechCrunch writers for the blankets or ask them nicely depending on how you're feeling. So we're doing the best we can. Thanks for bearing with us. So let's bring out our third company, Iris AI. Presenting for Iris AI, our CEO, Anita Scholl-Brady, and CTO, Victor Botev.
Every single day, more than 3,000 papers are published in science, technology, and medicine. We have an abundance of information, which is great, right? So many solutions to so many of our big problems. Except, of course, that our human brains are limited and we cannot read and understand everything. And this is not just an academic exercise. R&D departments, research institutes, frontier tech entrepreneurs, in order to solve a problem, we need to narrow down the research that we're looking at. And today, that is done with keywords. And that's fine if you're a domain expert and you know what you're looking for. But when you're exploring a new field or multiple fields, keywords are tricky. They mean that you try to guess what words some person who may or may not exist used in some paper that they may or may not have published, say, the last 30 years. It doesn't work. And I've been in this situation with myself with a previous startup, sitting in front of Google Scholar, knowing that there must be a solution out there. I just cannot find it. And when I explained this to my now co-founders at Singularity University, they immediately recognized my frustration, and Iris AI was born. Iris today is a tool for R&D to map out the research around their project. Let's swap over to the demo, please. So we're going to visit the.iris.ai, where Iris will greet us and ask us for the URL of a research paper. Now, I asked my CTO, Victor, to fetch his favorite paper for us, one on distributed document representation. We're going to give that link to Iris to read, and Iris is immediately going to map out the research landscape. So what we see here is this is what this paper is about. So let's explore the main topic of representation. I want to take a look at the vectors, and how about the trained vectors? So at the bottom layer here, what we see are papers fetched from a database of more than 37 million open access papers in the context of the original paper in this topic. So why don't we have a look at the 2014 one? And now that we open it, we're going to get the abstract so we can read a little bit more metadata. We can click to download the full text if we want to read kind of the nitty-gritty details for later. And we can do what our users refer to as diving into the beautiful rabbit hole of science, use this paper to generate a new science map. But we don't always have access to a paper to start with. So we want to show you something today that we have not shown in public before. We asked one of our pilot partners, Sverige, to give us a problem statement that they're working on, and they gave us a pretty cool one. Can you build a reusable rocket made of composite materials? So we're going to take that full text, and we're going to give it to Iris to read. Now, when we did this with Sverige, we got some astonishing results. We found several papers that we could not possibly find using a general search tool that exists in the market today. So Sverige were very happy. Now, the reason why we can do this is that we are applying a novel, non-semantic neural topic modeling approach. And we are among the first in the world to do this. This also means that we support all of the hard sciences. We work just as well as material sciences and AI and all of the others. All right, let's swap back to the presentation, please. So we launched Iris live in the market 10 weeks ago. Since then, we've had 43,000 visitors to the tool. 13% of them convert to an active user, meaning they actually find new scientific content, and they spend, on average, more than 11 minutes with the tool every time they visit. And we have a unique way to go to market. The basic tool will always be free for individuals, but we are launching this tool with science hackathons, or scythons. Now, we hosted the first one with Sverige, and as I said, the results were astonishing. We hosted the second one with Stockholm Resilience Center, and we're now ready to go to market with this. We will be offering the first in-person scythons to a limited number of partners during spring 2017 before we roll them out in a digital version in a scalable platform. Then we're going to be offering to the scython hosts to keep the unique custom tool for themselves after the event. And from 2018, we're going to be offering an API connection. From 2018, we're going to be offering an API connection, allowing you to take your internal R&D database and use that with Iris as well. And when we look at the market for this, this is the early stages of the R&D outsourcing market, or the early phase of the process, and this is in itself a $7 billion market. And more important, even though today is the first time we announce our Scython model, we've already sold our first 5 Scythons in just a couple of weeks. But this is just the beginning. Iris is learning from our users. She's learning from our AI trainer community of over 3,000 individuals, and she's going to be learning from the problems and the solutions found through our Scythons. Today, Iris is a contextual exploration tool. 3 years from now, she will be a proactive AI assistant. And a decade from now, she will be a scientist herself, reading a body of content, coming up with a hypothesis, testing that in a robotic lab or a simulation environment, and publishing the results. So if you have a scientific challenge that you need to solve, let's do it like the Martian. Check out our tool at the.iris.ai, or come to our booth and talk about hosting a Scython. Thank you.
Wait, so I have a question for the judges. Scython, do we think it's going to catch on? Is it going to be a thing? Yeah, all right, Don's in.
Yeah, I think so. The markets for this could be legal, patent searches, copyright, healthcare, research papers, all that kind of stuff. This is one of these things that's incredibly valuable to a small set of people and of no value to most people. So how do you target those people companies who really, really value this, and how do you price it so that you get the most value?
Right. So initially, let's take the size of the market first. We're looking at about 11 million people working in R&D. So that's kind of for the SaaS model, that's kind of the target market. When it comes to the Scython first, which is our go-to-market strategy, the first few will be priced more or less at cost to kind of break into the market and be able to get that first traction. When we scale that in a digital platform, we get more scale to it. But I think the real value is going to come in kind of the third step of the process, where we go into connecting with internal R&D databases, where these massive corporations have 500,000 internal R&D documents that they can't make heads and tails of. So that's where the real value is going to come in.
In the areas that Don mentioned, which ones do you think are the ones that you'll go after first? It's science for sure, or do you think legal or patents or stuff might have more value for you?
Patents might play into it, but it's kind of the engineering, hard sciences, aerospace, automotive, material sciences, kind of those heavy R&D hard sciences.
I would encourage you to look at other markets like legal or medical or copyrights, because there's a tremendous amount of data that you have to consume. Discovery is very, very difficult. There aren't any really good tools for it, and they're willing to pay a lot of money to solve that problem.
And the core technology that we are applying can solve all of those issues. For us, as where we want to be in a decade, focusing in on kind of the scientific areas is kind of where we need to get to. But I think doing spin-offs in other areas and utilizing the core technology in other areas is definitely an interesting model looking a couple of years ahead.
Yeah. Anita, what's your vision? And how does mankind and the world benefit from IRIS?
So let's say that we give Iris 1,000 papers around a specific challenge around climate change, right? She can read that. She goes, okay, well, I'm going to have to read these things, and these things too. She'll come up with a hypothesis. Well, A means B, according to these papers, and B means C, according to these papers. So I'm going to, assume that A means C. And she's going to be connected then to a simulation environment where she can take the experiments ran there and actually test it out, then publish a result, whether the results are positive or negative.
Cool. And predict elections?
Oh, no.
Tell me, how are you going to charge for this, and how are you going to sell it?
So that's where the Scythons come in. So the Scythons will be a per event price, right. And then the companies hosting a Scython will be offered a SaaS model where we do a per user seat per year in the aftermath. And then for the API model later on, it will how long is a piece of string? It will really depend on the size of the project.
I would encourage you to price this very, very high. Really, because...
Can I quote you on that?
Excellent.
Yeah, pricing
That's
is positioning. Price equals position. If you price it low, people will say there's no value. If you price it high, they'll think there's a lot of value. And there is. You're replacing man-years of effort to try to dig through all of this stuff. Yeah. So if I were you, I'd price it very, very high and then come down if you need to, but start high.
All right, we're going to do that.
And competitive dynamic? Competitive dynamic? Are there anyone else out doing this?
So there's a few players doing kind of similar tech in the similar space, not quite the same cool technology that we're applying, but like there's Meta and a few others work, and Semantic Scholar working in kind of the scientific paper space. There's other companies working on similar kind of tech in a more general, like, hey, license our technology kind of play. And then in terms of the Scython business model, there are also, Kaggle and Zennström and a few other kind of platforms, so kind of maybe not direct competitors, but that have more proven that the model works, but that might be moving in on the same space, of course, if they see value in it.
Cool. Thank you.
How do you plan on getting the Scythons going? Do you have like a list of 100 people that you want to target, or what's the plan?
Right. So we've sold the first 5 already. As I said, we haven't actually launched the business model until today, but we've already sold the first 5. So we're getting, because there's a mix between, okay, we have a real R&D challenge to solve, which is cool, and we're getting that solved. We also get to interact with 20, 30, 40 external young talent that comes in. So there's an employer branding mix to it too. And thirdly, it's a really cool way to engage with this new AI tech that people are not quite sure how to deal with. So you get all those 3 in one. Turns out is a really easy yes to make for a company. It's very low risk for them to do that kind of event.
So you have a list of companies you want to go after, and you're already contacting them, or they're contacting you?
Both.
Okay.
So we do have a fair 60, 70, 80 companies that we are in dialogue with. 5 of those converted to a sale directly. And then there's a longer list of kind of further down the road contacts as well. So we've been in close dialogue. We've been in close dialogue with R&D departments and corporations since before we started building the tool. So we do have a substantial list of companies we're in dialogue with.
All right, one more round of applause for Iris AI.
Good job.
All right, it is time to bring out our 4th and final startup in this block. Please welcome Seeds and CEO Rachel Cook to the stage.
Woo! And we're good. What's up, Disrupt? I'm Rachel Cook, and I'm the founder and CEO of Seeds. And this is my friend Jim's iPhone. As you can see, Jim has a ton of apps, and Jim never spends any money in any of them. In this way, Jim is like most of us. 97% of users never spend any money whatsoever in apps, even in those that we use every day. And what's kind of interesting about this is that in-app monetization is an enormous market, despite the fact that so few of us are spending. So this begs the question, how big could this market get if in-app monetization options were just better? Mobile ads are often poorly designed or kind of annoying, and in-app purchases just aren't compelling enough to make us want to spend. But at Seeds, we know the secret to making this better. We already know what works. In an isolated use case at a now publicly traded mobile company, an experiment was tried. Through this experiment, they discovered a way to improve the number of spenders by nearly 60%. And once they started buying, they just kept on going, generating tens of millions of dollars in new revenue for this company. Now, this is crazy. This is totally unprecedented. Nothing has ever worked this well in terms of improving the amount of revenue generated in an app. And the secret was social good. This company let users know that when they bought an in-app item, it would simultaneously help someone in the real world. That was the key. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Social good, can that actually improve my bottom line? Not only can it, but in fact, social good is the most effective way there is to increase spending in your app. That's why I'm so excited to introduce you to Seeds. At Seeds, we're taking what worked in this experiment and we're bringing it to all apps, improving profitability and scalability for all of our customers. We've had 16 so far, and we've seen more than a 4x increase in user spending almost immediately. Let me show you how. The core Seeds product is an API and SDK that enables app creators to build higher yielding, higher converting in-app purchases through social good. The most popular version of our products, the Unity version, as you see here, is literally drag and drop. So here it's being set up within the Unity terminal. Customers can choose to turn on Seeds for only non-payers, for current spenders, or for both. Could we cut to the demo, please? So now that we've seen Seeds set up from a coder's perspective, let's take a look at what it looks like within an app. This is a productivity app called Habitica, and we're extremely proud to announce that we're launching in Habitica as of today. Woo! So we're live in this app, right? It's this awesome app that lets you track your habits, improve your productivity. The user is engaging with the app, and then the Seeds product surfaces, letting the user know that when they buy this item they can use within the app, they will simultaneously benefit someone in the real world. So you can click on Learn More, see who this is benefiting, and then the user can go through the purchase flow, make the buy, and then they can share on social. And this is actually a really powerful use case for social sharing because people love letting their friends know when they've done something good. And it also drives high-quality user acquisition for this app through the shared post. Now let's look at another type of app, a mobile game called Mini Golf Stars 2. So the user's playing, super fun single-player game. Seeds again surfaces, pulling the user into the purchase flow, letting them know that when they buy this item, they can use anyway within the app. It's benefiting someone in the real world. And again, they can share on social. Back to the presentation, please. Now, in Mini Golf Stars 2, over 30 days of tracking, non-Seeds buyers spent $7.03, whereas Seeds buyers spent almost $30. This is a difference of more than 4x. Again, unprecedented. And these are just 2 examples. We're proud to announce a partnership with the Amazon App Store, which has 600,000 apps, as well as these amazing customers. Seeds is working in 4 different mobile verticals, including productivity and gaming apps, as you saw, as well as mobile finance apps, and mobile retail, which is expected to be a $1 trillion industry by 2020. Seeds can deliver value in any app that enables microtransactions. After the purchase, Seeds puts the money to work. We funnel the capital to micro-lending partners who deliver loans as small as $4 to women like Tobogo here, who I worked with in Kenya. The loans are repaid with interest and can then be redeployed forever, delivering even more impact for every dollar a user spends. The Seeds product is completely free to use. Seeds has a revenue share when users make a purchase designated to Seeds within an app, as well as a revenue share with the micro-lenders as loans are repaid with interest. And in this way, Seeds is delivering value to every member of our ecosystem. The user, the app creator, Seeds ourselves, as well as the micro-borrower, all gets value out of being a part of this system. In this way, we're working to transcend the old zero-sum way of thinking, instead creating a bigger pie for all of us. It's a win-win-win. The first 100 app creators who visit the Seeds site, go check it out, playseeds.com, and use the promo code DISRUPT, will get a $200 credit to start using the product right away. We would love for you to join us as we work to build social good into every digital product that exists, starting with your app. Thank you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Can you explain why customers are buying more of the product when you're actually interrupting a process, a normal core business process with your intervention, so to speak?
Sure. From a behavioral psychology standpoint, the idea is that it's a nominal amount of money. It's a microtransaction. They're playing the game enough that they probably kind of want an item anyway. They just feel weird about pulling the trigger. When social good is tethered to that and they're sort of drawn into that purchase flow and made aware that, yeah, I'm going to get this item that's going to help me out and it's going to help someone at the same time, like, boom, of course I'll make that purchase. And then it breaks the payment seal, and from there, the barrier is essentially removed, and they're willing to make other purchases as well.
Okay.
Do you modify the social good offering depending on who the person is?
We don't have enough data to do that yet, but that's something that would be very interesting along the line. We're collecting a very robust amount of data about the different types of users and when they're contributing and in which apps. This is really resonant with millennials as well as Generation Z, younger kids. So there are going to be really cool opportunities in the future to deliver what they find most impactful to them, as well as to look at other people on the back end to whom we can funnel capital.
So the consumer has to trust Seeds as a charity.
Totally.
In addition to the company trusting you as a technology provider.
Right.
Why decide to do that instead of partner with charities that the consumer might recognize?
So something that's really important to distinguish here is that Seeds is not a charity. We are a super highly profitable business, and we want to build social good into other businesses to make them more money. So we want to get rid of this stupid false dichotomy, like nonprofit, for-profit. I think it lends itself to inefficiency in the nonprofit sector, and then like rampant greed and not a lot of value creation necessarily in the for-profit sector. So we're merging those two things. So that said, yes, they absolutely have to trust us as a brand, and that's something that's going to take time for us to develop. But we can then funnel the capital to a variety of different types of worthy causes on the other end. as that becomes appropriate down the line.
But why do that instead of, say, use Kiva or something as the brand, which people already know and trust and give? In other words, like, so it would even significantly higher increase the amount of money people are willing to spend because they actually know this charity versus, I'm not sure I trust you, so okay, I'll give you like the $2, but not the 10.
Totally. I think that would put us into kind of like white label territory in the way that we don't want. We want people to recognize Seeds as the go-to brand that just does this for everybody. We're the distribution channel for all of social good purchasing in product. Okay. So if Kiva came to us and wanted to do something on the other side, that would be awesome. We would love to work with them. But for now, we want
But you still want the brand Seeds to be the...
Exactly.
So there's two businesses here, really, because you're an in-app marketing business in some ways on the front end, and at the back end, you're a peer-to-peer lending business. Are you comfortable running two businesses as complex as that at the same time?
This is one of the most common investor questions that comes up, actually, which is why we've chosen to funnel capital to partners who are deploying the loans, doing all the diligence, doing all the loan management, and then repaying us and giving us a cut of the interest. So that way we don't have to be two businesses right now. We can just find trusted partners. We're actually working with a Kiva partner right now, and we trusted them because Kiva had done the diligence. Okay. So in that way, we can just move the capital, they repay us, and we're good. Down the line, it would be really interesting to build a full end-to-end product, not unlike what Stripe did through their relationship with Visa, but that's going to be like phase 4. Right now, we wanted to keep it simple. We wanted to get really good at delivering something plug and play that gets this uptick in user spending in the apps, get great at that, and then think about sort of the full ecosystem.
Cool. So what does success look like here? Can you just define it?
Yeah, I want Seeds in every single digital product that exists. I want kids in the future, when everything here is a connected device,
well, put some numbers
have
on
that
it.
device.
Some numbers.
Oh man, I mean, it's already a $300 million market. We're expanding that by as much as a third. I mean, this could be a multi-billion dollar company, and no one else is doing it. We're solving a known problem in an entirely new way, and we're creating this new category. So we can dominate, I would hope, 80% of this market because nobody's doing it yet. So we'll just run and try to do that and make it known. It could be enormous.
Rachel, why are you doing this?
Oh man, I'm doing this. I used to be a stock trader. Every time I made $1, it meant somebody else lost $1. There were also no women in that space whatsoever. I was paid a 15% lower base salary than the male colleagues who started with me. I later got a bigger bonus than all of them, so when it was a meritocracy, it worked out. But microloans are a really good investment in women who are left outside of developing economies. And they pay these loans back 98% of the time. So that was really interesting to me as somebody who had a quarter-life crisis and wanted to do something to help. And it's a great investment. So it just seemed like we should merge these worlds. It should all be one thing.
Any final questions?
I guess if you had, I'm sorry, I got to do this. If you had to pick one outcome, Seeds a massively successful company or an okay company, but an enormous amount of social goods being done, where do you choose?
That's just it. Quickly. These things are not mutually exclusive, and that's what we're proving out. If we're successful, that question will no longer even be something that people think about. They'll just know that it can be integrated. That's my goal.
Good answer. Well done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Give it up for Seeds.
Thank you.
All right, and that is the end of session number 2. So let's also give it up one more time for our great judges. Slow there, a little slow there, but we'll get you there. All right, guys, follow me backstage and we will deliberate.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
All right. Are we feeling a little bit warmer? No, not yet? Just anger. Nothing but anger out there. I feel you. There's nothing but anger backstage, too, because we're all cold. We're all in this together. You guys deal with Brexit. We deal with Trump. We're all in this together, okay? Everything sucks. Let's just get used to it. Okay. I'm not going to stall anymore up here. Please welcome our next guests, Amy Chang from a company, and our moderator, Steve O'Hare.
Hey. Hey, Amy. Welcome to Disrupt London, right?
That's right.
Okay, so for those that don't know, you spent 7 years at Google.
Did.
Where you headed up Google Analytics, which is pretty much used by everybody. And you're also on the board of Cisco and Splunk.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 or 4 years ago, you left Google to do a startup, right?
I did.
Called a company. So what is a company, and what is the problem that you set out to solve?
So a company is a virtual chief of staff. And people often say, well, what does that mean, right? So the person standing next to the prime minister, whispering in their ear, telling them, you met him last year. His wife and 2 kids were also there. He works at British Petroleum as their CIO. And by the way, BP did really well this quarter. All of that would just be discreetly told to you before you ever needed to know it. And the whole point is to have it ready for you before you need it. Hence, accompanying you everywhere and being your chief of staff.
So why couldn't someone just do a simple Google search, quick browse of LinkedIn, achieve the same kind of thing?
Well, I think a lot of people are cobbling everything together because that will give you a part of the picture. It's not going to give you the whole picture. So I actually started a company out of desperate need myself. We had gotten to 70% market share on Google Analytics, and we were serving about 10 million customers. And it became clear to serve people like Intel and Schlumberger, we actually needed to have a services and support team and have a premium offering, which we charged $150,000 a year for. Now, I hadn't sold anything besides Girl Scout cookies when I was 9. And so I kind of got my arse handed to me because I had no idea how hard it was going to be. I remember telling Larry and Patrick Pichette, our CFO at Google at the time, oh yeah, 6 to 8 weeks, I can sell 10 of these, no problem. Because they wanted proof of concept and to know that this actually was something people were going to buy. Let me tell you, the first time I ever walked into a room of 20 Intel executives and I thought some Google searching would do it, that's when I really got my ass handed to me, and it was not pretty. Have you guys ever felt that when your blood rises from your neck all the way to the top of your forehead and you are so deeply embarrassed that you wish you could disappear at that moment? That was me in that meeting. It was bad. They had had a reorg the Monday before, and I just missed it. And I thought to myself, there has got to be a tool that can help me not get caught flat-footed like that. There's got to be something that knowing I'm going to meet these 20 people will prepare me, tell me who in that room is going to be most important to know about and what I need to know walking in. And if they just had a very bad quarter, I want to know that too. And we looked everywhere for it, and it just didn't exist at the time. And we literally tried everything. So we decided to build it ourselves.
Okay, so if I understand correct, the app ties into your calendar.
Yep.
And looks at what meetings you might have the next day.
Yep.
And delivers like an executive briefing.
Yes.
So did a company do one of those on me this morning?
Oh, it did.
Okay, go on. What have you got?
Okay, so I know that you are a fan of football, not American football, but real football, and that your team is Tottenham. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. There's
That's correct,
some extra
yeah.
letters in there for me, right? I also discovered that if ever I'm pitching you, I should not do that from the car, because that's one of your pet peeves is for entrepreneurs to pitch from the car with limited connectivity, so bad. And then I read a bunch of your blogs and other things you'd written. And it actually made me a lot less intimidated and a lot less nervous to be up here with you today because it was really genuine and you made yourself vulnerable in the writing. And I really enjoyed it, reading it.
Okay, that's nice. I guess the app would appeal particularly to people in sales or people doing a lot of networking.
anyone meeting with external people a lot, I feel like entrepreneurs and investors in particular, people have just loved it because there's also a part where it's very much a part of your inbox. And so you're getting asked as an investor, hey, is this company interesting to you? Is that company interesting to you? Well, guess what? You kind of want to know right there while you're processing their email, do I want to reply to this person? Are they important enough for me to meet with? All those questions get answered like that.
So would public relations people like the app?
Oh, they love it.
Okay, don't give it to them. Okay. So we're going to break some news.
We are.
I gather you got like a couple of announcements.
Yes, we do.
You raised a bunch of new VC money. Do you want to?
So we are announcing a new round of $20 million today. So that brings our full funding up to $40 million, raised fairly discreetly in private beta. So we're really excited about that. But the more exciting part is the UK beta. So please note, I put beta on there, so I will pre-apologize for any issues you may experience. But for everybody in the audience, we would love to get your feedback. We'd love to invite you on. And it's www.accompany, that's ACCOMPANY.com/TechCrunch. So that will, the /TechCrunch part will get you accelerated on the wait list by quite a bit.
So you mentioned that it's in beta, and you're rolling out, obviously, the beta launch in the UK today. But like, you started the company 3 years ago.
Yeah. What have we been doing?
Why is it taking so long? Like, seriously.
So about 18 months ago, many of you know LinkedIn closed down its API. And for obvious strategic reasons on LinkedIn's part, they felt it was necessary to do that. And so we had a big question facing us at that point, which I'm sure many of you have faced in your businesses as well, which was, do I build the platform myself? It's a little insane to think, do I begin and build an entire ingestion engine, the clustering and intelligence to know for the John Smith that's on your address book, which one of these 10,000 John Smiths is that, and then aggregate all the information that you can get on John Smith in every single company he's ever worked for. We decided to do it. That's part of why we took that A round, the 15 million A round. And so once we decided to do it and to kind of go whole hog, we committed and we just did it. And so that's why the UK beta is launching now, because we've got coverage and data for the UK. So we started in North America, where it would be easiest for us to get coverage. And I think we have one of the most, second to LinkedIn, probably the most comprehensive people database in the world at this point.
Okay. Let's backtrack a little bit and talk about the decision to leave Google, right?
Yeah.
You were considered like one of the Google's rising stars, but you've been there for 7 years.
Yeah.
That's a long time in tech.
It is. Dog ears.
Yeah, so leaving to do your own thing.
Yeah.
Easy decision, right?
No. Hardest decision I ever made.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Google is a lovely place to work. It is, and it was at that point comfortable, right? You've been there 7 years, you know everyone, you know how to get things done. I was working for Susan Wojcicki, who's now the YouTube CEO, had a great relationship. There was no reason to leave. But I don't know if you guys have ever felt this when you should be perfectly happy. Like everything is great and you should be perfectly happy, but somehow you're not. And you feel like something is missing and you kind of stew on it. And every night before you shut your eyes and every morning right when you wake up, there's the thought of, why am I not happy? There's something missing. And I felt that for 2 months. And my husband finally, one night I woke him up again and I was like, should I leave? Should I not leave? I really want to start something, but is it irresponsible? Because we have a 9-year-old son. And I just kept thinking, is this irresponsible? And he was like, oh my God, you've already made up your mind. You just need to go and do it. You've decided. Now just go. You will be forgiven. It will all be okay. You need to go and do this. And we were so excited. And finally, the day I handed in my badge, it was cathartic. I was so excited to get to start something with my vision and something that my co-founder and I own together. We worked together the entire time we were at Google, and I just adore him. So we were very excited to start something new together.
So that excitement won over fear, because I think you mentioned to me before that you were worried about leaving such a secure job. And
I just kept thinking, well, I'm a Chinese immigrant, right? And my parents weren't born in the States. And they were like, you're going to leave how much money on the table? Are you crazy? And it was was hard to do. It was a struggle, and I probably woke up at 2 a.m., I don't know, probably 30 times in cold sweats before I finally decided that it just had to be done. And I did the analytics on my own calendar at one point because I was wondering, how much of my time am I actually spending working on product that makes it to the user versus on all the other activities that are kind of have-to-dos as an executive there at Google. And it was less than 30% of my time was actually spent on user-facing, product-facing things. And life is just too damn short. So, yeah.
Okay, so you're off. You're quite uniquely positioned to talk about the difference between being an operator at a massive technology company, a corporate really, and then going and doing your own startup. Now, a company, how many? Is it about 40 staff?
We're 40.
40, right?
It's small but mighty.
Small compared to Google. So what? I think you mentioned to me again before this talk that you had to essentially, when you left Google, unlearn as much as you have learnt.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
So I think there were two primary things I had to unlearn. So when you're running a team of a few hundred, the big thing is to know what to delegate, and actually to delegate much more even than you're comfortable with. And then when we started, we were 3 people, right? So learning how to not delegate and how to roll my sleeves up and do everything again, down to changing the toilet paper out in the bathroom and putting the dishes in the dishwasher. I mean, that was, that level of, oh, okay, there's no one to delegate this to. I guess I'm doing it. All right, I'm doing it. So knowing that if you're leaving a large company, you're going to be doing everything again, I think it's a good mindset shift to get in before you get there. And then the second thing is when you're managing teams of a few hundred, you're managing to a mean. It's not the same intimate kind of hand-to-hand that managing kind of a very small team of hyper performers is. Because if somebody is in their band of hyper performance versus not in their band, the whole company can feel it. And the output that you get as a team is an order of magnitude different. So the care and feeding from an emotional standpoint is very, very different on a per person basis. I mean, I know things about each of my team members on a daily basis about how they're feeling and why. And if there's something happening, if their parent is sick, if their child just has a cold, all these things you just know because you're trying to help that person manage to their kind of hyper performance band, and it's much more intimate, but it can be exhausting too.
On that note, you wrote a post actually for TechCrunch where you talked about the lessons you learned already from transitioning from Google to doing a startup. And one of the things you said, which I've heard so many entrepreneurs say, which is that you should fire people faster rather than slower.
Yeah. And it sounds inhumane.
Yeah, but what did you mean by that? And also, how do you recognize when an employee should be let go sooner or later?
He was bound to ask a really hard question, wasn't he?
Actually, one.
This part, I don't know how you guys feel, but it makes me physically ill to have to fire someone. I hate it more than anything. It is the worst part of the job, and it's the part of the job that is the hardest. But if, again, this person and their performance keep coming up in your head over and over before you close your eyes at night, and if you find yourself, I use this as a rule of thumb, having 6 or 7 conversations with other team members about them over a fairly contained period of time, you already know the answer. You just don't want to know the answer. And when you already know the answer, the thing that has been kind of very clear and it took a few months to get was it's affecting the team even more than it's affecting you. And leaving that person there and being humane about it and dragging it out and giving them 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th chances is actually hurting the team and their productivity and their belief in you as a leader. And so I think when you start to know in your gut it's time, it's already past time. And you just have to be fair to the person, but you got to get it done because you owe it to the team.
And is that something you do personally, or do you have HR people?
Every person we've had to let go, I've done it myself. I will, if it's a remote team member, I will fly there and do it.
Okay. And then another thing you wrote in the same post is you said that you should fundraise before you need to raise, right?
Yeah.
Which again is very generic. Again, I've heard that trotted out a million times. So I think what you meant was you should begin building those connections with investors before you need to actually go out and raise money.
Yep.
Is that not easy for someone like you to say, being, again, a rising star dude, or you must have tons of connections, right?
Google's actually a fairly insular place. It's a very large company, but you tend to hang out with other Googlers, right? Because you don't really leave the campus. They have lunch there, you can get your hair cut there, you can get your nails done there, anything you want, you can get done there. And parking is a son of a half to get once you come back, so you tend not to leave the campus. And what that means is you don't have as many external meetings. And so you kind of have to make a concerted effort to actually do that. And I think everybody is busy. Everybody has priorities. Everybody has too many meetings already. So the thought of, meeting these people where it may or may not lead to something, where, in many cases, 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 meetings don't lead anywhere. But that investment, that 1 or 2 out of 10 that then yields and blossoms into something, you can't, by the time you need funds and you're going around and you're knocking on doors, it's a little late. And I'm not saying people don't get money that way. They for sure do. But if you want terms on your terms and you want to pick who's on your board because that person is going to be with you for 7, 8, 9, 10 years, then raise long before you raise. Invest the time to get to know people and to learn from other entrepreneurs. Because once you know people, they'll tell you the actual stories behind the stories, right? What does this investor look like when the stuff hits the fan? Are they going to stick with you, or are they someone who's more a fair weather friend and is going to churn the CEO and founder out quickly? Like, who does this person look like when things are not going well? The only way to get that story is to know people and have them explain it to you behind closed doors. And I think unless you've built that trust, people are not going to unveil things in the same way they would. So that investment of time, well worth it.
I think I read somewhere, you can check me if I'm wrong, I read somewhere that a company has a workforce made up of about 50% women.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I also read, again, tell me if I'm wrong, that that's kind of happened accidentally.
Serendipitously.
Yeah? What has that brought to the company culture? And is it something you've been thinking about, whether you should formalize some kind of, actual diversity agenda within the company? Or are you already beginning to think about that company culture, about what? Because, when you start small, these things kind of happen accidentally, but that can either go bad or good.
I think once the kernel is already there, we have so many other things we need to be deliberate about, right? The culture in general, we need to make sure we're prioritizing, we're not doing too many things, we're taking care of people, et cetera. There's so much already. This is one area where it's been such a relief because it's happened naturally. And I think once you get that kernel there, and there are a few strong women, and women advisors, remind me to tell you about that in a second. But once you get that kernel there, it builds on itself. But getting it there early is important. To be honest, we were lucky because being female, obviously myself, the pipeline is somewhat easier to open up because they go to the website, they see that it's a founding kind of CEO who's a female, and they're thinking, oh, okay, well, that might be okay, to go and look at. So our pipeline, I think, was already wider to begin with, and that was lucky. But we've managed to create an environment that all people, hopefully, who culturally are a fit, feel welcome in. And I think one other key, and if I had advice for the other founders in the audience, if you have a strong advisory board, what you can do is, once you've made an offer, I like to touch the candidate every 24 to 48 hours to make sure that it does not grow cold, because great candidates have many, many offers, right? And everybody is competing for these people. So if every 24 to 48 hours, you can put them in front of a person who is not part of your company, but who is an advisor. So they know about your company, they're believers in it, they may be investors, or they may just have a few courtesy shares to advise. They can sell the company for you. And if you can get some strong women here, even if you don't have 50% women on your team, they can speak about the diversity and what you're trying to do and your cognizance around that.
I think you've written before about how a good advisory board can help with not just fundraising, but recruitment.
Yeah.
But they give you a lot of advice, right? How do you manage all these huge egos on your advisory board?
we have selectively chosen. So I wouldn't say there are a lot of huge egos, but there are a lot of domain experts. So we have, for example, CMOs. We have worldwide heads of sales. We have different people who are part of the advisory board who can advise on domain-specific areas. And sometimes people will offer unsolicited advice, but I think mostly over email is the lucky part. So you can kind of reply back in a thoughtful way, but it doesn't take you down for half an hour or an hour, right? It's like a 5-minute thoughtful response, which all of us can kind of squeeze in given the return on invested time in terms of benefit the other way.
And would you, really quickly, would you give any sort of advice about how to reach out to advisors to build that advisory board? Because I know a lot of people in Europe, like startups I know, they don't have that many connections already. So how would you get good advisors?
I think it's about chemistry. So this goes back to the meeting a wider swath of people, and out of those, not expecting every single meeting for there to be chemistry or for it to yield something, but to know it's going to be an investment of time. And if, again, 1 or 2 out of 10 ends up turning into something, your yield rate is actually quite good, right? But I think that's still the key.
Okay.
It's all human relationships. You wouldn't expect to go on 10 dates and for all 10 of them to work out, right? 1 or 2 out of 10, you're doing pretty good.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're out of time. But thanks, Amy. And do sign up and give a company a try. Yeah. You'll like it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Everybody loves a good robot, right? And silence. You're cold. You're like, too. I've lost you. But we're going to get you back because we have in the house Boston Dynamics, Mark Rabert, and our moderator, Daryl Etherington. Big round of applause.
Good. Welcome to London.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Yeah. So let's get a little bit of background first on Boston Dynamics. I know you guys are 26 years old now. You've been around for a
we're
while.
old guys.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in this community, probably older than a lot of the companies here, I'm sure tonight.
Yeah.
But can you give us a bit of a background of how you guys got started and what it was that you started? What kind of idea you wanted to build?
Sure. We're a spin-off. I was at MIT before the company started, and we'd been building robots there, and wanted to see if we could do it as a company instead. But our mission has always been the same, which is to build machines that can do what people and animals do. And by that I mean mobility, getting around in the world, dexterity, being able to use our hands, and perception, the fact that we can look and understand what's going on around us.
So is it mostly then focused on like environment manipulation, you would say, or like environment negotiation? Like all of those seem to cluster around that, rather than say like building a human that can, I don't know, cook or like give a speech or something like that, right?
Well, in the long run, we'd like to be able to make robots that can do all those things. Anything that you or I could do, we'd like the robots to do. Right now, we started out focusing on mobility, making robots that can go anywhere. And here, why don't we show the first video and I'll talk over it.
Sure.
This shows some robots that were designed to travel out in the unstructured world. This is Big Dog. This was the first robot that Boston Dynamics built. And a key idea is that it moves and balances itself actively. It has an inertial sensing system. It has sensors in the legs, and it can tell what's going on. And then it has programming that lets it respond to the environment.
And if I can interrupt, what is your thinking when you have, because you often have this where a technician or someone comes in and kind of really aggressively shoves or pushes or whatever the robot. Like, I know that some people have said like, oh, it looks like you're being cruel to robots, which I think that's kind of silly. It's a robot, right? But
yeah, we're not being mean. First of all, the robots.
But if you have somebody doing that to like a refrigerator or an inanimate object, it's weird, right? So why did you choose to do that as a way to showcase your capabilities?
I mean, we're like proud parents trying to show off the capabilities of our robots. And you can't see as much if they're just walking around. If we're interfering with them, you'll see some interfering coming up later.
But that's troubling too, though, because imagine proud parents of a human child using this as a way to demonstrate, right?
Yeah, I have a tape of my daughter like that.
Okay.
But whatever. I wanted to point out here the robot is going to people's homes, and we're kind of exploring the idea of doing deliveries instead of using drones. Maybe you can do it with just plain old legged robots.
So this would be, actually, there's like another company, a European company, Starship Technologies, that is doing that with sort of wheeled robots.
They are.
But you think this might be the better option just because of the ability to negotiate stairs?
You can go up curbs and stairs. Here's an example of, again, being proud parents and wanting to show that the robot has enough autonomy, enough dexterity, and the ability to plan that even though we're interfering what it's trying to do, it can replan, keep its balance when it's disturbed and things like that. And here's yet another example where the robot's been told to pick up the box. There's nobody else helping it along, and it's using a vision system to see the box and to see the markers on it, to plan a path to it, to grasp it, and then our engineer there is interfering with it.
This is maybe a weird question, but is it aware that there's interference, like intentional interference, or does it?
It knows that it doesn't have the box when it's supposed to.
Right.
So it figures out, okay, I have to find the box. And it looks around, it finds the box, and it goes ahead and gets it. This past summer, we decided to go take Atlas. This is called the Atlas robot. It's about the same height as me and the same weight. We took it out to a ski lodge in order to test its ability to go on new kinds of stairways. Here it's navigating through the bar by itself with its vision system.
Is that like its wait staff capability?
That's its wait staff. Yeah. I took out some of the it's staggering back to its room after the trip to the bar. And there we're doing a little bit of cooperative interaction between the robot and the world.
Nice. So you talked about how the intent has always been the same. Has that changed at all? Because I think when Google acquired, they said specifically you guys are winding down your contractor work for the government. So that, like something like that looks clearly aimed at government contract work, like building a rescue bot or whatever. Has that changed at all, the way that you approach the work?
You know, I think the fundamental technical abilities that the robots need to have are exactly the same, whether the application is defense, it's emergency rescue, if it were we recently visited Fukushima with the idea of being able to send the robots into some dangerous places there. But also for more commercial things, if you want to go to people's homes to deliver packages, you have to deal with rough terrain and unknown environment. And so the technology, vision, controls, mechanical design, they're all the same, independent of what the applications are.
So with that, though, like there's an added layer maybe. So if you're dealing with those kinds of situations where I think that the function is kind of prioritized, right? Like if you're in an IAD situation, you don't really care that much about the human interaction with the robot. So is that an issue? Like if you're doing home delivery, that's a big issue. A person receiving a package cannot feel unnerved by the robot, right? So has that changed your thinking?
Well, it is true that you develop technology that's general purpose, and then for every application, you need to customize the robot to deal with it. So for instance, we've learned lately as we look at getting up stairways to people's homes, you'll see coming up, we also do some work inside a home-like space and inside offices, that the subtleties of the solutions are different for that than they are out in the woods where all you have is trees and mud and leaves. And we are developing algorithms that are more suited to these other things as we go. So I think our goal is to build up the capability that's applicable to a broad range of things, and we're starting to look at specific applications, and then we'll tune the systems and the designs up for those.
But you'll be handling the tuning. So just like in terms of where you guys sit in the stack or as a company, like are you envisioning yourself as a supplier to people who do those refinements, or do you do those refinements?
It's a great question. We have done a lot of thinking lately about making a platform that app developers could work on, but it takes getting things abstracted enough so that like a phone app developer would have the right skills, it might be a leap. So we don't know how much we'll be working with app developers. The current plan is probably to work with them pretty closely, probably to develop some reference apps ourselves where we do the whole implementation and then see how far we can broaden things out.
Does that require bringing on a lot of new talent? Because it seems like that UX level or something is not something you guys were specifically focused on before.
I think that the other thing we're starting to think about is cost reduction of the robots. You know, the robots that were in the video are pretty expensive still, and we're interested in seeing if we can get the cost down from prototype type costs to product type costs, and that's a place where we're starting to reassign some of our talent and maybe find some new talent and outside talent. Why don't we roll the other video and you'll see this is a robot that we're interested in possibly cost reducing. Can we roll the second? So some of this is on YouTube, but some of it's new. This is Spot Mini, a robot that weighs about half as much as the previous Spot robot. So it weighs about 60 pounds. For people in metric, it's about 28 kilo. It's got an arm. This isn't a real house, and those aren't real people. Those are just engineers that we used. And this is a house we built inside of a warehouse so we can do testing of the robot. There it used its arm to get back up after it had fallen down. Someone left the banana peels out. One of the important capabilities for these robots is to be able to do stairways, both up and down. And again, I showed you, here's the proud parents learning more about the capability of the robot by disturbing it and making sure that it can handle that. Here the vision system is being used with a bunch of advanced optimization and planning to be able to adjust the footsteps to stay on the terrain. And here's a sort of a more real world use of that kind of a capability.
So here you seem to be approaching more like a consumer use case, right, of what people might do. Are you guys thinking about like independent mobility, like through? That's a big concern.
Let me just point out here. Here's, animal inspiration sometimes plays a role in our robot. That was an ordinary chicken that can stabilize its head, and we can stabilize our hands. And we thought that giving Spot the ability to do that would really enhance its ability to manipulate things in the world. And of course, if you had a robot like this, not only would you want it to be able to clean up, but you'd like to be able to go send it to fetch a beer.
Yeah.
So that's actually not a beer, it's a soda. Unfortunately, it fetched the beer okay, but we hadn't
wanted to hang on
properly told it to let go.
Very good. Yeah, is that something you're actively thinking about? Like oh, it's right here. Okay.
So this is that robot that was just in the video, and this is Seth Davis, our head of field ops, and he's going to demo a little bit of the robot.
Seth is using an Xbox controller to do this?
He's got an Xbox controller. The computer that Seth's carrying is just communicating everything. All the control for the robot is on board. It's got sort of the equivalent of 3 laptop computers, one of which is used to do all the motion and 2 of which are used to do vision. It's got a stereo camera and another camera in its hand. You can see, if you look in there, you see there's a dark spot in the crotch of the hand, and that's a camera.
Does this one use LiDAR? You had a LiDAR unit.
It has a place for LiDAR. We don't have it here today. So this robot is very graceful in its transition between walking gaits. Here it's trotting. It's switched to a walk. That's a pacing gait. So if you know anything about animals, these are the gaits that animals normally use.
And that's what you've done all the gaits based on, is biomimicry, basically?
Basically. Although it has some gaits that you don't see in animals. You'll see them a little later. It can run. It's also kind of a show-off, so it can do a thing that you usually don't see animals do, which is to hop on just 2 of its legs and keep its balance. So the feet have to be very fast in order to balance in a demonstration like this. And a lot of the design starts with requirements for how fast the legs move, and then we work up. One of the cool things about this robot, so many of you have probably seen robots' arms that are fixed to a table, and they can only reach this much around them. But having an arm on a robot like this, where the body can contribute the way your bodies contribute to the motion of your arms, means that the range of reach is much greater, and therefore the things you can do with the robot are much greater than otherwise. Actually, for that demo, Seth was driving the hand rather than driving the robot, and he can tell it to go in a straight line. And I think we're going to do the chicken mode. Here we can stabilize the hand while the body moves, which is really useful in working on being able to handle objects where the location of the object in the room is what matters. In fact, I'm feeling a little thirsty. Spot, could you get me that can of whatever it is over there? Now, it's using the camera in its hand to find the can, localize it. It's having a little trouble with the lights, I would say, here. So
yeah,
it keeps looking. It didn't find it. I think Seth took over control there, if I understand right.
That's what I was going to ask, is how much is remote controlled directly and how much
normally this demo isn't remote controlled, but I think the bright lights screwed it up, and Seth did it. Okay. Thank you, Spot.
Oh, it let go smoothly that time.
Okay.
Whoa.
Thanks, Spot.
Yeah, so is that a thing where you would see that operating in like a way to help people stay mobile longer and stay independent longer, like an elder care situation?
I think that's one of the biggest opportunities, both to help mankind. In the United States, about 15% of the population is over 65, and it's supposed to grow in 5 or 6 years to 18%. In the UK, it's something like 17% over 65, and in Japan, it's already over 20%. And in the United States, about 30 million people spend more than 20 hours a week helping an elderly person get around in their life. And I know those people are being good and they're bonded with their elderly, the person they're giving care to, but it's a burden. And I think
not everyone has that either.
Not everybody has that. I think if we had machines that could help, there's a lot of things that could be done.
And so we've talked a lot about strategy. Is the strategy something that is coming sort of like whole cloth from you guys, or is like Google influencing this as an owner?
I can't really speak much to the internals of how we work with Google. It's always been our goal to build up capabilities until there was enough so that we thought it was time to start productizing. And Spot Mini has a diversity of capability. Its mobility is very good, as good as any quadruped on Earth, any robot quadruped. It's not as good as animals. Right. Its manipulation skills are coming along. The vision's pretty good. So we're starting to turn the corner to think about how you'd make it into a product and find some narrower applications. And that's where we are.
But what about like horizon-wise? So you guys are now 26 years old, right? 25 years old. So that's the horizon for arriving at a point where you're starting to turn the corner. Like what can we think of, what kind of time scale can we think of in terms of that productization?
I can't give you a roadmap. I think you'll see products like this coming up soon.
But do you guys have a roadmap, a firm roadmap? Or you don't have to tell us it. Just tell me if you have one.
We have the makings of a roadmap.
Okay. Yeah, like the business plan. Do you have a revenue idea about what kind of opportunity is there?
We do.
And you don't want to share
There's lots of opportunity. No, not yet.
All right.
Maybe next year.
What about with Google? Like there were rumors earlier that Google had thought about a sale and was looking into a sale. And one of the potential acquirers was actually Toyota. And Toyota has their TRI Research Institute, which I'm sure you're familiar with. They do a lot of robotics.
I went to their they opened an office in Cambridge. We went down there last week.
Nice.
It's like a great space. It's interesting, their office is the same space Boston Dynamics was in our very first office 25 years ago.
Oh, wow, okay.
But they've built it out.
So they've shared geographic DNA, I guess, but is that something that you can comment on? Like, are they a potential
I've heard that
acquirer?
rumor, but I don't really have anything to offer about what the plans are.
Okay, and just also in the Boston space, actually, I recently got the chance to speak to iRobot about their work, iRobot CEO, and it's interesting. You guys had similar trajectories, right? But it seems like they always started out with sort of that productization in the back of the mind, and they started from a very different place about what they thought robots should be able to do in the home. Yeah. What do you think of their approach, and what do you think? Like, how does it compare to your approach?
I I think they were much more. I'm inferring all this just from the outside, even though I know Colin from when he was a student at MIT when I was there. I think they were more committed to go right to product. With the Roomba. I think that their EOD robots, did a great service for the military during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And although now they've divested themselves of that into, I think it's Evolution Robotics. They were more interested in product. We were more interested in the long-term capability. And I think I'm pleased with the progress we've been making towards advanced mobility, mobile manipulation, and perception.
Nice. Do you think that ever comes back together, like in the long?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that these capabilities that the robots have mean that you can apply them much more easily and do much more interesting things. If you look in the space of robots for the home now, they're pretty limited. They're mostly communication devices, right? Yeah. They're like your iPad with FaceTime or whatever, or Hangouts, I guess I should be saying.
Or a speaker with no
Hangouts,
screen.
or whatever it is. Yeah. And maybe there's some mobility to them, but basically they can't move in the world. And I think when we can move in the world, there's just going to be a vast set of things you can do. Someone recently told me, Google has had a massive impact on the world because they give you access to all the knowledge in the world. Mm-hmm. But if you can have robots in the world that can touch and change the physical world, the opportunities are even bigger.
Oh, that's true.
That was an exciting thought. That didn't come from me.
But you did mention the horizon. Like, is there runway enough to get to that place? Like, if surviving so long without productization is hard to do, right? It's hard to do. I mean, you're lucky in that Google has a lot of resources, and I mean, potentially other acquirers would have a lot of resources too. But contractors used to be a way to do that. Like, is it definitely possible that you'll be able to continue in your mission specifically?
I absolutely believe so. Yeah, there's no reason to be anything but optimistic.
All right, great. Well, thanks, Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Coming in.
Thanks for having me. This way?
Yeah.
I travel a lot for work, so I'm going to look into if Mark will give me a spot instead of a real dog, because I think that would work better. I think that we're ready to go with our next panelist. He happens to have a $5.1 billion lawsuit hanging over his head, and we're going to figure out why. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Mike Lynch of Invoke Capital and our moderator, Frederic Lardinois. My mic again. Actually, I was told to make an announcement, a second announcement. There's a quick story I have to tell you. There's this woman, her name's Leslie, and she's a hero because she brought in 1,000 blankets into this place. Okay, so if you are cold, don't be ashamed. Yeah, honestly, round of applause. And she's one of yours. She moved here. So now she's one of yours, and she's come to save the day. There are blankets in the session hall, and she wants you to use them because there are 1,000 of them. There's one for everyone. So please, if you need a blanket, go get one. It's not embarrassing. We can all snuggle together. You guys go. Do your thing.
We're here, and the mics are working, and it's warm up here. What more do we need?
Yep.
Thank you for being here. Let's jump right in. You founded Autonomy in 1996. And it became pretty much the biggest UK tech company within about 15 years or so. Then you sold it to HP for $11 billion. That's, by any measure, a big sell. But things didn't go so well after that. You were fired the year after, 2012. HP wrote down almost $9 billion of those $11 billion. And you're suing each other back and forth ever since, really. It's still ongoing. What's the status right now of those lawsuits and this whole affair?
In the true world of lawyers, they're still going on, so they'll carry on. But it was a sad thing to happen in the end because obviously that was a business that I started in 1996, funnily enough, Ned Desmond here at TechCrunch was one of the first people to spot us and do a piece in the US back in '97. And then the company grew up, and the UK model is there's no way of stopping a takeover. There's no poison pill like in the US. So when Hewlett-Packard came along and wanted to make its offer, we couldn't stop them. But actually, the people that were doing it at the time, which was Leo and Shane, his head of strategy, they had an amazing strategy, which was what they wanted to do was take the company, refocus it into this new age of big data and software and machine intelligence. And that was exciting, and we got convinced by them.
Because that was exactly what you were doing at Atomico.
And, and we could see the future was that way. The problem was a week after the deal, they get fired in one of the sort of, continual coup d'etats there, and we're left with the hardware group who, they used to call us the stepchild.
That's the takeover of Mac Whitman of HP.
And then, the problem is that all the understanding of, high growth, clever software people wasn't there, and the people left. And, it's sad in one way because it was many years, and I spent a lot of years working on it, but those people have gone off. They've all started businesses, they're doing new things, and it's kind of fertilized the European tech scene. And I just watch all the stuff they're doing now. I've got about 60 of the people from Autonomy that work with me and Invoke, and we raised $1 billion, and now we go out and we invest in European tech. We put in the money, but we also have these 60 people that can kind of help with the sort of things that need to be done.
Right. While you're doing that, though, you still have a massive lawsuit hanging over your head here in London right now, if I'm not mistaken, right? They're suing you for billions.
And I'm suing them. So
yeah, well.
The reality, luckily, is that stuff doesn't take much time because, the facts are there. If one day it will get to court, that's fine, it will be dealt with. So what we do is we get on with it. So, we raised our $1 billion, and what we're doing is taking bright ideas from bright people and turning them into impact and reality. We've done a series of investments. Probably the most well-known one is Darktrace. That's about 2.5 years old, and that's gone from 0 to 500 million. That's growing exponentially. We've got others in the genetic space. Now, you might think, why genetics? But it's actually using machine learning algorithms with genetics data. We've got one which, talking about the lawyers, is very relevant, which is using artificial intelligence to replace some of the menial tasks with law firms.
One of those tasks is dealing with M&A, which did that come
I thought they'd be dead against
to you,
it.
or is that?
Well, I thought they'd be dead against it because historically the lawyers have been very pushed back on technology, but I think they've realized that the time has come because of the amount of information. And then we also like the mixed reality space a lot, so we're doing a lot there. And the idea there is to say that when you bring the real world and the virtual or digital world together, the touch points need to be much more complex than they are now, where you tend to go through a device. So all those Internet of Things objects need to understand what's going on around them. They need to be able to recognize sounds and what they're seeing. And then in the mixed reality world, you need to be able to, have a non-existent dinosaur scampering around, but throw a real ball.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you make the physics of all that work together? So we've got a very interesting set of projects in that sort of area. But, we're open to anything that's got some clever piece of tech and can be big.
Let me take one step back there, though. You've raised $1 billion for your investment firm. That came just after everything went down at HP. Was it hard at that point to raise that $1 billion? What was it like going out with all of that happening at the same time?
Well, the kind of people that give you $1 billion can read financial statements. And the thing about the HP thing is not only did they own it for a year before they cried foul, but there's no dispute about the amount of cash that the business made. And basically, if something's wrong in a business, people don't pay you. Whereas if people are paying you hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, then that gives a bound to what's going on. So the kind of investors that we deal with were very easily able to do that kind of analysis and work out that there was a lot of spin and bullshit going on here.
Now, at Invoke, you're taking a pretty interesting approach to your investments. You've raised $1 billion. How much of that have you invested so far?
We've done probably about 60, 70 million so far.
Right, so that's since 2013, right? So that's not a lot of money. You still have a lot of money in the bank.
Yeah,
why are you
the
taking
model is
that
very
approach?
different, though, in that we look at the venture capital industry and we don't understand why it's organized the way it is. So, for example, you have angel, you have VC, you may have MES, and then you might have private equity. It doesn't make any sense from the point of view of a tech business, because what you don't want to be doing is investing a great idea, and then another round comes along, and you can't participate in that.
Right.
So the first thing that we decided was we always wanted to have enough money to actually go all the way through the idea. The second thing that doesn't make sense to us is, why does it have to be organic? So the VC world has this sort of obsession with organic growth, but if we find someone that has an amazing piece of technology, once we know that that works and customers love it and it's the right way, do you then spend 10 years building a sales force? Or do you go and buy for $1 billion the existing player who's number 4 in that market, got all the customers and everything, and put the technology in and reverse it into the vehicle? So it's really about using capital in a way which maximizes it when you have a true technology advantage. And what we say is we only want to invest in things that have an unfair technology advantage. And then once you have that, then the capital should follow that, none of these sort of strange ideas that you have at the moment.
What would be an unfair technology advantage?
Oh, you want to see something that either can solve a problem that hasn't been solved before. So in the areas, for example, of machine learning now, you're seeing applications where it was either a person did it or now the machine can do it. That's a big step forward. Or where you're seeing something where it can be done at literally 1/10 of the cost. So you want to see an order of magnitude difference. And what that means is that if we take that example of reversing a large existing player, you may have some area and you've got a big player in the market and their product's basically the same as everyone else's. All they do with all that marketing, it's the same. And so they're selling it on price and they're throwing in free features. And so the margin on those businesses is very small. If you suddenly turn up a product that is literally 10 times better, you no longer have to sell on price and you no longer have to give away stuff. And that means those margins open up. And that really rewrites the situation. So you're looking for those game-changing, disruptive things that can happen.
How are the companies you've been investing in then game-changing? What are the things that make them stand out so much from? Why did you invest in them to begin with, I guess?
Well, the interesting one, so for example, if you take Darktrace, the cybersecurity world has been obsessed about the boundary. So it's the old idea that if you have a castle, you build a wall. Well, you can see how that works. If you go to Tuscany, you've got these beautiful old hill towns, and they've got a wall, but they're beautiful old hill towns. You go to modern Milan, the wall has got big holes in it. And so the reality in cybersecurity is any idea of keeping stuff out is a non-starter. And then the second thing is the idea that you're going to know what to look for in cybersecurity, that people aren't going to get clever enough to write self-writing zero-day attacks. Mm-hmm. So it leads you, obviously, that the solution has to be something which is inside and is learned. And so we were very, very interested in technologies that could do that, could be everywhere in a company, and could actually learn what was going on. And we think that's a game changer, but it's a game changer where you have to accept the fight at the boundary is gone, the walls have been breached. Mm-hmm. So we like that one a lot. Another example we saw was in genetic testing for cancer, where there's a lot of technologies out there that will sequence DNA, but the accuracy is too low to use in a clinical environment. You can use them for research. Well, these guys use machine learning, and they got the accuracy very, very high so that you could use it for an individual patient. Right. And again, that's a game-changing technology. So.
Still, you've only made those 4 investments. How are you going to scale up this model, which is, if I understand it right, really hands-on?
Now, we're getting up towards 10 investments now, actually.
Are you making those
but that's
5?
Actually the constraint. One of the advantages we bring is that if you've got a great idea, and you've got a great product, why should you have to recreate how to do a customer service desk or how to run sales ops? So we have the people that do that for you. But what that means is that we're not going to be doing 40 investments. 10 is about what we like to do.
Okay.
But the goal is to take those 10 and the ones of them that work, and we would expect to have a much higher hit rate because of the input, take those to be very big businesses.
You haven't had any exits yet,
Sorry?
You haven't had any exits yet?
No, we haven't, but we've only been doing it for 3 years, and
fair enough.
We have actually had a situation where we brought in co-investors. So, for example, at the 500 million level, we brought in KKR and SoftBank, and we brought in Summit as well. So we like our ideas being validated by having some other people to talk to about them.
When you get to the exit, is there something you learned from your own experience that you're going to teach these startups?
Well, there's a whole series of things. So, it's a question of, the first thing is, when you sell a business, it is sold. And so, even if you have a great relationship with the people buying it and they share your vision, they may not be there a little bit later. So you kind of have to very consciously make that decision that you are selling. And from that point, that's the end line. The other thing I think is just cultural, though. Probably what one should do is really think about risk and return. If you're running a large tech business, you can't do it these days by layoffs, selling off bits. That is about managing death. Okay? And if you're not going to manage death, you've got to make decisions. You've got to spot trends, and you've got to place a bet. And for a suit manager, a corporate manager, that's big risk, because you make a bet, you might be wrong. But you've got to do that in technology. Apple sees something, it made a bet. Google makes a bet. Amazon makes a bet. If you don't do that, you're going to miss cloud, you're going to miss smartphones. So the one thing I would say is if I was looking for a good home for a business and it was being acquired, I'd really want it to go to the kind of business where the management actually have vision and make bets. I don't mind if they're wrong, but that's much better than just trying to manage something by cutting cost base and all that sort of stuff.
Is the big bet you're making on machine learning then? It's pretty much all your investments focus more, have something to do with machine learning.
I wouldn't say the bet's on machine learning, in that my background is machine learning. So, yeah.
You feel confident? Is that what you're saying?
And the bets are much more on understanding where the world is going to change. So, for example, there's a very good counter-argument to our legal investment. The lawyers have been probably the most resistant to change profession. So what we are doing is taking a bet that now is the time where they're forced to change. And that looks like it's going to work out to be true, but that timing is very, very difficult to pull off in these things. So, and certainly the whole mixed reality thing, we're very strongly betting on mixed reality. And we think that again, it's a vision, it's a bet, we don't know. And we sit here in 5 years' time with any answer.
So we should expect some investments in the mixed reality space from you?
Yeah, we think this whole idea of the digital and physical world becoming seamlessly blended is likely to happen, but we think it's a lot more complex than the ideas that people are putting forward at the moment, because the digital world has to understand the physical world. So, what you can't do is have someone going around and sort of programming a glass of water, because there's too many objects in the world. But what you have got to do is somehow the system's got to understand what a glass of water does by knocking one over. And then it understands that's a glass, and there's this thing that is a liquid, and the liquid does this kind of stuff. And in that way, suddenly the whole world can be authored into the digital part. And then you can start mixing things. As I said, you can have a virtual dinosaur chasing a real ball, or a real dog, and you throw a ball for it, and it's got some headset on.
Or a robot dog.
Yeah, and it's so the possibilities, if you start to make the world interchangeable. But you've got some big technology issues, because, for example, not only do you have to understand the scene, what is in a plane, what's the 3D scene, but what the objects are and what their properties are. And again, the big step forward here is that has to self-author. If you're relying on everyone setting all that up, then it's never going to happen.
One thing I noticed, we've talked about the technologies, and when I talk to Silicon Valley investors, all they want to talk about is the team that's building those technologies. What's your approach to the team when you're looking at investing?
Well, we're a little bit different in Europe because, first of all, I think it's much harder to do a business out of Europe that isn't got an unfair advantage. For example, the market size is in effect smaller. So, we would be less likely to do an investment in a new social media play or even an e-commerce market space for us. It's just not something we would know about. So we generally, the first bit, the magic bit, is the deep tech. Okay. And then after that, the model we have is about having access to people who bring skills. So if you're a brilliant, 23-year-old programmer and you've created something, why do we want to waste you on working out how to run the customer service desk? I've got some great people that know how to do that. So it is round the other way here for us. The model is not so much about we can put people together. There is one constraint, though, which is entrepreneurs tend to be very decisive and know what they want. But this model only works if, as well as being decisive and knowing what they want, they listen.
So you need a meek entrepreneur?
Sorry, what's that?
What are you looking for in the entrepreneur then?
Well, you want that desire to completely change the world. You want them to be on a mission. But no matter how forceful, strong, and decisive they seem, you've got to know that they will listen. Because I have made so many mistakes, and I would like the entrepreneurs that we invest in to make new and novel ones, not the same ones.
Let's maybe talk about those mistakes for a moment, because we were talking about machine learning earlier on. And most of the startups I talk to now do something around machine learning or are trying to do something. You've worked with a few now. What are they getting wrong when they look at machine learning?
Well, the first thing to say about machine learning is it's appearing in every pitch at the moment, and it's kind of become a marketing term. And you have to be slightly careful about that, because machine learning is not a technology you can just go and get a library piece of code out of a book. So one of the very interesting examples I see a lot is if you've come from a world of rigorous programming, then people will do things like, in order to train the machine learning, they'll create a very clean training set where they'll take out all the useless examples. That is completely the wrong thing to do.
All right.
Because what these technologies are about is about learning the variation of the real world and the noise and the problems and everything like that. So you've kind of got to get yourself into a different mindset, which is all that chaos of the real world. That's why these machine learning algorithms are good, because they learn that. They learn how to handle slang in text. They learn how to handle, low winter sun in a visual situation. They know how to handle background noise. But they only do that if you give them the real world. And what it comes down to is a big philosophical change. And Chris Bishop at Microsoft has a lovely way of putting this. He says, we all now have to embrace uncertainty. It's not about having certainty by having defined everything. It's about knowing how to juggle probabilities. And that's a different way of thinking.
All right, there's only one certainty here, and that's the clock running out. But I've got one last question for you that kept me from sleeping the last couple of days. I read in a couple of articles that you've got a nice estate.
Did I, sorry?
You've got a quite nice estate, and you do like to go hunting. Is that right?
Sorry, I can't.
You do like to hunt?
No, I don't hunt at all.
So people were lying in those articles? Because I read a story about rabbits.
No, I actually exactly the opposite. I conserve rare breeds.
All right.
So basically, I look after rare breed animals that are no longer economically viable. So I have, for example, Suffolk Red Poll, which was the most common cow, very nice cow, up until the 1940s, and then became uneconomic when modern Franken cow came along. And I have old sheep, and then I have medieval pigs that actually live out in the woods. So
that's a false
no, I'd rather
story.
leave the things alive than
That's a false news story right there.
Where did you get that from?
The Telegraph, I think.
I don't know the story.
All right, I'll show it to you afterwards.
I can assure you, I like foxes. They are my friends.
All right, good. I can sleep soundly now. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
That's
random.
All right, break time. Rest, drink some coffee, because when you come back, I'm going to expect more energy. Let's go do something for yourself. About 10 minutes, guys, okay? See you in a minute.
Walk up and down this alley and see all the amazing things that are happening in startups, especially in Europe. This is the AI pavilion. We're going to come to these guys right here. These guys are going to tell us what's up. Tell us what's up.
So I'm Nino. I'm a co-founder of Let's. We are building an AI-based personal assistant that makes sure you keep being productive during the day.
All right, now how does it work?
So this is Lucy, for example. It's my assistant. And Lucy wakes me up in the morning. She tells me what I have planned for the day. She also knows I like reading my TechCrunch news in the morning as well. So she gives me like a digest of my news. She can also tell me like important information like, hey, don't forget an umbrella, it's raining outside. And then like she catches up with me on a couple of occasions during the day, making sure that I'm on top of my agenda.
All right, so can she feel love?
Sometimes, but you can for sure.
I can feel love for it, but it can't feel love for me, which is the saddest thing in the world.
Yeah.
I have a mouth, yet I cannot scream. Let's. What's the website?
It's www.lets.do. So you can check it out.
Thanks. Let's head over to these guys. What are you guys working on over here? What's this?
Hello there. So we're Oxy Health. And probably the best person to talk to is our CEO.
Sorry, he's busy, so you got to do it.
Okay. So we turn.
I'm going to interview you about this, and you can tell me about it. Do you know anything about it yet? Do you know enough about it yet?
No.
How does it work?
Just being told how it works.
Okay, so let's all get together and learn.
Okay, cool.
Or we can be whatever you want to be.
Okay, cool.
Right, go.
So at Oxy Health, we turn digital video cameras into medical-grade heart monitors. And this lady here was just asking me exactly how we do that.
Are you a journalist?
I am, yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I know, it's a mess.
The way we do that is using the science of photoplethysmography. That's the same science that's in pulse oximeters. So you went to the hospital or the doctor, they put a clip on your finger, and it basically, every time your heart beats, your skin goes red, not red, red, not red, red, not red, counts that. So we do exactly the same with that proven science. But the disruptive thing is we can do that from like 7-8 meters away using a totally standard digital video camera. So we're giving a medical grade heart rate, medical grade breathing rate, and other health indicators, some that you can get today and some that you can only get exclusively.
So I can put this in my house and I can know how healthy I am? Or whatever? I turn black when I just dark, in my heart just is dark.
Your heart's dark?
Yeah, it's just very deep and it's like a black hole. So would you be able to tell?
I can't solve that. But if you're depressed, if you're down, then if that comes through in your physiological signs, then we'll see that, yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, super. What's the website?
Oxyhealth.com.
All right, perfect. Thanks. Excellent. What are you up to over here? What's going on over here?
Oh, Ludovic Chuiron, nice to meet you. I'm CEO of Lilub. Lilub means lifelong learning. Okay, we are focused on lifelong learning and human capital management. And we introduce artificial intelligence for people as individuals in this company. The strategy is to introduce knowledge, matching, and coaching. Today, the startup people could only find information, push-pull, and collaboration, and you introduce new strong proposition value.
All right, very cool. What's your website?
Lilub.com.
Lilub. All right, perfect. All right, thank you. What do you guys got going on over here? What is this?
It's an automation process for customer service. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, just explain. There's no time for formalities. We have to go. This is like Jason Bourne. I'm like the Jason Bourne of walking around.
We have an artificial intelligence process that learns from previous conversation from the customer. Then it's a natural evolution of the customer communication. That means the agent talks with the customers fluently, but the machine is a layer of intelligence that is learning that process. And in few words, you have from the early hi, you have the welcome, and the next hi, the machine is saying, okay, welcome to my company.
But then the machine, the next time it knows who you are, it knows that you cursed it out once.
It know the previous, the city that the behavior that you're taking over the website, and it's learning from that process to give you the better communication.
I gotcha. All right, sounds good. All right, what's the website?
Marketeer.co.
Marketeer.co. Marketeer.co.
The cool part is right here. Try it out. Hello.marketeer.co.
Yeah, that's really cool. All right, very cool. All right, what's this? Who are these people? What? I don't know. I wish more people would just appear. Ah, here we go. Some dolls. What's happened? What is this? Is this yours?
No, yes. Go on. Thanks.
What's your thing? Tell me what your thing is. What do you do?
Excellent. Sorry?
What do you do?
I just come here to see what's happening.
Who do you work for?
Online insurance broker, yeah.
Is that fun? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's very good.
All right, very cool. All right, thanks. Okay, what's this?
This company, Arta, is a company based in Hong Kong, which develops artificial intelligence for learning experience. So we have built up a framework to detect learning, to detect emotional behavior out of a webcam. And afterwards, by looking at the emotion and the behavior of somebody, we modify the content of a particular app. The first application is learning. So we have built up an app for kids between 2 and 5. So the kids will change himself, the way he works by the way he reacts. So if the guy is, if the guy is sad, he modifies it.
This computer looks like it's been to Mars. What happened to it?
We are a startup, so
it's like you got like stuff on it. This is amazing.
We're working hard, right? So the company is based in Hong Kong. So we have 12 developers in China working with us. The CEO is based in Germany, so we are.
All right, what's the website?
Arta.co.
Arta. Okay, all right, very cool. All right, thanks. And we're off. What are you doing over here? What is this? Sorry. Who are you? To explain yourself.
I'm a photographer.
Oh, you're a photographer.
I'm the press as well.
Do you enjoy looking at this kind of things? Are you professionally?
Yes. I photograph in the tech sphere and businesses in that kind of world. So it's really interesting coming to the events, seeing all the startups, seeing what's going on.
If only this were like a pet show, that would be a lot cooler, right?
Well, there's enough interesting things going on here. Admittedly, there's
a lot of cats and dogs.
No cute dogs here today, no.
Badass. Like this guy? What do we got at this guy? Well, if I had a dog right here?
Well, yeah, I think we could go Bond villain, yeah.
You could be a Bond villain. All right. Okay, explain yourself.
Cool. We're B1 with the first intelligent productivity coaching and analytics platform. So we find that your time is your most valuable asset. We help you to maximize that for you and your team. So when you join the platform, you simply use our focus timer to improve your productivity. You link to one of our platforms that we support, Asana, Basecamp, Trello, Slack, Jira, or any of those. And we then give you insights on how to be more productive. We give you a score. We've got some cool wearable technology. Yeah, cool.
Let's see, E1.ai.
B1.
B1. You gotta fix that.
Hey, no.
Let's work on this logo. Cool. All right, cool. Thanks, George. All right, a few more here in AI world. Monkey drone. What do you guys do? Are you guys involved in monkey harvesting?
Monkey harvest.
Harvesting, when you grab the monkey and then you put it in I saw it in Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. I'd like to be involved in monkey harvesting.
It's not very good for the monkeys in the end. Did you see the movie? When they ate the monkey's head?
No, what?
Indiana Jones of the Temple of Doom.
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, I've seen
So this is what you guys do, right? You harvest monkeys.
Yes, yeah, it's very profitable. I've been doing it for years.
Explain what it is.
So MoneyDrome is a micro-investing app, and it's smartphone-based. And the whole idea is to get millennials investing and to give them kickbacks and benefits for investing, and to not charge them fees for investing.
But you got to admit that idea MoneyDrome sounds like it's a place where monkeys can fight, like Thunderdome Dome.
I mean, that K makes a really big difference.
I thought I thought it was monkey. I thought it was monkey. So it's not monkey. All right, so it's MoneyDrome. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So
MoneyDrome. I was so more excited. I was the monkey part.
Yeah.
All right, very cool. What's the website?
Oh, maybe I'm missing the K.
I think you're missing the K.
I'm missing the K.
So much better if it was monkey.
It needs to be MoneyDrome. I was a little bit confused there, but now I realize you've just been drinking really early in the morning.
I looked over here. I saw money. I saw monkey. What's the website? MoneyDrome.com.
It's moneydrome.com, but it is going to be app-based. It's going to be smartphone-based, and we're at proof of concept stage. We're fundraising, and it's a micro-investing app. So it'll be for like what I call the Uber economy, for people who really don't have pensions. You know, we're moving to a stage where a lot of people are freelancers, and they're working independently, and they don't have investments, they don't have pensions, they don't have things that can back them up. And so we're just helping them save in small ways for their future.
If they're looking for monkeys, not here.
Monkeys are not here, but I'll try eating monkey heads, and if that makes me more money, then
It's a beautiful site. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. All right, so there you have it. MoneyDrome, MoneyDrome, and all sorts of exciting stuff here at Startup Alley at TechCrunch Disrupt in London. I'm John Biggs, signing off.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Woo! Right? Everybody had coffee? Let me hear it. Come on, guys. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough for now. Let's keep things moving. Our next guests are Elizabeth Beezer-Clarkson from Sapphire Ventures, John Doran from TCV, Fabrice Grinda from FJ Labs, and our moderator, Connie Loizos.
Hello again, everyone. So as we've been talking about at great length today, this has been a very weird 6 months between Brexit and the US electing a new president who not so long ago was better known as a D-list reality TV star. We're going to be talking with this very diverse panel of investors today about how the sort of shifting and uncertain political landscape changes their work a little bit. And then we're going to we're speculating. And then we're going to dive right into some of the trends they're seeing and maybe what you're predicting for 2017. Fabrice, I thought we could start with you. You have a very unusual background. I'm sure some of you here know who he is. But Fabrice has co-founded a number of companies, including the classified site OLX, the used car marketplace BP. You've invested in dozens of companies. You're French, but you live in New York, where you've moved decades ago. So what do you think? You're outside of the Silicon Valley bubble. What do you think of the U.S. presidency?
To be honest, it's really hard to tell what the impact is going to be on the U.S. and for us as entrepreneurs. I mean, the reality is it's not as though they came out and with a set of policies that was clearly articulated and well thought through that we can actually really react to. There's been off-the-cuff comments. You can have some perception of ideas, but frankly, I think it's unclear. We just have to wait and see, and we can be optimistic that there will be maybe less deregulation, even though we can be worried about the immigration stance, especially when it comes to finding tech workers. But at this point, I think it's just wait and see. I think we dislike uncertainty, and I think that uncertainty is creating an element of fear in investors in general, but for the most part, frankly, it's outside of our realm. It's not as though it impacts us on a day-to-day basis. We keep investing. There's still many great entrepreneurs out there, many great ideas, and we keep doing what we do.
Right. Well, so Waiser, and I completely agree with you. We only know what we know, but I'm just wondering, are you having talks at your firm? Waiser manages, she's an LP, she runs a fund of funds which owns stakes in other venture firms around the world. I mean, are you talking about, sort of this rhetoric about limiting free trade, keeping manufacturing jobs there, basically slowing down tech?
There's certainly some discussion because it's in the news and it's prevalent and it's worthy of discussion, but much like what Fabrice was saying, it's so hard to know what will happen that it's speculation at this point. And from an LP perspective, what you're doing is investing in other investors. And the goal is to pick people who are capable of managing through ups and downs. And if you look at the venture history, administrations do come and go every 4 to 8 years, and the tech ecosystem keeps moving forward. So there's some optimism that will continue.
Right. Well, actually, that's a great point. And John, maybe we can talk briefly about this. TCV is a global investor. I think it's invested something like $700 million in Europe in recent years, but of course it invests much more in the US. To your point, Brexit's much more sort of permanent than Donald Trump. Possibly, hopefully. Are you spending more time talking about what's happening in the US or Brexit, or what's sort of like the bigger...
Yeah, we've actually invested almost $1 billion since 2011, since we opened
in Europe.
In European
Oh, wow.
companies. Yeah, I think the Trump thing and the Brexit thing, I'm kind of similar to place to Fabrice. I think it's too early to tell. The one thing I think, I don't even think politicians themselves know what's going to happen with Brexit in this country. So for us as investors, I think it would be even harder. The one thing I do hear from our CEOs and entrepreneurs that we partner with is that they do express some concerns about the ability to attract talent, especially tech talent across Europe. And I think that's something that's been a real advantage for companies in Europe over the last 10, 15 years. And so I don't think that will change. I hope it won't change. But that's one of the kind of concerns that most of the CEOs that we've talked to post-Brexit have voiced.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot about that today. I think people are starting to sense less movement, especially for very sort of nascent founders not wanting to come here necessarily, versus founders who might scale their businesses who are already here. John, let's stick with you for a minute. Another thing about TCV is it's known for late-stage investing, also doing some crossover investing in public companies that are seen as sort of valuable. And these sort of tourist investors, mutual funds, hedge funds, they seem to kind of hit the pause button in 2016. What's going to happen in 2017?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we definitely saw an influx of I wouldn't classify them as tourist investors. I've seen that phrase, but of non-traditional technology investors doing the kind of rounds that we would typically do, especially in 2014 and 15. I think 16 we've seen a pullback from that. I think part of it, in my view, is a less buoyant market from fundraising perspective. I think the other part of it is you've seen some of these investors who have potentially been less diligent about the work, or less, or easier on terms, or more willing to meet what I would classify as potentially heightened valuations in that period. And some of those people have been burned. So I think 2016 definitely saw some pullback. At the same time, I think there's been a ton of capital raised across the spectrum, whether it be early stage growth like us or even in that category. And if you look at the alternatives they might have, I'm not sure it's any better than what they're seeing in tech from a return perspective. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see an uptick or additional investment from those pools of capital in 2017 and beyond.
Fabrice, do you have any thoughts about that? I mean, you have a lot of early stage bets, but you've been doing this for a long time. Some of these companies are coming in and marking up your deals.
Well, we still remain in, if you look at the macro perspective, we're still in a very low interest rate environment where people are yield chasing. There are not many places in the world today where you can get return, and technology is actually the main provider of productivity growth and the main provider of economic growth globally today. And so even though the fair weather investors maybe took a step back for a variety of reasons in 2016, I suspect that the frothiness and the desire to invest in this category will continue for the foreseeable future. And we've seen people focusing more on unit economics and more on underlying or make sure the business is viable rather than growth at all costs, which I think actually is a good thing. And it's good for the environment and it's good for the startups. But will the capital completely return? No, absolutely not. I'm profoundly optimistic about 2017 and what's in store for us.
Great. And what about corporate VCs? You know a little bit about this. You have your single LP is SAP, the software giant. To be honest, I've sort of lost track of 2016. I haven't seen a lot of numbers, but I know that in 2015, we hit like a high peak. Corporate VCs accounted for something like, in the US, 13% of all the money invested in startups, and they were in 21% of the deals. These things tend to sort of operate in cycles. Do you see, more corporate VCs coming in, or
well, it's interesting. We study the market in general, and as part of that, we look at the investing activity in different sections, so corporate as well as traditional venture. And over the last few years, the makeup of the significant of the volume of the corporate investors is the same cast of characters. It's Google Ventures, it's Intel Capital, it's Salesforce, it's Cisco. So they've been pretty consistent players. And they can switch, at least some folks like Salesforce can switch between investing and M&A, and you've seen some of that in 2016. So I suspect the absolute numbers are down. But you have Google Ventures doing hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Same thing with Intel. So that's really been the backbone.
Right.
When you think of it. And then other folks that come in are much smaller dollars and smaller volume. No one else has that kind of platform.
Right. Well, it's just amazing the variety that we're seeing. Even Campbell's, the U.S. soup company, has a venture fund at this point. I am wondering if the IPO market isn't sort of as vibrant as people are hoping, or the M&A market isn't as vibrant. Do you think corporates have to feel sort of more pressure than traditional VCs to maybe get rid of their non-strategic investments? How long can they hold on to them?
I'm going to speculate here, not having that same situation in our own shop, given our independence. But I would suspect most of the investments, Google Ventures, I don't think has to sell to make their returns.
Like to take the top 5 out of it that are gazillionaires.
Well, I'd presume that people that are coming into it, some of the large corporates that are coming into it because they're looking at the digitization of the world and wanting to engage with it. So it could very well be they're actually investing for their own purposes, and they're investing in companies where they can use the technologies. So they might not have to feel any pressure to exit. We certainly haven't had any conversations with, we're not obviously invested in any of them, but we haven't heard any discussions around that. So I don't know if someone else has had a different experience, but I would suspect a lot of these folks are investing so they can understand what's happening in the technology world and be closer to it.
Right.
Because it is such a powerful force, and if they don't, their businesses could have a lot of challenge to them.
Right, absolutely. Right, given how fast everything's changing. Fabrice, let's just maybe talk a minute about the IPO market. You said you're feeling very optimistic. So you think we're going to see, what reason do you have to think that 2017 will be better than 2016?
I'm feeling optimistic. My optimism is actually more profound than that. It's more like we're still at the very beginning of the digitalization of the world, if you think about it. Like, you have entire spans of the economy, from education to healthcare to public services, that have not yet been touched by the digital revolution. So we're seeing that transformation and attacks by startups, vertical by vertical. Now, specifically with regards to the IPO market, I'm less optimistic about that opening up in the sense that the cost of going public, and I mean both the explicit cost of like getting ready and the implicit cost of like being ready for public scrutiny, doing SOX compliance, Section 404, et cetera, have increased dramatically to the point that people are delaying IPOs as long as they can. Microsoft went public at like a couple $100 million in market cap and Apple at $1 billion. Now you're seeing Facebook at $100 billion or Alibaba at $200 billion. And it, frankly, when I was younger, my dream was to be a public market CEO, tech entrepreneur when I was like 15 because I'm weird that way. And today that would never be my dream. I mean, that feels like a nightmare where you're only dealing with like investors who care about the quarter-to-quarter numbers. You have a whole bunch of like regulatory and legal risks that and your entire strategy would be out there. And so the IPO market per se, no, but do I think the M&A market is going to be frothy if the economy keeps doing well and interest rates remain low? Absolutely. Because digitization is continuing, many of these companies, from GM to others in every other category, hasn't yet transformed itself. They need and they're hungry for technology companies to help them and come to the 21st century. And so I'm way more optimistic, let's say, by the M&A market than I am by the IPO market until it becomes more deregulated and the costs of being public actually decrease and you start getting liquidity.
Yeah, I think we've maybe even seen more non-traditional companies acquiring tech companies this year. John, do you agree? I mean, I've always sort of wondered if VCs default too much to the excuse that it's SAR box and it's too expensive. Yep. Do you agree with that? And also, I guess with Trump and this sort of mantra of less regulation, do you think that could have an impact on the IPO market?
Yeah, it's a tough question. I mean, I do think there's probably other reasons why there's been less IPOs. Mm-hmm. I think the elephant in the room is that you have a very, very buoyant private funding market, lots of capital, lots of dry powder. And so sometimes the valuations you're seeing in the private markets, especially over the last 18 months, I do think there's been some correction in that, are multiples that are higher than the public markets, which I think in the last 20 years is pretty surprising, right, to most people. So you have easy access to capital, so why go through the pain of being public and having to report and being transparent and all those things? The second thing I think is also somewhat of a negative is in the last 2 to 3 years, you've seen a lot of these companies raise at very high valuations. And so going public might mean a down round. Right. And so much harder.
In fact, it has.
Yeah, exactly. So that's much harder to do, I think, in the public eye than doing a down round with another private investor. Or if your business is in the positive case doing well, why not continue to grow for a couple more quarters, a couple more years, such that when you do get a chance to go public, it isn't so obvious that it's necessarily overvalued 2 years ago or 12 months ago. At the same time, I do think there probably is some of these challenges. I agree with Fabrice. I'm not sure that, I think it's a certain constitution it takes to be a public company CEO. And so there's definitely rules and regulations that have gotten stricter over the last 15, 20 years. On the flip side, I do think you're seeing a movement, especially in this country, to make it easier to go public. But I'm not sure those things have been kind of solidified yet.
So I should maybe mention that John is based here in London. He's Irish, but he's lived here for quite some time. Can you do you think the sort of European public markets are healthier in comparison, or is that a crazy question?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're healthier. I mean, you do hear all the time, European tech is undervalued relative to the US. I personally don't see that. I think if you look at the multiples for like in the public sphere, they're pretty similar. In the private markets, we've heard, I think other people have said today possibly that there's lack of capital in Europe or relative to the US, or there's more opportunity here. I would just simply point to returns. I don't think you're seeing outperformance in European investments relative to the US, and you would see that if the valuations were that much lower here. Right. So our view is that it's pretty similar compared to the US. I would also say before we opened our office in 2012, we did do a study where we looked at the dollar opportunity relative to capital raised. And there's absolutely less capital here, but there's also less opportunity relative to the
So
US.
sort of
We think
right
there's a lot of
size.
opportunity, which is why we're here, why we opened an office, and we're very bullish on Europe. But the US is a much bigger market, right? So to compare the number of, say, unicorns or words I don't like that in the US to here, I think is not really fair.
Right, great point. I did also want to ask, I think there's sort of like this excitement about 2017 because of a few IPO possibilities specifically, including Snapchat, Airbnb, and who knows, maybe Uber if their investors get lucky. What happens if those are disappointments? I mean, I guess how people always sort of attach too much importance to these very anomalous companies. But Waiser, what do you think? I mean, is that sort of...
Well, at a high level, a healthy exit environment, be it IPO or M&A, is really critical to the venture ecosystem. So we are always optimistic and hopeful that there will be healthy exits, be it, if all these IPOs happen. And the question for are they successful somewhat depends on when you came in as an investor, right? Because to the point about some of the down rounds that have happened in recent IPOs, if you came in early, that could still be quite a high exit. But if you came in later and you were close to a pre-IPO round, it might not be as successful. So sort of where you stand, where you sit type situation.
So much.
Right. But it would, I think it would dampen the general ecosystem's feelings, right? People want to see successful IPOs and feel that there is this path to profitability. Employees would like it. I mean, it does open up a lot of important things from that side.
And I do think there's some nervousness on the part of founders. I had wanted to talk to you, Fabrice. The early stage venture firm First Round Capital published a study last week that some of you may have read. They talked to 700 founders that are part of their portfolio and sort of operate outside of First Round. And 67% of the respondents said that they sort of felt this power shift away from themselves and toward VCs, which I thought was very interesting, especially because VCs have raised a lot of money this year. There's still a lot of money coming in to the US, especially from outside of the US, including China. What do you think is happening, and is it a good thing?
Well, look, the power between VCs and entrepreneurs ebbs and flows, typically depending on how much they need capital versus how much capital is available. And there was clearly a period in 2015 where there was extraordinary frothiness and capital was available at every stage, and maybe extra capital from not all sources of very smart money. And so power really went in the way or in the direction of the entrepreneurs. And frankly, not always to their favor, because if you raise too big a round too early at too high a price, and you ultimately don't grow into that valuation, you then face down rounds and actually a number of conflicts. I see the ebb has gone into the other direction right now, but probably in a reasonably healthy way, as companies are now, the valuations are still high, way higher than they were 5 years ago or 6 years ago, just maybe less crazy than they were 12 months ago. And so more realistic growth expectations and more realistic terms, but no, I think we're a reasonably fair balance right now between getting the right terms. I mean, no one's getting like 3x participating preferred terms. It's like a 1x liquidation preference. I mean, very clean rounds. And so, yeah, the power has gone a little bit in the other direction, but I don't see it as a power dynamic. The reality is when you're selecting an investor, you're getting married with them. Right. They're going to be with you for many, many years. They're on your board in the good times and the bad times. And so you need to pick on, frankly, that and that dynamic much more than price.
And I sort of think because of the transparency that we have now into the system, there'll never be like a huge imbalance again. You know, VCs can never get away with what they got away with in the past, I don't think. Okay, we have like seconds left. One last sort of corny question. VC has changed a lot in the years that I've covered it, but there's always room for change. I just wondered if there's something that you'd like to see change in the ecosystem.
I would continue to encourage people that are investors to think about their point of differentiation, right? The entrepreneur is differentiating in their company, and that needs to be met with a differentiation on the investor side, so they know, to Fabrice's point, what they're going to get from their investor,
right,
and what makes it different and what makes it valuable. So,
right. Make your life easier.
Yeah.
John, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we've talked a lot about, for example, the IPO market and kind of unwillingness for founders and VCs to IPO their companies. I mean, one stat that I saw recently was that 90+% of exits, VC exits in 2016 was M&A, right? And I would love to see 2017, 18, where that balance moves towards more public companies, because I think it's only healthy for the long run that you see independent champion businesses where they've had venture investing and venture investment, and kind of proving themselves in the public market, which I think is the ultimate place to prove yourself.
Great. And Fabrice?
A little bit of a non sequitur of an answer, but I think it's maybe a comment on the nature of entrepreneurship. The reality is we define entrepreneurs as people who want to go and build companies that are like unicorns and multi-billion-dollar companies. But the reality is, I think entrepreneurship in its own right, meaning being your own boss and building something, is extraordinary, even if it's not a billion-dollar company. If you want to build a local mom-and-pop store or a restaurant. And in fact, many of our exits have not been to unicorns. We've averaged, I think, 5.7x on realized returns, but often we'd invest at like 5 million and we saw 30. And these are not necessarily VC investable companies, but they're amazing companies with amazing entrepreneurs and it's great to allow them to fulfill their dreams. And so I think I'd like to see entrepreneurship as a whole, as a category, being promoted because it's an extraordinary way of living. Mm-hmm. It gives you freedom and independence of thought and creativity that you can't have in traditional jobs, and not just limited to, Uber, Facebook, right. And a $1 billion outcome.
Yeah, obsess less about the unicorns.
Yep.
I completely agree. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate you all coming here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all.
So normally at these conferences, I use every opportunity possible to get more Twitter followers, and I haven't really done a great job of that. I'm really letting myself down. So if you guys were wondering, it's just Jordan R. Crook, follow button. Do it. Man, you guys are low energy, and so am I. I'm trying to keep it up. I will wait here. There's zero shame. Cool. Okay. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it's been cold and all kinds of stuff. All right. Let's bring up our next guest. Please welcome to the stage Roxanne Varza from Station F and the new MBE, Mike Butcher.
Hello. Thank you, Jordan, for embarrassing me. Hello, everyone. Mike Butcher, TechCrunch, and Roxanne Varza, who is the CEO, is the
Director, CEO. Put it on there, Mike.
The guru behind a new venture in Paris called Station F. Now, many of us are all obviously aware of co-location, co-working, big accelerator buildings, but I think we appear to be talking about something really quite substantially, exponentially different and bigger. So what is Station F?
I think exponential is a terrific word. We are the largest startup campus in the world. We're backed by Xavier Niel. So we're also talking about
the fairly famous French.
The super famous.
Multi-millionaire.
French
is he a
billionaire, entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
We're talking about a startup campus because we're actually really similar in many ways to a university campus. We're opening, starting next year, a workspace that has a number of different elements on site. It's a 34,000 square meter space.
34,000 square meters.
In a historical monument in the center of Paris. And it's a space that has been converted into a workspace that has, for example, we've cut it into 3 sections, and we have one section that is entirely workstations, so that's over 3,000 desks. We'll have 10 international startup programs housed there, about 1,000 startups we're expecting to be in this space. We have another area that has event spaces, including a 370-seat auditorium. We have a number of meeting rooms, private offices. We have a fab lab. We have a cafe or coffee shop that's open to the public. And we have another zone that is a massive restaurant. It's like 1/3 of our building, has capacity for 1,000 people, has 4 kitchens, has a bar, open to the public 24/7, which is quite exceptional in Paris. And then we also have a housing component coming 1 year down the line. So it's huge. It's really exponential when we talk about this project.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Basketball court, tennis court.
Jacuzzi, I think, on the roof is what we had in mind. Indoor
Right.
tennis court, that kind of thing.
Great. Fields, rolling fields. It sounds really absolutely enormous.
Maybe we should show some pictures. Should we put some slides up?
That's good. Go for it. You
guys want to see it?
Let's see it. Let's see what it looks like. So this is what, the old building?
So this is actually the restaurant space, what will soon be the restaurant space. Under construction, you guys can take a look at just how huge it is.
Gosh.
This is a 3D model of it from the outside, and this is also the inside, just looking all the way down. You can see all the way to the end of it. That's actually the size of the Eiffel Tower laying down is how big this thing is. And for anybody who's interested in actually taking a full tour, we have a VR tour available on our website, stationf.co. So you can take a full tour of the site.
Stationf.co. And it's going to be absolutely enormous. Let's be honest, it is slightly French, isn't it? In the sense that it's a big project. There is a sort of a tradition in France of the grand projet.
Of course. And Xavier has started this tradition, I think.
But the interesting thing is that typically used to be a big sort of state policy in France from the government, but this is an entirely private sector initiative, isn't it?
This is 100% Xavier's initiative. So he's done a lot of incredibly ambitious projects in France. First, he's founder of one of the big telecoms operators in France, but he's also launched Kima Ventures. They do 100 investments per year. The free coding school in the north of Paris called 42. They teach 1,000 students to code for free every year. And now we have this space for over 1,000 startups. It's entirely funded by him, and it's an investment that's around 250 million euros.
You know, sorry for being the skeptical Englishman here, but who's going to make money out of this? Is this sort of philanthropic, or is he going to do a fund and you have to pass through some strange deal flow situation, or what's going on? Does he have his own fund? Will he be investing in the companies as well?
So he's keeping all his investment activity through Kima, and Kima is entirely separate from what we do.
Well, it's not really, though, because he's a partner in Kima.
He's a partner in Kima.
And so it's not actually separate.
But Kima and Station F don't have, we don't take equity.
Sharing documents with each other.
We don't share documents. They share documents with us. No, we're looking at keeping those two activities separate. And Xavier's model for this project, it's not meant to generate any type of revenue. We're talking about a historical monument that's accessible 24/7, so we're not talking about a cheap space to operate, but we are looking at being break-even within the first few years.
Yeah, so I still don't understand. How is he going to make money out of it?
It's not a money maker for him.
Well, why is he doing it then? Just out of the good of his heart?
He's incredibly active in the ecosystem. I mean, we can see similar projects with 42, which isn't a moneymaker for him either. And initially,
this is just what, spare cash lying around he had down the back of the sofa? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah.
We need a few more entrepreneur donors like this in the UK, I must admit. But now you mentioned VC. You'll have VCs there, right?
We will have VCs there.
Who?
So today we're actually super thrilled to announce some of the first people that will be on site. We've been working on the building for ages. Obviously, the space is important. The members
announcing this today?
We're announcing it today. We're actually announcing it right now.
Oh, okay.
So
who are they then?
This is the first anybody's hearing about this. So we have 3 VCs.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
that will be on site. One of them is Daphne, which is a new fund in France, 150 million. It's the new fund of Marie Eklund, who's become really famous, having invested in Criteo and a number of other big successes.
Marie Eklund is well known, yes?
Very well known.
Who
We have Ventec, which is a fund that actually was started back in the 90s, but they've done extremely well. They've invested over 500 million in 150 companies. They've had 14 IPOs, very successful fund. And we have obviously Kima, who does 100 investments per year. They will be on site.
The 3 French VCs, any international?
I think Daphne and Kima are actually pretty international. Ventec as well. They have huge, they have a portfolio that goes to China, to Russia, to Turkey. I mean, they're all over the place. But obviously, they're headquartered in France.
Surely you must have pitched this idea to international VCs. What did they say? They said, thanks, but no thanks?
They said, we're definitely coming. Open your doors.
but they're not going to put an office there?
At this stage, we're not announcing that.
Will you?
Potentially.
Who? Well, who?
We'll be announcing also a couple of other people in addition to VCs that are on site.
Anyone, angels?
Yeah, we'll have angels definitely on site. But today, we're only talking about these 3.
Accelerators?
We have actually also Vent Privé, who has announced that they're putting their first accelerator into our space.
This is the big fashion,
exactly.
fast fashion clothing.
the big private sales site in France. They have over 50 million subscribers. They're present in 14 countries. They're opening their first ever fashion incubator in our space. We're announcing also that our Fab Lab will be run by Tech Shop, which is a brand from San Francisco. And we also have HEC, or HEC, which is the top French business school that's moving its incubator into our space as well.
The list just goes on and on.
Oh, but can I tell you the best one we'll have there?
Who's that?
We'll have Facebook.
Facebook how?
We'll have Facebook on campus.
What do you mean Facebook on campus?
Facebook is coming on campus.
Facebook's office in Paris?
Facebook will be doing something in our space, and that is all I can tell for now, but it's going to be really cool.
Hold on a minute. Wait a second. So you've got Facebook has an office in Paris already.
They have an office.
And they're not moving all of their staff there?
No.
They're not moving. So this is an extension, another Facebook office in Paris?
This is a Facebook project in our space, exactly.
It's a Facebook project. Is it an office? Is it engineering? Is it sales? What is it?
That's all we can go into at this stage, but they're doing something very, very cool in our space.
Facebook is going to be turning up at Station F. How appropriate. Is that why you called it Station F? Hold on a second.
Not bad, huh?
Did they pay you off? Is there payola here?
Me and Mark, we sat down, we talked about it.
Couldn't possibly comment. You and Mark Zuckerberg. Should have called it Station Z then. Hold on a second. So, that's pretty good. So that's a really large number of partners, accelerators, VCs, Facebook project, whatever that is. We haven't got that out of you yet. We'll do our best. Why? I mean, okay, he's doing this out of the good of his heart. He's interested. Obviously, I think Kima will pick up some interesting deal flow there. Let's be honest, that will happen almost certainly. What's the reaction been in France to this? What's the reaction? Positive, negative? Do you feel, are they worried? I mean, why is the government not involved? We had Accel Le Maire here earlier. Surely they want to be involved in this kind of, especially on the PR side of things.
Of course, and actually they have been very involved so far. They've helped us actually with a lot of the surrounding areas to the building, and I mean it makes a huge difference to our space. So the city is putting in that investment.
Are you sort of regenerating an area of Paris?
Yeah, it's a huge area of Paris that, it's kind of.
I get it now. He's obviously bought up all the housing around Station F. Hotels will be going in, golf courses. Is that not the case?
Not a bad idea, right? I would do it if I was him.
Oh yeah, I think we need to get some journalists on that, do some investigation. Surely, right? So basically, it's a big property play, right?
I mean, it probably will be a very interesting property play once this area starts getting a lot of more attraction to it.
Have you bought your apartment there yet?
I'm looking at being based inside, on the top floor.
Wouldn't that be a bit claustrophobic?
I'd love to be surrounded by these startups. But actually, we're also announcing today that for the startups that are interested, because we've been contacted by probably about 1,000 startups from around the world, that they can now apply to actually be based in our space through our program. So as I mentioned earlier, the space will house 10 different programs. And one of them will be called the Founders Program. And this is for early stage startups. It kind of came from the idea that about 90% of startup problems can be solved by other startups. So we have kind of put together the best resources that other startups wanted to recommend for neighboring companies. And we're pretty much providing that through the program. So startups that are interested in applying, desks cost 195 euros per desk per month. It's flexible, it's a la carte, there's no forced mentoring, there's no mandatory workshops. They just have to go to stationf.co and apply starting today. They can do that through February 5th.
Right, okay, marvelous. That's actually pretty, and what?
And they should do it quickly.
Do it now. Yeah, because about 100,000 people on the live stream all just fired up a web browser to apply. That's actually 195 euros. That's a bit crazy. Are you expecting to reap the whirlwind of Brexit and suck the life out of London's technology startup scene with such low prices? And
Brexit actually makes me quite sad. So that as much as I want international entrepreneurs to come to our space, it kind of breaks my heart that it would be the result of Brexit. That's all I can say.
I'm not even going to get in there to myself. You can follow my Twitter feed for how I feel about Brexit at Mike Butcher. What about Xavier? Why are you here, and why is Xavier Neal not here? Because with the greatest respect, you're an incredible advocate of this, and obviously leading the project. But why does Xavier Neal not step up to the plate and come in here and announce it in person?
You know, in many ways, I don't think it's about Xavier stepping up. I think it's about leaving the space for we have our hands on the ground. We're working every single day. He actually gave us a lot of the room to build what we felt was also relevant for the ecosystem. So I think he's pretty much leaving us the space to talk about something that's in many ways as much our project as his project. I think that's why he's not here today.
You're saying he's given you a free hand?
He's given us a lot of space in this project, yeah.
Give us some insight. Where does he sort of turn his nose up, and where does he say go this way or that way? What was some of the most major decisions he made?
Xavier is actually incredibly involved in just about every aspect of it. He's been there from day one. He goes to the construction site or the building site every single week, just about to check up on how things are progressing. He's been involved in everything we wanted to do with the startups. He'll challenge us if he sees something that he doesn't think is relevant, or if he, for some reason has a conviction that it should be done otherwise. But otherwise, if we propose something and we're very convinced about why we should do it, and we tell him this is how it should be, a lot of times he just lets us go with it.
How did you research what this is all about? Did you look at lots of similar kinds of ventures around the world? There's some big, co-working, co-location projects out there right now. Which parts did you most admire, for instance?
Of course. So we've been looking at this for quite a while now, actually. Back a few years ago, we actually looked at quite a lot of different spaces before we started imagining, what the building would look like. But since we've really gotten involved in developing a campus and a full ecosystem under one roof, it's come down to actually talking to all the startups and all the players in the ecosystem, not just in France, but also outside of France. We have met with hundreds of startups for the last couple of months, brainstorming, getting feedback. What do they like? What do they dislike in programs, in places they work? And what it's come down to, we've gotten a lot of different trends, but you can kind of see at different stages, startups have different needs, different wants. They tend to really like being surrounded by young startups, lots of events when they're very young, but as they grow, they kind of want to be more insular. They want to be kind of more inspired. They're not into big conferences anymore. So we've started to see some of these trends and kind of tried to adapt to them. And we're hoping that we can provide a number of different offers so that every startup will find something relevant.
Xavier Neal is a big investor, co-owner, I think, of Le Monde.
Yes.
Is there going to be some sort of media partnership with Le Monde?
At this stage, no. No,
have you spoken to them?
No.
Have you met the editor?
No.
Do you know anybody there?
I know someone who writes there. No.
Do they feel a bit left out?
He has, Xavier's got his hands in a lot of different projects, so we cannot be working with all of them.
He seems like a sort of a Wizard of Oz figure, sort of behind the curtain, pulling all the levers.
I think he is the wizard, actually.
He is the Wizard of Oz?
He is the wizard. He is.
The great Wizard of Oz?
He does all this stuff, yeah. He is very much like that. He's very much behind the scenes, but incredibly influential and kind of the mastermind behind it.
Because he has a strange reputation in France. He's kind of an outsider, isn't he? He actually... He built up a massive internet provider in France, which is still going. He's worth something like $6.7 billion, I think. He also, actually, in his earliest stages, was briefly jailed after a 4-year judicial extradition investigation into one of his businesses, and got a 250,000 euro fine for embezzling 200,000 euros from some sex shops that he owned. So why is he still involved in the sex industry?
Not to my knowledge.
What are the kinds of organizations that are around Station F? Anything going?
We're very far from Pigalle. I don't think
that's the big area.
There's too many sex shops in our area. But hey, we're open to any kind of innovation. So even connected sex toys can come. It's no problem.
He's divested himself of those interests. But I'm slightly kidding, because that was some sort of.
That was a while ago.
That was 2004, and it was some sort of dumb investment that he made by mistake, or well, it wasn't that big a deal. But he's basically an outsider, isn't he?
In many ways,
he's really an outsider. I mean, is he trying to sort of stick two fingers up to the establishment with this?
I think with a lot of the projects that he does, he tries to kind of go against the grain and shake things up quite a bit. And he actually has said a number of times that it's because he's an outsider that he dares to do the things that he does. Whereas a lot of people that kind of have gone through the traditional path, they mingle with the same people and they don't want to upset them, so they don't dare.
Because he never went to any of the Grande École, and he's not part of the French elite much, as far as I can tell.
No.
He doesn't hang out. He doesn't come to tech conferences and become the big...
We'll get him here.
Big blah, blah, blah. He's... so, you know, is it... I mean, what sort of difference do you think this is going to make in France? Because actually, interestingly, going outside the hall, I was just running around, I hear actually quite a lot of French accents. There seems to be a real vibe going on, especially in Paris now, about tech and startups. For a long time, you and I have both been observers of the scene. In fact, former TechCrunch writer, no less, you are. You've seen what happened, and actually, it took France a while to really get going, didn't it? What sort of a difference do you think this project is going to make?
I think it's going to make a huge difference, and I think we're actually in many ways very lucky because the ecosystem has grown so much even from the time this project was announced. I mean, we've been in construction since 2014, and if you just look over the last 2 years, we can't even compare the ecosystem to the way it was 2 years ago. We were talking about numbers not too long ago with some of the French people that are at the conference, and I didn't realize that French startups alone have raised 300 million just in the month of November of this year. I mean, those are numbers that a few years ago we didn't even think possible for an entire year. I think
what do you think flipped the switch on that?
I think some of it is thanks to some of the initiatives like the government and whatnot, but I also think we actually have an ecosystem where people are clearly identifying the different problems that we have and tackling them. We had a huge problem with early stage funding not too long ago. Now we've seen a lot of different VCs and funds really go after that area. We are good in terms of early stage funding now. And I think a number of different programs that have come about have also been incredibly successful in really coaching entrepreneurs and making entrepreneurship trendy. It wasn't even something people wanted to do a few years ago.
But obviously, the international reputation of France, 35-hour work week, you can never fire anybody. If you do, they'll sue you.
I mean, we're all just eating baguette, Mike, all the time.
You're always going on strike. You only drink wine and eat baguette. I mean, obviously, which I don't know what's going on with that diet, but slightly seriously, you know, there is this sort of, you know, it's tough to hire and fire. It doesn't have quite the same mercantile tradition, say, as of the US. I mean, what would happen if you went to, as a startup, you go there and suddenly you find yourself in litigation about somebody had to receive an email on the weekend or something? Isn't that going to be difficult?
You know, you hear all this stuff in the press. I'm yet to meet a startup where somebody actually tells me it's been a problem for them. I've never met a company. I'm waiting.
Don't exist?
I'm waiting for one. If you're somebody out there, come and talk to me.
Is that all in the corporate world, is it?
I don't. I mean, I think a lot of it is. I think startups get by it in many ways. And, you know, these 35-hour work weeks, I mean, there's so many different contracts. You can't just nail it to one contract and say the whole of France uses this contract. So, I mean, I think, and, you know, the other thing is, if you look at it, despite all of that, they're still doing remarkably well. I mean, 300 million raised in 1 month. Despite these problems, maybe we should keep them on these kind of restrictions. Otherwise, don't know what they would be doing.
Sounds ideal to me, certainly. I must admit, I'd love to not have to answer email on the weekend. So Facebook, so it's going to be doing its new secret Oculus Rift project in Paris then, in
I think
Station
Mark
F.
is actually moving to Paris.
He's just moving?
He's moving, yeah.
He is? You heard it here first. Hold it, breaking news. So it's going to be Facebook's new special ops sort of skunkworks team.
There will be a special Facebook project, and I can't go into more detail.
And it's called Facebook Project. What's the name of it?
I think we said Station Facebook, didn't we?
Station Facebook or Facebook Station? What about... No, but what is it, though?
They're going to be on campus.
How many?
We have to ask them.
Anyone from Facebook here? Okay. Right, well, there you go. You heard it here first. Facebook is going to be doing a special project at Station F. We don't know what yet, but we will certainly be fine. I might go there in dark sunglasses or something and wander around. I might have to wear a different jacket. Roxanne Vaza from Station F, thank you very much for coming to TechCrunch Disrupt.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello, hello. We are almost done with the day. We're going to have our final 3 Battlefield companies plus the wild card up on stage. Thanks for sticking around, but again, this is the most exciting part of the event, right? Ish. All right, so I think it is time to bring out our final set of judges for the day. First up, we have Amy Chang, a co-founder and CEO of a company, an intelligent, adaptive virtual chief of staff product. She sits on the boards of Cisco and Splunk, and previously served on the board of Informatic and on Target's Digital Advisory Council. Welcome, Amy. Next up, we have Tracy Dorey, a founding partner at Kindred, a London-based seed stage firm that practices equitable venture. She previously co-founded content-led e-commerce site Luster, which was acquired by Fab.com. Our third judge is Hussein Kanji, a founding partner at Hoxton Ventures, a London-based early-stage venture capital firm. The firm was founded in 2013 and has made 19 investments to date, with the portfolio's total market capitalization adding up to more than $2 billion. Our next judge is Suraj Khalik, a partner on the investment team at Atomico, a former computer scientist and co-founder CTO of the successful Atomico investment The Climate Corporation. Suraj now focuses on companies enabled by machine learning, AI, computer vision, IoT, and ad tech. And finally, we have Saul Klein, a general partner at Local Globe, a new seed fund focused on helping London's most ambitious founders build game-changing businesses. Previously, Saul was a partner at Index Ventures from 2007 until May 2015. Give it up for all of our judges. All right, so our first company is Aiden. Let's bring out Aiden. And presenting for Aiden are CEO Marie Outier and CTO PJ Camilleri.
Hi everyone. We're very excited to be here with you at Disrupt. I'm Marie and this is PJ, and we're the founders of Aiden. Aiden is an artificially intelligent marketing analyst. So we've got a room full of founders today, and we're all in the same situation. We need to get discovered. Our businesses live or die on our ability to get discovered by users at scale, and that's precisely my area of expertise. I spent the last 8 years selling and managing millions of dollars of acquisition budget to brands like Amazon, SoundCloud, and many more. And as a marketer, my daily routine consisted in answering the following questions. Am I spending my marketing budget efficiently? Can I optimize my campaigns? And how do I do it? And answering these questions is hard. Step inside the shoes of a marketer for a second. This is what you're looking at on a daily basis. Hundreds of metrics scattered across tens of different dashboards. Infinite combinations. Try extracting data from this. And marketers do try. They spend an average 10 hours a week searching for data. What's more, it's estimated that 60% of all ad spend, of your ad spend, is wasted. Meaning that despite all the time that marketers spend searching for data, extracting actionable insights is not a given. There's a high risk of inefficiencies and error due to the complexity of the task. So it actually comes down to 2 challenges for marketers. The first one is, what part of my data is important versus what's just noise? And once you've answered that, what do I do next? For a marketer, that means, do I try a new channel? Do I increase my bids, refresh my creatives? This is PJ, my co-founder and the CTO of Aiden. PJ spent the last 10 years at Apple and worked on Siri, the world's first mainstream AI. Together, with our combined technical and marketing expertise, we can solve this old problem of analysis paralysis and wastage in a new way. Recent advances in AI are opening up new possibilities for marketers. And that's the foundations on which we built Aiden. 3 technical pillars specifically. The first one is an expert system, a little bit like a consultant, if you like, that makes expert recommendations. That's augmented by machine learning core that proactively and timely assists you. All of this is encapsulated in a natural language processing engine, meaning that Aiden understands your language. Looks like we're just getting a ping from Aiden, speaking of the devil. PJ, do you want to take a look?
Yeah, of course. Can we switch computer, please? Great, so we got this notification. Let's see what it says. Signups on our websites are up. Great news. Let's look at the chart Aiden prepared for us. Definitely up and to the right. Super. But what's going on here? Well, it looks like Aiden might be able to help. Let's ask. So it's going to do a little bit of digging for us. And great. So it's coming from this TechCrunch post that's just been posted by Kate. Thank you, Kate. And again, super. But what you can see here is Aiden is going one step further. He's telling us what to do next in order to maximize the impact of this post. So he's telling us to start a Facebook campaign and giving us an idea of budget and targeting. Again, really useful. I'm in the middle of something, so Aiden, remind me in 20 minutes. OK, so shifting gear now. Wallapop is one of the biggest second-hand markets in Europe. They use Aiden in order to prepare for their weekly marketing reviews. I'd like to show you what they do with Aiden. So they are on Slack. And by the way, Aiden is available everywhere, on Slack, on Skype, email, whatever you use. And so they'll ask questions to Aiden like, how many installs did we get last week? And when you ask this, and if you're online,
back up.
All right. Network. So what's going to happen when you do that is Aiden is going to find the right metric for you in the right dashboard very quickly. So again, really time saver. There you go. But that's a simple thing. What you can also ask Aiden is to prepare some complex charts for you. For instance, how is my CPI evolving per gender since September? Imagine for a second if you have to do this manually. It's not. Oh, there's a typo here. So perfect. Thanks, Aiden. He got that. Again, if you have to do this manually, it's not easy. That's your chart. It's great. Add this to my weekly report. And indeed, Aiden can prepare and keep updated reports for you. So let's take a look. That's great. I'm ready to go to my meeting. The last thing I wanted to show you is how powerful it is to be able to have a conversation with Aiden. Consider this question. Which audience has the best performance? It's seemingly simple. But let's take a look at what Aiden says. Exactly. We first of all need to decide what our key performance indicator should be for the campaign. So if you know what it is, you can choose it here, and Aiden will remember. But if you need some help, you can ask. Let's see. And when you do that, Aiden switches to a mentoring mode, and it's going to enter a conversation with you in order to help you define your objective or priorities for your campaigns. So these are the kind of things that Aiden can do for you. Back to you, Mary.
Switching back to the presentation, please. Thanks. Final thoughts. OK. Final thing, if I have to. We're a young bootstrap company. We're only 5 months old, but we already managed to get some big names on our beta. Those guys, some of them spend millions of dollars of marketing a year, and they already trust us. Say goodbye to dashboards and say hello to Aiden. Thanks very much, guys.
All right, judges, who's going to take the first question? Yeah, Amy, go ahead.
May I? So I ran Google Analytics for a long time, and I know how difficult it is to actually give the recommendations. It's not that hard to give the metrics, but the recommendations are crazy hard. How much has predictability in spend come into play as an optimization factor for you guys? Because a lot of the agencies that manage to spend want to know you can spend $200K a month if you're doing the cross-media planning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So for us to make that kind of recommendations, you do need to gather a little bit of data, because at first we wouldn't be able to know that kind of thing. But obviously, that's one of the things that Aiden will help with after you've used it for a little bit. So for example, you use Google Analytics, but Facebook also has some daily caps. And you can actually push that. Like you can say, actually, could I spend $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 and get the same cost per installation or cost per conversion? And that's exactly the type of things we're going to help with. Thanks, Amy.
Saul, you had a question?
Yeah, I guess you were probably going to cover this, but could you talk a little bit about the business model and your route to market?
Sure.
Primarily because it's really hard to get agencies to pay for anything, and it's really hard to go direct to clients. So
it's really hard to get agencies to pay for anything unless it gives them more business. So in our case, because it saves them so much time to actually just manage, like instead of managing 10 clients, each marketing analyst can actually manage 15 clients with Aiden.
So agencies are your primary route to market?
They're not a primary route to market. On the slide that you saw, there was clients direct who are spending their own marketing budgets. There are agencies as well. So we are, in the sample of beta clients that we've got at the moment, in our private beta, we have agencies and direct clients. Both of them use Aiden in different ways. Agencies because it saves them time and they can add more clients.
And how do you charge?
On a monthly subscription basis. At the moment, we're not charging, though, I'd like to say that. So it's free for the next couple of months, and we're going to start monetizing in 2017.
Tracy, you had a question.
Thank you.
Brilliant presentation. How many integrations have you guys built so far, and how are you thinking about that, how it will roll out over time, I suppose, in the context of the type of sectors and businesses that you're going after initially?
Yeah, so we've worked on two things for now, Facebook for advertisers and Google Analytics. But what we've done is very early, we've basically sat down with our users and clients, and we're like, OK, how do you use it? What do you need? And that really defines what we do next. But the important thing for us is we've built the architecture or infrastructure in order to be able to connect to these different backends in a fairly simple way now, because the hard work, we've done it already. So now it's a matter of prioritizing based on their demand.
I guess I'm a little confused about the product. Is the core product a better dashboarding tool to replace Kissmetrics or Mixpanel, or is it an optimization tool to optimize your spend on different campaigns?
Thanks for asking that question. It's definitely not a better dashboard. We don't actually believe better dashboards are the solution. So it's a mixture of something that's helping you better see through your data, and I guess to that extent you could say some sort of data visualization tool. But on top of that, it's also something that holds your hand and tells you what you need to do next to optimize your campaign. So it's prediction as well as visualization.
So how many customers do you have at this point? How advanced are you in your route to market?
So we've got, at the moment, we had a few hundred people who signed up to our beta. We're down to 6 companies that represent the sort of different clients we could have afterwards. By that I mean people who, all of them are spending on digital marketing, but some of them are agencies, some of them are spending 80K a month, some others are spending 1K a month. So they're representative of all the clients we're going to go after. At the moment, we're going to go towards SMBs and startups, but enterprise is our goal in 2017. We're not attacking that just now because the sales cycles are longer and the technical requirements are much more complex.
Go ahead, Sal.
How much money do you guys need to raise for 18 months of revenue-free runway?
We'd love to talk about that with Local Globe when you're ready.
But for the purposes of,
sure.
Just to give people a sense of how much money you think you need to establish the next phase of the business.
Sure. There's different things you can do.
It's okay if you don't have a number, but if you do, it'd be.
I have a number. I have several numbers.
Okay.
When are you guys going to do your public launch?
In 2 months. We're actually going to close our round in the next, before Christmas, essentially. And then once we've got some money, because we've been bootstrapped, we can actually start getting some people to help us with the product. We're just limited, constrained by the lack of resources. And PJ and Akram have done an amazing job considering the lack of resources.
How many figures are in that number that you're thinking of?
I'm sorry?
How many figures are in the number that you're thinking of? We're talking 7 figures, 8 figures? Somewhere in there, okay.
Somewhere in there.
Pounds and euros.
Don't force them to give away their strategy. They got a whole strategy going.
Price is right.
We'd love to talk about that backstage with all of you guys.
Just really quickly, so you said AI, and AI is a word that's used very heavily these days. And you also said it's a rule-based system. Could you explain what the AI element is specifically?
Yeah, exactly. So the first thing we wanted to do is kind of take Mary's expertise, or brain, I guess, and put that into algorithms. So that's what we call the expert system, meaning she knows how to optimize a Facebook campaign. So that's rules. And then we augment it with machine learning and pattern recognition in order to try and sort of even anticipate what we think is going to happen. So it's really the combination of both things that we think is important. And that's why we believe that to do this well, we need strong domain expertise in marketing, and Mary's done that for 10 years, plus the technical expertise as well. So it's a combination of the two. We think that's going to work.
How many days or weeks of data do you need before you can begin making the recommendations?
Yeah, so very much depends on the kind of recommendations we're doing, and we're very much looking into that right now. But some things are actually not that difficult, it seems to us. We don't need like tons of time. We need some data for sure. Sure.
Just to add to that, sorry.
Real quick.
Okay, dollar spend equals data collected. So if you don't spend a lot of money, then it's going to be harder for us to get those numbers. Sorry, thank you very much.
All right, give it up one more time for Aiden.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next up we have Oxy Health. Presenting for Oxy Health are CEO Hugh Lloyd Jukes and research lead Dr. Oliver Gibson. They're just getting set up over there. How you guys doing, judges? Everyone's good? Yeah? Everyone, no one needs anything? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Hugh, Chief Executive of Oxy Health. Please imagine that you're the senior nurse on a post-operative ward. A step-down ward, it's midnight. This is what you see. 12 closed doors. Behind those doors, patients are in one of 4 states. They're in bed, they're resting, don't disturb them, they're recovering. They're in bed, they're deteriorating unexpectedly, they need medical intervention. They're out of bed, they're in trouble, they need help. Or, and tragically this happens, they're in one of those 2 positions and they're already passed away. Today, as the head nurse, you solve that problem every 4 hours. You wheel a trolley down the corridor, you open the door, you apply wired monitors to the body, and you check for vital signs and state of the patient. Now that's a flawed system. It's flawed because you wake them, irrespective of their condition, and because 4 hours, a lot can happen. You can deteriorate seriously. How could you apply technology to improve that situation for the nurse? Well, forward-looking doctors are taking cameras into their wards. So this is a feed from a camera in a patient's bedroom. You can see he's in bed. But of course, you can't tell if he's deteriorating, and you can't be alerted. So cameras are great for context, but not alerts. That's where Oxy Health comes in. We transform the nature of cameras. We turn them into health monitors. Take a normal digital camera, apply our software either on the camera's edge on its own chip or on an embedded board next to it, hook it up to the cloud to check the performance and push updates, and then kick out real-time alerts, vital signs, and if the nurse wants it, video on demand. So we turn cameras into video monitors, health monitors, and that enables doctors to do radically different things with them. Oliver's going to tell you exactly how by taking us live to Oxford and a live system. Just wait for that to come up. So top left, you're looking at the patient in the bedroom in real time in Oxford. Bottom left is a medical grade breathing rate, and bottom right is his heart rate. So we're showing you vital signs. We can alert to deterioration in the patient status. The reason I laugh is you can get medical insight. The insight here is, I know Nick's resting heart rate is 60 beats a minute, and I can see he's running 110 right now, which I guess is how stressful it is to be at TechCrunch, even if you're 100 miles away. I guess on the stage it might be higher. But OxyCam not only does that, it does something else. It gives you status. So if we could ask Nick to get out of bed, please. You're looking just above the 112 heart rate a minute. There's the movement, out in bed and out of bed. So you get real-time vital signs, and you get status activity alerts from us. If we could go back. So today, you're looking at the corridor with the 12 closed doors, just waiting for that. And then tomorrow, as head nurse, you'll see this. Real-time vital signs, activity, and audio-visual alerts. If Ollie clicks in, as though room 4 had a problem, there's the live feed, and you can log the action taken. Now, these are medical-grade vital signs. Professor Lionel Tarasenko, Chairman of Engineering at Oxford University, did 2 foundational clinical studies, which both proved that the software that we use is as accurate as a contact medical device on your finger, a pulse oximeter. We took that technology and some of the team, including Dr. Gibson here, out, and we built a company around them. We took those algorithms into the field. So this is a non-patient volunteer at Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital, and again proved that we're as accurate as a contact medical device. This is a complex solution. It's going to market in 2 phases. Video analytics, that's the in and out of bed, the activity in the room. Medical analytics, that's the vital signs. That, of course, is going to be a medical device. The truth here, ladies and gentlemen, is that we can't afford to keep people in high-cost location like hospital. We've got to step them down into nursing homes, into their own homes. We've also got to use the most scarce resource more effectively. That's doctor and nurse time. So what we're trying to do is give those people the decision-making information and put them into the early intervention in the key places to save lives and improve healthcare for everyone. And we believe that OxyCam-empowered digital cameras are vital for that in every care setting globally. I'm also really proud of the team and our momentum. In video analytics, we're inking our first 2 commercial deals, and we have 15 police forces and 8 mental health trusts in our pipeline. In medical analytics, we're adding to those first 2 clinical studies, with one that's just wrapping up now. And again, we're working on 2 development partnerships to allow us to have quick, very focused, pathway-specific clinical studies to bring medical devices that doctors really need to market fast. So, OxyHealth transforms the video camera into a health monitor. That transforms what doctors can do in care and gives them a great new tool. If that excites you, be it as a clinician, a carer, an investor, perhaps also a medical device company, come see us on the Startup Alley or hit up oxyhealth.com. Thank you.
Hey, judges, questions?
Sure. Looks very impressive. Have you specifically chosen to go after these different verticals versus saying, OK, we're going to do health and we're going to do it really well? Because obviously with a startup, limited resources, learning how to really sell into one vertical can be very powerful.
Yes, so health's a big category, right? So you're right, you have to chunk it into the best verticals. The mental health and the secure room, if you like, the police, with the video analytics is a great first market because it's a place where you can't put wired monitors, so it's the right technology for that. It also has CCTV cameras in some of these locations already, so it's a natural first step. But what's important is to add the functionality that makes the platform increasingly valuable over time, which is where we keep the development partnerships pushing forward the medical element of this. So it's a very managed approach to your problem that you raise.
Go ahead, Sol.
A great presentation. One thing, again, just like to get a sense of is pricing and the business model.
Yeah, so 2 questions. So it's a 2-phase for us. So the target business model is a SaaS for enterprise. So that'll be partnered with solution providers who build hardware and package solutions around this unique capability. But to get there, you need to understand, I think, forgive me, I don't know your name, to your point, the economics and the value chain, who adds what in that value chain in each of these verticals. So the initial go-to-market is on a project basis where we're bundling hardware, software, and services to really understand that and be able to package that for the other providers. In terms of, so there's a 2-phase on the business model. In terms of price, then clearly we're negotiating in real time now, so that's a little sensitive, but we price to value. I'll give you a little example of that. In mental health, the average acute stay is 35 days. We believe that can come down by 10 days, which is very dramatic, but that's the effect of sleep where you're not woken up for regular checks and of better vital sign information. It's actually not our number. Those are very senior clinicians who've approached us to run a randomized controlled trial to prove that. Now, what does that mean? If you're an acute mental health patient, your care costs between £100,000 and £350,000 a year. So obviously, if you take at the high end 10 patients saving you £10,000 a year, you're looking at about £100,000 a room saving, and you price against that. So you're looking at thousands, not hundreds of pounds for the solution.
Yes.
And from a liability standpoint, what is the liability that gets taken on when you've signed as a service provider for the monitoring in-room, et cetera?
Crucial question. So this is a supplementary check. So if you take police, there's actually a legally regulated series of checks, and clinical standards lay a similar check down. So this is a supplement that alerts you to the possibility you need to go and provide an additional check to your mandated regime. So you still risk assess on the same basis, but we can get you in there a bit earlier.
I'm a little confused. Are you guys an IP company, or are you a product company, or are you packaging up the technology for other people then to turn into products? And you're 4 years into the life of the company. Are you still at the pilot phase, or are you selling product?
So we're a software company with very deep IP behind that. We see this as a platform technology that people will want us in time to develop effectively an API that they can take and build solutions around in all kinds of settings. But you've got to seed this right. So we're starting with the enterprise opportunity, which is pretty significant, very significant in healthcare. So it's a phased approach.
You guys are also making hardware as well, or
no?
It's
pure software play, standard CMOS digital sensors. That's what's in your iPhone, it's in your CCTV camera.
And therefore, what is the unique insight that you guys are bringing to the market?
No one else can monitor human vital signs in rooms in the way we can through a camera. There have been plenty of attempts, but we've cracked the problems of the environment that made that difficult in the past.
And I mean, just in terms of how you make that work, can you work with any standard IP-based video camera?
Effectively, yes, the modern ones particularly. We haven't tested every single one, but all you're doing is you're analyzing each of those pixels on the sensor for effectively using signal processing, computer vision, and a little bit of machine learning.
And as you're thinking, oh, go on,
sorry, you need a separate chipset, I think you had on your diagram, alongside the video camera to do that?
You have done, but what's happening now is the CCTV cameras are starting to have quite powerful chips that can run our software right on the camera. So that's really a partner choice as to how they do it. The point is these are cheap embedded boards, they're not super powerful boards.
And as you're thinking about providing actionable insight, do you think there might be value in maybe going really deep in lots of similar use cases as opposed to quite a broad focus?
So in the video analytics, that's exactly what we're doing. So we're going very tightly on the problem of someone who needs to be looked after in a room, but we're bringing through the other IP that will leverage that ecosystem of cameras that we can use and be able to give those people further functionality over time. So this is effectively a value roadmap for us.
So very, very quickly, because I'm sure there are a lot of technical people in the room, how do you take a 24 frame a second or 30 frame a second camera and infer that the heart rate's 120?
That's totally fair. So this is based on photoplethysmography. That's the technology in a finger pulse oximeter. So if you ever went to the hospital, they clipped something on your finger for your heart rate. All it's doing is it's shining a light. Every time your heart beats, you micro-blush. Red, not red, red, not red, and it counts. So we take that away, and we do exactly the same process through the camera at distance. The breathing is your chest moves, that moves your body, and we can see that signal. And then the tricky bit that you were asking about is how you disambiguate that from all the other signals in a room that the camera's picking up. And that's the piece that we do.
All right, one more round of applause for Oxy Health.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next company is Open As App. Presenting for Open As App are CEO Stefan Methner and lead developer Andre Freytag. Come on out, guys.
Hi, let's jump in. Everyone talks about mobile business, mobile enterprise, but in reality, business apps are rare. So if you want to have your own app, you need to be a developer or a power user of a red tool, or you need to have a lot of money and a lot of time. Open As App is different. Open As App is a cloud service that helps you to build your own apps based on your own business data. We think building apps should be as easy as creating a PDF today. To prove this, let's do a demo. So to build an app, just go to our website, start a wizard, choose your source. Right now we have Dropbox, SharePoint. You can throw in an Excel sheet directly, or Google Sheets. So I will now give over to Andre. He has prepared a Google Sheets document on his iPad. So please switch to demo.
All right. So after having selected a data source, our system analyzes the provided data and tries to figure out how to best represent it on a mobile device. So in this case, it has found several options to do so. For example, it recognized some location information in the data and therefore provides us with a map-based app template. But it also encountered some contact details and therefore also provides us with a contact list template. Now we could choose one of these templates and customize it, or we could tell the wizard to auto-generate its best guess right away. So let's do so, and let's get our native container app onto the screen. Now the app is created on our servers and is pushed to the container app. Now the app we've just built allows me to easily interact with my data in a mobile-friendly way, for example, with this auto-generated details dialog. Of course, this app is now fully responsive, can be used on any kind of mobile device, and can even be customized on demand. This app also provides us with lots of added value. For example, here we see on this screen that we have some sales figures in our data. We could now easily analyze these by heading over to the auto-generated business intelligence dashboard, which now provides me with lots of additional insights into my data. Like, for example, showing me the accumulated sales figures grouped by country, which could also be used to drill down into my data. And actually, that's it. We just transformed data into an interactive mobile app. All right, back to slides.
So that was just a table, a spreadsheet. And look what we've got. We have an iOS version, we have an Android version, we have a Windows 10 version that runs on a desktop also, and we're preparing a web client for it with full functionality. So that was database app. But what really sets us apart is logic. That means you can build apps based on your calculations with all the formula stuff, with all the lookups and so on. Sorry, no macros. But you can build rich interfaces for your calculations. To do this, you only have to select the input and the output values, the cells. And OpenApp will do the rest. We find the properties, the editors, minimum, maximum values, and so on. We even import your existing charts. So working with spreadsheets will be much more easier and more productive. So here are a few examples in the dashboards that you see here. They are not based on data, they are based on calculations. That means you can change the values in real time. During the last 9 to 12 months, we did some heavy testing with big international companies just to look if we fit their needs. So there were car manufacturers, there were tax and consulting firms, even an airline. We were just playing around with the system. System is right now live for 6 weeks. During these tests, we found a really interesting case. One international tax company, they had an Excel-based offer calculator. Every company in the world has an Excel-based offer calculator, and they've built just an iPad version of it with a development company. It took them 3 months in 40K. That's a very fair price for that. But because it was an Excel sheet, so we could run our service, we were ready in 50 minutes, and we got a meeting with the CIO immediately. They were one of our first customers right now. So OpenApp is user-created content. And right now, I think it's about 1.2 billion Excel users out there. I think also a few 100 million Google Sheets users that could use this service. We want to be the mobile interface, the user interface for table data, rows and columns, just to make it useful. Now, forget spreadsheets. We're not limited to them. We can, in the next version, we get to every online data source available. But the best thing about OpenApp is you can integrate it into existing systems. That means in this example, a Gold partner from Microsoft has integrated it in Dynamics CRM. So we want to stop you sending export files, version 1, 2, 3. We want you to send dynamic created apps that are always up to date. Because if you change the data on the backend side in the Google Sheets, your app will always be up to date. So we want to become the new standard for data sharing. Pricing is very fair. Non-commercial use is absolutely free. And we do subscription user per month. And it's all with unlimited apps. So share intelligent apps instead of static data files. Thanks a lot.
All right, so judges, who has a question? Oh, Amy, you have a question.
How built out is the rights management? So the underlying data obviously has access control levels associated with it. So if I publish an app, let's say I'm Cisco, I publish an app to my salespeople, and different people have different levels of access to Salesforce data. How do you go about handling that? And does the app already take those types of ACLs into account?
There could be an easy solution. You could simply build different apps on different views of this data and provide these different apps to the different guys. And that's it.
Is that a nice way of saying no, that it's not that security piece and the ACL levels are not yet built?
They are not yet built, but yeah.
Okay.
But we have
Honest answer, good.
We have our own user management system with all this stuff. And this example with the dynamic CRM, the Gold partner from Microsoft, they've done this security issue because they know who presses on the button and they store it and they do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Tracy, go ahead.
Who's the initial user and who is the individual within that company that you're thinking are going to be your early adopters?
Right now, we're talking to the big guys, to the big companies. But normally, we have right now the situation that in enterprises, they only build the top-level products right now, the lighthouse tools. The people in the department who knows all the stuff, who know the workflows, they cannot build apps, and they will never get an app on their own because it's too complicated and so on. So our customer now is the department who has the need, and they are very interested in get this app working, so now they can do their own stuff.
So, yeah.
Yeah, just two quick questions. One, because it wasn't clear to me from the demo, is it sort of read-write, so you get a live sense of what the data is, and if you change the data on the app, it changes the data on...
You can set it. So if it's a calculation, normally we use a calculation as a rule, a calculation rule model. But you can still write it if you want to. But if you do an editing of a list, we go directly to the backend source and work with that.
And then the other question is, how did you come up with your pricing? I mean, it just feels either
so cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But it's a land and expand thing. So it's a farming business. So we directly go into a company and solve one specific problem. But the company can solve it on their own, and so that's our plan. Then they solve the problem in the sales department, in the service department, and the marketing. So our plan is to discuss a flat rate after 3 years or so. So right now it's very easy to go in because everyone has a small pain, and we are solving it immediately.
Speaking of going in, is it launched? Is it live?
We launched it 6 weeks ago.
What are the numbers in terms
right
of
now
adoption?
it's small because we are right now selling through partners. It means it's an indirect channel, and these partners, they go directly to their existing customers. But in these 6 weeks, we have about 2,000 users, but not paying users. Right now we have an airline, we have this international tax company as a customer. We have forgot, sorry. But it's quite well.
So a nice interface is one thing, right? And a lot of these services like Google Sheets have their own web versions. But if you take advantage of what apps can really do, such as notifications and getting people engaged, that seems like a much more powerful sell. Do you have a sense, and do you track employee engagement? And has that been part of your pitch so far?
Do you mean the collaboration stuff or something?
Yeah, exactly. Getting employees to actually interact with the data more than if it were buried on it.
Yeah, the 6 minutes was a little bit hard. So yeah, you can do changes. You can throw them back to the server. You can send invitations to your colleagues. You can do all this collaboration stuff. You can do comments. So that's absolutely our intention. So we want to turn this local spreadsheet file turn it into a collaboration system.
So it sounds like, Suraj, you were also asking, I mean, are you seeing that happen already from the companies that you've already sold to?
No, the 6 weeks are not enough, but that's exactly what we think that people are using it for. Because Accel is or Google Sheets, the most powerful tool in the world, but normally it's used for a single user, and we want to do it for broader base.
Any final questions? All right, give it up one more time for Open As App. right, and that brings us to the end of all these startups that we selected for the battlefield. However, there is one more company. It is the wild card. They were selected from the startup alley outside, which means that they've only known for a couple of hours that they're going to be on this stage. So, go easy on them. Let's bring Vault out to the stage. Presenting for Vault are CEO Randy Fernando and COO Jimmy Douglas.
Hi. $70 million people in the United States have no access to retirement. 72% of small businesses do not offer any type of retirement benefit to their employees. I saw this firsthand as a financial advisor at JP Morgan. 3 reasons why small businesses currently do not offer retirement plans. It's very complex to administer a plan. The fiduciary risk is extremely high to the employer, and the costs associated make it almost impossible for a small business owner to be able to afford a plan for their employees. If you are one of the few small businesses that have access to a retirement account, you can expect your employees to pay upwards of 5% to have their assets managed and their plan put in place. These types of fees make it almost impossible to really be able to manage your retirement plan and maximize your returns. Introducing Vault, a digital investing platform powering small business retirement plans. We've leveraged modern technology to develop algorithms to power a modern portfolio investment strategy. Our automated portfolio management makes it extremely easy for employees to have access to investment strategy. Going a step further, we've leveraged a paperless onboarding process for our employers and digital account signatures and verification to get them started on a plan in less than 60 seconds. Once the plan is set up, employees have access to get enrolled in less than 30 seconds. Can you cue the demo so I can show them how? First, the employer is asked to select an entity. Next, we ask them how big their company is. We then ask the employer if they'd like to make contributions to their employee accounts. Thereafter, we ask them if they want to make contributions on a flexible or matching manner. Let's say they select a matching contribution. We then make a recommendation. In this scenario, it's actually a simple IRA. To show you some of our other plans that we offer, we also have a SEP IRA and a basic package, which essentially is a Roth or traditional IRA for small employers that are not yet ready to contribute to employee accounts. Let's set up a Roth IRA, Jimmy. Jimmy's going to add our first employee, and then an email is going to be sent out to them. Once they click the link, they are then asked to link their bank account. Once the bank account is linked and they make a transfer into their retirement plan, this is what you see. Now, typically in a 401k, you're left alone as an employee to make the investment decisions on your own. We leverage our algorithms to make a recommendation on the employee's behalf by using the information that we've already collected. In this scenario, our employee is 29 years old. She makes $80,000 a year, and we're predicting that she'll retire by the age of 63. We give you a projected value, as well as an optimal portfolio allocation, and the funds that are within the portfolio are listed below, as well as those weightings. We give them the ability to alter certain modifications within the portfolio aside from the funds. So as you adjust the risk tolerance, for instance, it will then reallocate the entire portfolio. Going back to the presentation, our fees are extremely low. 0.5% charged to the employee as opposed to the 5% that I mentioned before, and then $10 per employee per month charged to the employer. That's it. Total addressable market, $22 trillion. by 2020. The way that we're going to penetrate that market is by partnering with financial institutions, broker-dealers, independent financial advisors, and then also launching directly to small business owners. Vault is a digital investing platform powering retirement for small business. We actually launched today at TechCrunch, signed up our first customer. If you're a founder in the audience looking to offer retirement benefits to your employees, sign up with the invite code DISRUPT and get started today. Thank you.
By the way, that was some really smooth live PowerPoint editing there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was good. All right, good job. Judges, who has questions? Saul, sure, you can start.
US only?
Currently US only, correct.
Okay.
So versus Betterment or Wealthfront, which offer this, is there any other difference other than that you're offering it to companies? Is the acquisition channel is different?
Yeah, so we target the small employers that are not targeted by some of these larger, even the robo-advisors, right? So our kind of bread and butter is, self-employed up to 99 employees. And we offer some products that are not offered by other robo-advisors, like the Simple and SEP IRA.
And is indirect effective for you guys? I mean, you guys just launched today, but you must have done a bunch of research. What's the best go-to-market to get to these SMBs? Because that's the hard part.
Yeah, absolutely. So we obviously are going to be testing a few different things out since we just launched today, but we intend on starting out with basic content marketing through educational content. We found that many small business owners don't have a retirement plan because they're not actually aware that there are options outside of 401k. So when you think of content marketing, educational content is where we intend on beginning and then building a typical sales funnel to attack that SMB market. And that's something that I have experience doing actually in the financial advisory space with broker-dealers.
So from a partnerships perspective, you talked about financial services companies,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to name names, but size and what's in it for them?
So we've been talking to 10 of roughly the top 50 international banks and broker-dealers, specifically because they see this innovation occurring and they want to leverage more value specifically for small business.
But couldn't they just do this? They have a distributed sales force. They have the people inside of the banks who open the accounts and do all of this. So what's to stop them from?
So what do they need you for?
So one, there's kind of two parts to that question. One is to develop this on their own. It would take them, from their mouths, it would take them at least 3 years, over 50 million just to develop it. Aside from that, we want to partner with them, allow them to maintain their brand, and run under a white label API. Right? So they own the relationship from start to finish while we power the investment strategy and experience on the back end.
How long have you guys been working on this?
Just under 2 years.
And presumably less than 50 million bucks invested.
Yes, 1.55, yeah.
Congratulations on the launch today, and well done for getting the presentation done so quickly.
Thank you.
Imagine that it's 10 years from now and you guys have just been phenomenally successful. You figured out how to out-innovate the banks and you figured out your route to market to the SMEs. What does life look like for you guys then?
Honestly, coming from my background, Jimmy can speak for himself. I truly love what I'm doing. I left my job making really good money for this to essentially go out on a limb and do what I felt was right. The way that I came up was my family's in small business and they had no way to provide retirement benefits to their employees. And that's when the light bulb went off. So I thought, wow, there's nothing out there. I actually called other firms to see if they offered services to SMBs, and they didn't. So I thought, you know what? If no one offers it, why don't we build it?
And for myself, this is the second fintech startup that I've joined, and I have a lot of passion for small businesses, growing up in a small business household, and I've really found my footing in financial technology. I'm doing this twice over because I absolutely love it, and I hope that we're just continuing to work together to build this into one of the greatest technology companies in the world. I can't see myself doing anything else.
Hussein or Siraj, do you have a question? Or
Yeah, just first of all, it's great to see you tackling a problem like this because so many people in the US are not saving and don't realize compounding, and then the financial services companies are just taking advantage by charging them eye-gouging fees. So it's great that you're focused on that, but one of the problems also is, people in a situation where they need the money or they think they need it, taking it out, and then just creating discipline. And I didn't see on your interface a lot of work towards education. Like moving sliders is perhaps a start, but it's not all the way there. So how are you figuring out what interface you should build and what's next?
Yeah, absolutely. So in my previous background, I was actually helping financial advisors adopt social media back when the regulations first allowed them to do so. And the biggest competitive advantage we ever brought to the table to them wasn't the technology. It was the education, because that was not their field of expertise. And in order for us to deliver this at scale with the pricing that we are, we need to find a way to provide an educational experience that helps people make those decisions, including something like making a withdrawal and how they go down that path. We see this interface evolving into something that is as much educational as it is something that's used to manage money.
Sol?
The sort of the ambition level is awesome. Sounds like you guys are attacking a really big market. I'm wondering, what is Portland a place that you can build a big business out of, and what is the sort of the tech ecosystem like in Portland to support the ambition that you guys have? Because I don't know of that many multi-billion-dollar startups out of Portland other than Nike.
Nice. Sick Portland burn. That's good.
I love this question. Born and raised in Portland. Our CTO, who's in the audience, was from Simple, which was acquired by BBVA. So there's actually a lot of untapped tech talent in Portland, specific to even fintech. And so while many look at it as a weakness, we look at it as a strength. We have people gravitating towards us now that want to work on something that could change an industry. So we're pretty excited about being in Portland.
And you have enough investors coming out to Portland on a regular basis?
So the investors now, it's getting much easier, right, to talk to them as we've had some success. But we have found investors in the Bay Area as well.
I actually live in San Francisco, relocated there from Portland, and now I'm moving back to Portland as part of joining this team. But in Portland, most of my career I spent at another fintech startup that did see an exit in the hundreds of millions.
Great.
All right, one more round of applause for Vault, our wildcard company.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and that is the end of the battlefield. The judges in a second are going to go backstage. They're going to argue among themselves and help us pick our finalists. Before they do, give them one last round of applause. They've been awesome.
Thank you, judges.
Goodbye.
Okay, so you made it. Looks like we made it, guys. This is where our after party is at Forge 24 Cornhill. And it starts, I think, at 9 o'clock. And we are really, really excited to see you there. It's always a bump in time. And then 9 a.m. tomorrow for the big day. So thank you. And also, when I asked for followers, I got 12 followers. I would call you out by name, but nobody cares. But thank you. You're there for me, and I'm there for you. OK, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
It's the first day of Disrupt London 2016. Amazon Go launches in beta to Amazon employees, and your credit card can get stolen in 6 seconds. It's Monday, December 5th, and this is Crunch Report. What is up, TechCrunch land? It's the first day of Disrupt here in London at the Copperbox Arena. We already had a 24-hour hackathon to kick off the festivities over the weekend, where we had 63 teams compete. Oh, jolly. That was won by the Emotion Journal, a creative mental health and AI hack. Check them out if you can. And now, let's get to the meat and bones, or the crumpets and tea, or the bangers and mash. I think you catch my drift. Here's the tech news. Today we have 12 teams competing in Battlefield. Let's give you a rundown of who they are and what they do.
Aiden is an AI-powered marketing analyst.
Sentry leverages advanced technology like machine learning to personalize learning to students and provide deep insights to educators.
We transform video cameras. We turn them into medical-grade health monitors.
We provide high-quality, real-time, large audience video streaming solutions.
We are an AI science assistant, helping researchers and R&D departments find the right research faster and better.
We are the best way to inspire new users to download and spend in your app.
We're machine learning personalization for every single website or app that wants to predict what all users are doing in real time.
We're a B2B video collaboration platform, enabling companies around the world to engage their own communities of customers, fans, and employees to become the filmers.
We're a cloud service and help you turn your spreadsheet and your business data into apps instantly.
A flight combination engine that finds free, multi-day stopovers and unique cheap airfare.
We are making drug discovery cheaper and faster with the help of artificial intelligence and genomics.
Mobile web marketplace for food and farm produce that unifies everyone that produces or sells food in Africa on a single platform. We also support them with last mile hyperlocal delivery.
Best of luck to all of you. The Breakthrough Prize was awarded yesterday. That's where Silicon Valley companies award a lot of cash money to scientific research in departments across the globe. Prizes in research ranging from life sciences to physics and mathematics. Some very smart people doing very smart things. I was super impressed with the Breakthrough Junior Challenge that honors students with an original science video that brings to life an important scientific or mathematical idea or principle. 2 girls each won $250,000 with additional prize money for their teachers and schools. Congrats to all. You guys have been here all day. All the news from Disrupt is streamed live. But you know what you haven't heard? Is that your credit card can now be stolen in 6 seconds. 6 seconds flat. That's how long it takes to steal my heart if your name is John Biggs and you happen to get lost in those dreamy eyes. Anyway, a group of researchers has figured out how to find credit card information, including expiration dates and CVV numbers, by querying e-commerce sites. The process involves guessing and testing hundreds of permutations of expiration dates and CVV numbers on hundreds of sites. Only Visa cards and not MasterCards are susceptible to this kind of attack at the moment. So, if you have a Visa, it kind of sucks. I don't know what's the possibility of getting hacked, but that's a bummer. Lots of companies at Disrupt are working on machine learning and AI technologies, and Amazon just came out with a pretty cool no checkout, no line store where you just walk in, take food, and leave. Then using machine learning and computer vision, it knows exactly what you've taken and charges your Amazon account. It's pretty sick. All I'm saying is they better have mince pies there. Just had that for the first time, and those little pies are delicious. That's the report for today. I'm Tito Hamzy. Crunch Report is every week at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on TechCrunch.com. You can also find us on iTunes and on YouTube. We'll see you for day 2 of Disrupt in London tomorrow.
Right.